Started as a promise of something different, a promise of heroes. But the path to glory is never promised.
This is a knockdown, drag-out, no-holds-barred brawl. What devastating loss. Heartbreak City.
This is the largest mountain to climb.
But somewhere, a glimmer of hope persists. The promise of a new era.
The stakes get ratcheted up a notch.
Oh! No way does he win that! That's what you want to see!
Are you not entertained?
An era that celebrates where we came from. At a place we call home. Which heroes will fall? Which heroes will rise? The Overwatch League playoffs continue right now.
What is up, everyone? Welcome to Watchpoint, the one-stop shop for everything 2022 Overwatch League playoffs and then some. We're once again coming to you live from the Anaheim Convention Center in beautiful Southern California. I'm Zoe Chin, and I'm thrilled. I'm elated overjoyed to be joined again by my trusted analysts, both of them for once.
Yeah.
Jonathan Reinforce Larson and Scott Costa Kennedy. He's back.
I'm back. I'm alive.
With a turtleneck? Is that a turtleneck?
Yeah, Johnny, I thought I'd rep this. Coming back just for you, buddy.
And it's looking good.
There it is.
Looking good.
There it is.
Oh, what? That was very close.
That was very important to us and the viewers. Now, gentlemen, of course, it is now day 4 of the playoffs. Our last day in this very building before we move right over there. Yep, right behind us. Into the arena. That's right, for a live audience. And, of course, the culmination of the Overwatch League 2022 season. But before that happens, let's return to our favorite segment of Watchpoint. It is...
Brackets!
That's right, brackets. Let's take a look, starting with the upper bracket. These are the 4 teams who made it through the top. Dallas Fuel, Seoul Dynasty, Houston Outlaws, and the London Spitfire. Now let's take a quick glance at the lower bracket. Those teams will fight it out. Claws and nails to stay in the competition. The Gladiators will go up against San Francisco Shock. Now, honestly, you could have told me that this is the upper bracket. I would have believed you as well. Looking at the Battle of Pink there, the Candy Bowl, Mayhem and Spark, which will happen a little later as well. Candy Bowl, you
First time
good
ever.
with that? Yeah.
Never had that before because
True.
Sword of Mayhem, they used to be yellow and red, and now they're pink. So we have double pink.
Facts.
Wow.
Double pink.
The important
Pink
stats
matchup.
coming to you guys
Color
live.
Theory with Watchpoint. You're welcome. Tomorrow we do numbers. Now, Costa, you're rejoining us after resting up, and fueling up for the finals. Do you have anything to say about what transpired here in the convention center over the last couple of days? I'm scared. You have cards ready?
I got a lot of cards here.
That is
so
a lot of cards.
I've sort of put my thoughts into a card format. So I'm just going to rant at you guys for a little bit. So here are my thoughts over the last 2 days from what I've seen. Okay, Feejagon is back and has reappeared. Mikey Monkey, Redemption Arc coming in for the Shock. He actually played very, very well. I was excited by that one. There was a big Shang 9, but not the way you would have expected it. Good job, Lee J-Gon. Fusion finally came first in something. Congratulations, guys. You were eliminated first. I'm sorry. That's a real bad on that one.
Brutal.
And Hopper Tank has somehow popped it off again. An absolute legend of the sport. So, love to see that. We keep going. Shy Ducks. That's a little bit of a typo. Landon and Tero, unironically, the best Kirikos in the playoffs. I don't think anyone expected that one. Jake made me feel inadequate again with the Outlaws having more success. Keeps getting away with it. Dante is the joke. I don't think you can really argue with that one too much more anymore.
Wow.
We have It's Coming Home. Woof, woof, bark, bark. Let's go, London. I believe in you guys.
A lot.
Checkmate, more like Chadmate, am I right, guys? Anamo's Long Con Redemption Arc has finally come to fruition. He's popping off in these playoffs. Play Orisa, you cowards, okay? We saw a little bit from Houston Outlaws, but you can make it work against the Winston. And the last one, Justice for New Queen Street. We need to see some more New Queen Street. We've seen a lot of Esperanza, which is great, but I want a little bit more. That's it.
Well,
Are we done?
Okay.
Pre-show. No more. Yay!
We're back!
Costa is back and clearly ready to go. So far, the Overwatch League playoffs have defied expectations, busted brackets, and all around really confounded pundits. So we thought, what better way, or rather, what better time to make some loosely based predictions than today in a segment we'd like to call Tell Me the Odds.
Tell me the odds. Never?
Right now, we're getting our whiteboards ready. I see you guys came prepared. You love to see it, and yeah, we're ready to get that started. I hope you guys did your homework.
Give me the question. Give me the question. I'm
Question?
ready.
All right, I wrote the questions down. Right, so there we go. Okay, let's start with an easy one here. Okay, I mean, you guys know how this works, right? I'll posit a scenario. You tell us the odds. First up, we're going to start with this one. Later today, that's right, we are going to have the Dallas and the Seoul facing up against each other, who seemed like, I guess, the best teams, you would say, in the playoffs earlier this week at least. So tell me the odds that the winner of Seoul versus Dallas will win the Overwatch League Grand Finals.
Oh, that's a hard one.
What are the odds?
The winner of Seoul and Dallas will win the
Keep in mind that so far we were, I would say, as wrong as can be about almost everything. Almost everything. Okay, so
No time like the present to be more wrong. Right.
That is very true.
Honestly, both of these teams are popping off. They are definitely the favorites at this point. So the first match, I feel like it's a pretty high percentage, Johnny.
I feel like it's a pretty high percentage, but there's a lot of other good teams around the tournament, all right?
Yeah.
So I don't just want to, oh, you know, these two teams are going to be back in the finals and then they'll win again. Also, if one of these teams win this match and they meet each other again in the finals, like, it could also go the other way.
Yeah.
Like, this is not the final. There's a big chance that one of these teams don't win the next one. So.
We've also seen crazy lower bracket runs in the past.
Yeah,
so it could always happen.
I have my numbers submitted.
Let's just reveal them at the same time. Let's see. 90%.
90%. I went with 75.
You are off the goop.
No,
with 90.
I actually think
you are off the goop
it's the
with
confidence
90.
of if you win this one, I think you are very likely to go through the whole thing because you're all.
What if it's a 3-2?
I think both.
What if it is close?
I'm confident in both of these teams beating either London or Houston in the next round, so they'll make it to the grand finals, and then they just get to sit back pretty and then just watch through the.
You
were
saying that the one who wins this match is favorite by 90%.
Yes.
You are off the goop.
No, I believe in whoever wins.
Well, the only way to sort this out is with a fist fight, right? After
we'll
the Watchpoint 3 show, of course. Now, next up, I think a lot of people have a lot of opinions on Sojourn, but they don't have whiteboards, right? So Sojourn, she's been a staple in this new meta. You're doing really good wiping that whiteboard.
It's very clean.
Yes, it's very clean. It's trying so hard. But yeah, I want to know the odds of our finals MVP being a Sojourn player.
Wow.
What are the odds?
Sojourn is like, I'd say it's I would say it's the most important player right now.
That's coming from Winston.
Yeah, because
important though.
Yeah, no, Winston is incredibly important. Reaper is incredibly important. But like, you can have Sojourn players just like turn the tide of the game. No other role in the game, I think, can like carry. Sojourn can carry. Like, if you have a great Sojourn player, that will just give you like an edge. So I think this is a pretty high percentage here, Zoe.
I think it's high, but I don't think mine's going to be as high as Johnny's.
I see a theme on Jonathan's side here.
No, well, I don't know what to talk about.
I don't know about
that
one.
This one.
I mean, I will give this like an almost 100%, but I'm not having a whiteboard, so no one has any any receipts on what I'm saying here. All right, go.
Johnny first, because
75%.
Did you even rub your old answer out?
Yes.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I went for 60%.
That's not very high.
Copy paste.
You think it's going to be a Winston player? A Lucio player, maybe?
Well, especially with how impactful like Fearless and stuff have been on the Winston players. If they can shut down the Sojourns, I think that could have more impact and could lead to the MVP. So I think it is likely that it will be a Sojourn, but there's a chance. I believe in you, tank players.
Like, you're just wrong.
I've been gone for 2 days.
You
and I
were
come back and
wrong
you've
about
just
the Dallas
been
Fuel
meaning me the whole
answer,
time.
and now you're wrong about the odds of a Sojourn player winning.
According
60%.
To you. I've been having to listen to you rant for the last 2 days, so I thought I'd come in and humble you.
What do you mean? I don't rant. I shared the desk club with Necra and Jaws when you were gone.
It was.
They were pretty great.
Great.
They were pretty great. You're great too.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Next up, some godlike predictions. If you're right about this one, I would say some Galaxy Brain clip it kind of moments are possible here. Tell me the odds that all the top seeds win their matches today, based on the last few days.
Wow.
So
I don't know if that's as likely as we would have initially thought.
Yeah, but I mean, it's Shock, Mayhem, Fuel, Outlaws.
Yeah.
Like, those are pretty good teams.
Those are pretty good.
So I think that this is kind of likely.
But it's a close day. There's a lot of really close matches.
Yeah, but, you know, it's still likely. I think it's over. Of course it's over.
75%.
Well, okay, actually, it's not over 50%.
All four
My
of them
math
need
is
to win.
awful.
All right, just show me the number. You have not even written down numbers.
75% chance that Shock, Mayhem, Fuel, and Outlaws.
Do you know what the chances of all four of them winning is going to be? I went with 1%. Because we've had so many
You think there's 1 out of 100 realities that the best teams win their match?
Have you watched these playoffs? There has not been a single favorite who has won consistently other than the Dallas Fuel. There's been a lot of upsets. All four of them winning? No chance. No chance. 1%.
Right.
1%.
Opinions are split. And we have one last one, and then I guess your friendship ended after that one. I kind of steered something here. All right, last but not least, who has that underdog spirit? That's what I want to know. Tell me the odds that all of the lower seeds win their matches today.
Oh, this
That's
is low.
The Gladiators, Spark, Soul, and London.
This is actually quite low. I mean,
it's 75%.
I actually think it's higher than all the winners win.
You think it's higher than all the lower seeds?
Write it down. Write it down and then discuss. Gee.
I'm ready.
Let's go.
I'm ready.
Show us the odds.
7.5%.
Just added like a full stop in the middle.
I redrew it every time, I promise.
It does look very...
This was my worst one yet. The 5 is a bit wonky.
You give it 2%. Effort, but not the creative effort.
Yeah, no,
so that's okay.
Do you think it's double as likely that all the lower seeded teams win their matches than all the higher seeded teams?
Honestly, I like those lower seeded teams.
You suck at math.
No, what? I went to university as an engineering major.
Well.
How dare you?
How dare you indeed. Well, that was an odd segment. I hate our script. But one thing that is 100% guaranteed is that we'll be announcing the damaged role stars of the 2022 Overwatch League season right after this break, so don't go anywhere.
You are on.
I don't want to hear it.
Welcome back, everyone, to Watchpoint. We've already announced our tank role stars and our support role stars. So, of course, it is now time to finish our all-pro roster and announce the players who light up the kill feed. It's time for the damage role stars of 2022. First up, it's a rookie who's already considered one of the best damage players in the entire league, Genji, Tracer, Sojourn. It doesn't matter. You know who it is. It's no surprise at all. It is Proper from the San Francisco Shock.
Proper has been a standout player ever since he came into this league. He was hyped up by so many. Some people didn't believe the dominance that he would bring into this league, but he has done it in his first year. He is one of the leading nominees for the MVP as well, so of course he is a role star. As you said, Zoe, incredibly flexible on that Tracer, on the Genji, more recently picking up the Sojourn. What can't he do? I expect to see him for many years dominating through this league.
There's just one way to describe Proper. difference maker.
Yeah.
This guy can turn matches on their head with his raw damage potential. And if we take a look at his Tracer stats this season, first in final blows per 10 minutes, tied for second in pulse bomb kills, tied for fourth in pulse bomb attach rate. This guy is an absolute beast on the Tracer. And Tracer is one of those heroes where you can have a ton of impact from, and you can really carry your team across the finish line. Proper has been a standout player for the San Francisco Shock all season long, and he will be the one who dictates whether the San Francisco Shock will win the championship this year or not.
I mean, I personally would just give him all the awards we got.
Good thing you don't have the keys.
Yeah,
Tank.
sure. Why not?
Best
Why not? He
Rollstar
deserved
tank.
it, all right? Now, next up is a player. He's so good that people have theorized that he's simply a damage-dealing artificial intelligence. But there is absolutely nothing fake about this player's impact on the enemy backlines from the LA Gladiators. It is, of course, Kevster.
Kevster from the LA Gladiators has really started to shine in 2022. Coming into the league in 2021, this guy took it to another level this year for the LA Gladiators. Winning 2 stage titles with the team, the LA Gladiators on that Tracer role, similarly to Proper, has been the backbone of this team. He has found himself in numerous critical situations, landing pulse bombs, taking it to the next level, and with his final blows, helping the LA Gladiators. There's nothing that can stop them here in the playoffs.
Kevster is just a staple of greatness for this team, it feels like right now, and it's almost underappreciated to a certain level. He is so flexible. He is always that #1 player who is sort of leading the Gladiators to their success, and he did that in their matches and in that tournaments that they won in the first half of the season. So I think Kevster is absolutely deserving of this award. You just look at his stats on Tracer. We talk about Proper and how great he has been on Tracer. Kevster has been right there next to him. 3rd in hero damage, 1st in eliminations, even 2nd in deaths. There's nothing that this guy can't do, especially when you pair him up with Reiner with that dive. They can get that going. This Rollstar impact might have impact on the playoffs as well.
Might still be an AI. I'm not convinced yet.
It's up in the air.
It's up in the air. Still some questions. Now our next damage Rollstar makes the art of destroying the enemy look easy, like real easy. He stood out from the crowd both figuratively as well as literally. Of course, it's the gaming warlord himself, Shanghai Dragon's Lip.
Coming in at 7'8", 270 pounds, Lip is the gaming warlord of the Overwatch League, towering over the competition. He has just put up so much work, not just this year, but last year. Ever since he has entered this league, he has been the best hit scan player that we have in the league. He hasn't been able to play his signature hero Sombra, but he has been on that Sojourn and been incredible at it. We saw that in the playoffs just yesterday. He was putting up individual performance, trying to drag the Shanghai Dragons to success. It wasn't enough, but he won all of our hearts nonetheless.
And it feels like every year Lip is just growing stronger. As you said, he came into the league as a Sombra specialist for the Shanghai Dragons and had tremendous amounts of impact. Last year it was the Tracer, and this year he picked up the Sojourn with style. With the checkmate pose!
Checkmate
you
pose!
love to see it! Sojourn stats this season, 1st in hero damage, tied for 1st in final blows, 1st in charge shot kills. It's actually a travesty that this guy is already out of the playoffs, because he is one of the best players in the entire league. Definitely deserves Rollstar this year.
100%. Now, our final damage Rollstar needs no introduction, yet here I am introducing him. He is the past. He's the present. He's the future. It's the original himself from the Soul Dynasty. It's Prophet.
The greatest of all time, Prophet from the Soul Dynasty, finally earns himself another award after he won the 2018 Grand Finals MVP. An absolute legend of the sport, unironically. And he can do it on so many different heroes. We know him for his signature hero, Tracer, but this year also stepping into the role of Brig. Now, he won damage Rollstar, not support Rollstar. And it's the ability of having tremendous impact, whether it's on the Tracer, the Genji, or even flexing over to hit scan or Pharah at times. This guy is the epitome of difference maker for the Soul Dynasty, and he's going to be a huge part of the Soul Dynasty's journey here in the 2022 playoffs.
He's led the Soul Dynasty to their 1st stage championship in the kickoff clash. He has been doing this since the beginning of time. He has been so good at the top of his game. It's almost criminal that this is his 1st Rollstar he's gotten, but absolutely deserving as you said, Johnny, he is the GOAT. Here's his stats on Genji. A hero that I wouldn't even say he's particularly known on, but his numbers speak for themselves. His final blows, his Dragon Blade kills, he just gets it done. Yes, his damage isn't always the highest. Yes, he dies sometimes. But when push comes to shove, when you're in the playoffs, Prophet also always comes up clutch. So I expect to see that once again today.
Expectations are high, but those awards are already awarded. And here they are, your 2022 Damage Roll Stars in color.
Stacked.
Mega stacked.
That is stacked right there.
It's even crazier because there is a couple of really good candidates that just couldn't make that top 4 as well. So many great DPS players. It feels like they're leveling up every single year. It's just a beauty to see.
It really is. And you can see all these stars and more live with us on Thursday as well as Friday. There's still some time to get your tickets. So join us at the Overwatch League Grand Finals and catch Leah Denise as well as Jerry's booth with the voice actors for Jungle Queen and Sojourn live here in Anaheim. Tickets, they're still on sale, so grab them while they're hot. We're just minutes away now from yet another elimination match where we have to say goodbye to either the San Francisco Shock or the LA Gladiators. A match we will break down for you right after this break. Welcome back to Watchpoint. We will be kicking things off today with the lower bracket matches, but as I said earlier, if you would have told me that this is the upper bracket or the final, I would have believed you, actually. LA Gladiators take on the San Francisco Shock. A loser goes home. The winner continues to try and claw their way all the way up to the grand finals. Now, Costa, in your absence, we've covered it all. We've covered Winston, the Sojourn, like basically everything, but the Lucios, I guess, didn't get as much love. So, as our resident support player, Any player you want to gas up for this match?
No, we get it. Johnny hates supports.
What?
We'll move on.
True.
Don't worry, I'm back here to support you guys. And I want to talk about Violet from the San Francisco Shock, because he is someone who, when he moved over to the main support and the Lucio, we had a couple of questions. It didn't look that great. But in these playoffs and throughout this year, he has improved immensely. And his numbers are really the thing that you should be keeping an eye on, because look at this stat card. He is first in hero damage done and first in healing in the playoffs on Lucio. And inherently, because those numbers are so high, his time to charge Sound Barrier is actually #1 as well. So he is getting Sound Barrier very quickly and utilizing it effectively throughout the entirety of the series. This was very apparent in their series against the Houston Outliers. He was consistently outpacing Lastro on that Lucio and then giving the San Francisco Shock an advantage. So keep an eye on that in this matchup against the Gladiators. Funny, Astro is historically an aggressive Lucio who will not have as higher numbers. So look for Violet to get that advantage and get that edge on the Sound Barrier to give them that edge in team fights.
Right on now, Reinforce. I mean, if we're looking at both of those teams, it's very clear that they leveled up their performance as the tournament went on. And you have a prime example of just that in leveling up presented by Butterfinger.
Yeah, let's continue with the storyline from the last couple of days. We've had a chance, of course, to watch both of these teams play. And so far, it's been a bit of a difference in styles from this team. Obviously, the LA Gladiators, they struggled a bit early on with the Reaper and Sojourn role assignment, and we saw Kevster flex all over the place. Well, against the Philadelphia Fusion yesterday, as we take a look at some of the replays we saw yesterday, the LA Gladiators, they sat back a lot more. They're comfortable trading with this Winston bubble and put themselves in positions like this, baiting in the Philadelphia Fusion and Belosria. From that corner, they're going to utilize the Kitsune Rush of Shu and the Death Blossom of Kevster to turn this fight onto its head. So this is something that you're going to see the LA Gladiators do throughout today. They're going to let the opponent take space, push into the LA Gladiators, and that's when they utilize their ultimate to push back. Here is another example from Route 66. The LA Gladiators, they're trying to get out of this angle right here. Belosria, the Winston from the Philadelphia Fusion, he's going to Primal Rage, get into the backline of the LA Gladiators. But when Winston is this deep, they're going to utilize the Fusion's forward positioning, the Kitsune Rush again from Shu on the LA Gladiators, and push the Fusion back. And this is sort of how they like to play. They're happy to give up some space to the opponents to then turn the fights around, utilizing Kevster and Reiner pushing up together. Finally, the San Francisco Shock, we saw them play, of course, against the Houston Outlaws. And it was a different mix. It was a bit more aggression. And as you see here, Striker on the Reaper, the Orange Reaper, he's going to Wraith form back because of this aggressiveness. In this instance, the Houston Outlaws, they're going to utilize that aggression and fail dive attempt to their advantage and pick out Striker. So you can see here the difference in styles. The Shock, they like to push aggressive, and as we compare the Reapers, Kevster versus Striker, you will see that Kevster gets more hero damage. He likes to play around Reiner's Winston bubble and poke down the tanks of the enemy team. Striker, on the other hand, more final blows. He likes to get into the backline. He likes to shoot on the weaker health targets and rack up those final blows. You can see as well in the death stat, Striker a bit more aggressive, dives a little bit more, whereas Kevster, he stays a little bit more safe. So this is going to be a tale of two different playstyles, in my opinion. You have San Francisco Shock with Striker not happy to teleport in, go on those Reaper flanks, and you have the Gladiators like to sit back. It's going to be very interesting to see which of the two styles that gets favored today.
I also want to take some time to quickly look at the matchup we're all looking at for already, and that's going to be Happy versus Proper on that Sojourn. I mean, that could potentially be one for the ages. So let's take a look at the numbers. I am actually ever so slightly surprised to see Happy more or less leading the charge here. Of course, Proper does have a little bit more damage done, quite frankly. Happy only just now stepping into that Sojourn role. It worked out really well for the Gladiators. They immediately looked like a different team once Happy picked up that hero, and it worked out really, really great for them. But as you just mentioned, the difference in styles, does that also translate to how the Sojourns approach the gameplay?
I feel like it gives more room to the LA Gladiators and Happy to find these opportunities to hit your mark. Of course, with more space to operate, you're going to find better angles. So for example, Proper, I think we're going to see him take wider flanks. He's going to be more aggressive to try to find these off angles, whereas Happy is content sitting back and waiting for the opponents to push into his aim. And when he can, I mean, Costa, just look at some of these headshots. Happy is spectacular.
Yeah, Happy's a spectacular Sojourn, and they should keep him on there. That was a big discussion after their first loss when they were switching Happy and Kevster back and forth from the Sojourn and the Reaper. I think they were pretty happy with how they played in their most recent match against the Philadelphia Fusion with Kevster on that Reaper, Happy on that Sojourn. They should stick to that setup because both are thriving currently like that.
Absolutely. Now, I did flip a coin for this one. I gotta be very honest with you. I do want to know how you made your educated guesses for the predictions for this one. Because honestly, I mean, this is number 2, number 3 seed. 2 phenomenal teams which fell flat at the early stages of these playoffs, but then really started to redeem themselves. So where are we going with those Preds?
Oh,
fans.
That is...
Eye emoji.
Wow.
Right.
Fans and chat, we have a disagreement for once. Johnny, walk me through San Francisco Shock, because I liked what I saw from them, especially when they had Kaluj back in the lineup. Mikey's playing better. That's why I went for the Shock. Is that the same reasoning for you?
I think that the San Francisco Shock are better in this meta. So far, the Gladiators, they have had their struggles. For example, the Happy and Kevster role swap they're in as well. I think that this style of being more aggressive, taking space, if Kalush is able to do that on the Winston, besides the control maps, I think it's going to work in the favor of the Shock. You're right, Zoe. This really is a coin flip, but I'm going with the Shock because of their favorite aggression.
All right, so you're at least like 75% convinced that the Shock is
51. 51 and a half.
51.75.
Love that. Love that. Lots of confidence. Now that's it for Watchpoint. Our first match of the day is almost underway, so I will leave you with a fun fact. The last time these two teams actually found themselves in a lower bracket facing up against each other was in 2019. It was the second round of the losers bracket. Shock took that match with ease, sweeping the Gladiators in a 4-0 fashion. Will history repeat itself? Let's find out. The game starts right now.
It started as a promise of something different, a promise of heroes. But the path to glory is never promised.
This is a knockdown, drag-out, no-holds-barred brawl. What devastating loss. Heartbreak City. This is the largest mountain to climb.
But somewhere, a glimmer of hope persists. The promise of a new era.
The stakes get ratcheted up a notch. Oh! No way does he win that! That's what you want to see! Are you not entertained?
An era that celebrates where we came from. At a place we call home. Which heroes will fall? Which heroes will rise? The Overwatch League playoffs continue right now.
And good evening, good morning, good afternoon, etc. As we often say, wherever you are watching around the world, welcome back to the stream. Overwatch League Playoffs 2022 continues here with day number 4, which means we are 4 days closer to having a conclusion, to having a champion at the end of it all. I'm Achilles here once more alongside Avril. We'll be kicking off the day for you. And once more, we're going to be sending some teams home. Gladiators versus the Shock, 2 teams that have been at the top of the standings in NA the whole season throughout, now do battle once again in the lower bracket, as Zoe was saying, for the first time since 2019, to see who stays alive and whose season ends.
Yeah, it's been a crazy lower bracket run so far in the 2022 off-season, postseason, I should say, for the playoffs. Off-season comes a little bit after this. We still have the grand finals to get through. That comes very soon, a couple days as well. We're nearly at the LAN portion. We're nearly in the Anaheim Convention Center where the doors open. The fans get to come in and enjoy some Overwatch League action for the end of the 2022 season. And yeah, look, 2 of our best teams, literally seed 2 versus seed 3. San Francisco Shock, seed number 2. LA Gladiators, seed number 3. LA Gladiators themselves, probably the most successful team so far this year, this season, in terms of actual titles, kickoff clash, mid-season madness, where, by the way, they faced up against the San Francisco Shock twice. Lost 1 time, and then beat them in that finals. A legendary finals, Achilles, that we were part of. A 4-2 victory with one of the craziest finishes ever as well. But funny enough, that win in the mid-season madness was actually the only time that the Gladiators actually beat Shock this year across their 4 matches.
And they have faced off plenty of times, but like you say, Shock have had the upper hand. We'll see if that trend continues here now. Let's not waste any more time. Let's go ahead and get these players out on stage, starting with the LA Gladiators. We'll go ahead and watch them take their seats as they get ready to try to take down the fellow Titans of North America in the Shock.
And now we have all our role stars revealed as well. Today, the DPS players, the damage players on there. I think maybe the least surprising of which we have had some extremely good players this year. And there was a few DPS players I felt were definitely the cut above, so I'm not surprised that those are the players that got it. Kev's still one of them, obviously. Shu, a role star for support. And also, you have MVP candidates on this team as well. Reiner, by the way, role star for tanks. So, I mean, you have a star-studded lineup here, which is why it's so surprising that Gladiators ended up dropping into lower bracket straight away. But they've been making a run. At least they're starting to make a run. They beat Philly Fusion yesterday 3-1. Shock, however, are going to be a way tougher opponent.
That they certainly are. I mean, especially given the scenes that we saw just yesterday. They played a pretty close bout versus the Shanghai Dragons, but they were able to best them. Let's see if they're up to test. Take down the Gladiators once more here. Now in a tournament setting. We'll go ahead and bring them out on stage. It is the San Francisco Shock. Now the question, as it has been across the last few days, is who is going to be starting in that tank role, because we have had Mikey coming out.
There he is.
And I see Mikey once more.
Yep. And as we've also revealed in terms of DPS role stars, Proper right on the top of that list. That one was definitely the least surprising. Say what you will about anything regarding the Rookie of the Year or MVP, but you cannot take away that he has been a force in nature on this team. Very deserving of the DPS role star. Mikey starting out, he actually won his map yesterday versus the Shanghai Dragons, despite losing that opening map when he played on day 2 versus the Houston Outlaws, right? So Mikey actually had a really good showing yesterday. Quite impressed by both what the tanks did on the San Francisco Shock side. And they also had the Kilo substitution, so look out for that. Maybe map number 3, if we go to specific escort maps, definitely the Circuit Royale, possibly the Junker Town. But for now, Striker on the Reaper, that's going to be important.
That it certainly is. Keep our eyes trained, but as you mentioned, Proper earning that role star just at the top of the show, the desk unveiling the list, and I gotta say, I hate you, production, for leaving Prophet to be the last one announced, because it was really messing with me. I thought for a second that he wasn't gonna get it, and I was gonna say, good God, how have we done this again? How has this man not got it? But he did, and so did Proper, and it's very well deserved. This guy has been instrumental. I mean, Lip yesterday was huge, but Proper stepped up to the plate and was able to match him in the end. You think about that final kill, sliding forward, rail shot from below into the melee execution. Proper, he plays without fear and with the utmost confidence.
And I mean, the kudos he gave afterwards as well on Twitter, he says to Lip, you know, you're the best Sojin player. To beat him, to kill him in that way, to finish off that series, knock out the Shanghai Dragons in Lip season as well. And then for Proper to also, you know, given the props on that, I felt like that was a nice moment of sportsmanship, as San Francisco Shock now will look to take down another opponent if they can. The most successful franchise in history, given the 2020 and 2019 championship victories versus so far 2022's most successful team in the LA Gladiators. It will be Oasis as our first pick. I'm ready.
As am I. Oasis to start things off. This is, of course, the Shock's pick, as they do come in as the higher seed overall, are the home team. We'll see how they fare, whether or not they're going to be able to get that control locked down, because we haven't seen a lot of teams with their control maps end up losing them. We can expect at this point as well that both teams are going to be incredibly familiar with each other's play styles on every single map. Given the meta, how I'd say fleshed out things have been looking, you know, there's still room for some development. Obviously, we're fairly early into this, so maybe by the time we get to that grand final, we will see a little bit more ingenuity. But I think that widely, they're going to be incredibly familiar with each other, so this should be a very close set.
It's 4 control maps so far. That's the San Francisco Shock have played. This is the 4th one, and all 4 have been different. We've now played Ilios, we've played Busan, we've played Legion Tower. This is Oasis, obviously. We talk about the fact that the last many of these teams were week 16, 3-1 victory for the Shock, right? So 3-1 in total record as well for Shock versus Gladiators this season. And in terms of the other meme as well, you know, there's a meme that Shock, they don't win control maps. They have won a single one. They did take the Legion Tower versus Shanghai Dragons, but not the 2 versus the Houston Outlaws. So let's see if they can get Oasis today. Or the LA Gladiators going to start off 1-0. Striker on the Reaper, Proper on the Sojin, Happy on the Sojin as well. I think we're happy to see that.
We certainly are. Immediate move over to the high ground there from the Shock. Proper's going to be actually leading them all the way down into the close quarters combat where Kempster's holding the door. Doesn't have to get forced back here for a brief little moment. Mikey playing up at the choke. Going to be tagged down to about half HP so far. The damage. They're seeking it from the side of the shot to try to answer back. Happy not going to get clipped by the rail. Proper taking the first shot. See if he's going to be able to nail the follow-up. Funny Astro tag low, just riding the wall for now. And Happy makes his exit. Shot going to be occupying the point widely, shoving the Gladiators back for a moment.
A lot of damage being done here, both on tanks, chugging that aggro. Support's about to get ultimate spited, and Funny Astro. This goes to a stalemate, and Wolf versus ultimate, but proper breaks it. The deadlock is gone, and Happy's down.
Yep, manages to find it, and immediately Gladiators look to sound the retreat call, but Shu does still end up falling. Striker going to be traded. Kempster able to find that one, and the point still is not locked down. Sound barrier built up here by Funny Astro. Violet out of the fight. Kempster manages to find a follow-up kill. Does get a headshot there by Proper. The point now does get locked down. Shock able to gain control, but for a brief little moment, they're off that beat commitment. It seemed like Gladiators were going to be able to turn the tide, but now they're without that ult.
Shock do come, rather Gladiators do come in quickly though. Finn popping that Tsuno rush super fast. Ryder has to climb it.
He does just to try to stay alive. Everybody pushing down into the pit. You can see he's just trying to hug back, get himself out of line of sight so he doesn't get headshot. Now goes diving back forward. Striker will find a little bit of revenge, taking down Kempster as Reiner leaps up into the back line. But there's just too much pressure. Striker turns his attention over towards the tank. Reiner falls and Shock will hold.
Because Kempster goes down as well, Shu holds on to his ultimate. You see that for the Shock, only Finn used an ultimate. The other four members ended up holding on. Reiner low HP. Suzu was there from Shu, but he did not want to commit. No swim step. Funny Ash on the back lines as well. Didn't want to go in. Striker now has kills, and the Death Blossom is good.
Yep, just a straight up TP into the back lines. Finds two. Proper gets Kempster to boot, so 3 quick kills. Reiner, Funny Astro, the only ones left standing. And Shock now above 50% lockdown, still hold 3.
Another very economical fight for the San Francisco Shock. Gladiators to really bounce back in a big way. They've had some few skirmish wins. This is Mikey jumping in, got proper punished.
Oh, instantly though. 2 quick kills coming through. Down third is Finn will fall. Mikey wisely just holds onto the Primal Rage. No, there is no turning that one around. The flip is there off the back of the Kitsune Rush. Gladiators as well with a nice little economic fight.
I think that's the first defensive Kitsune Rush I'm really seeing as well, where the Gladiators themselves, they're on the back foot, the Shock jump in, Shu says, I'm going to rip this ultimate in. The Gladiators turn the fight around, instantly killing Prophet, now it's Happy's turn.
Shots flying across, it's the one shot there on a Proper, can't get the execution. Now the beat comes in from Violet to try to escort them forward here onto the point. Funny Astro going to be holding one of his own, but still keeps it in the back pocket. Now goes ahead, drops it down, that claws him into the back line. Kempster manages to find Finn. Mikey going to be eliminated as well. 2 quick picks, Glads holding firmly. 35% now on the board for them. They're halfway there to tie.
Super important frags coming through from Kempster. If Finn doesn't go down, use the Kitsune Rush, and then Shock have their entry. Sound barriers are gone, defensive ultimates are not there. San Francisco Shock have to wait 1 extra fight for it, but they will use it now. Finn should have the opening. There it is.
They're coming down, everybody from the Gladiators just pulling back away, trying to avoid the rush. Shu nearly has one of his own. 1% left to go. The flip is there, though. Shock's back in control. Still 20% shy now. Are the Gladiators from even tying this one up? And now Striker finds Reiner. Takes him down Proper with the overclock. Gets one, looks for a little bit more, slides over to the side. Shock's going to be a little bit wimpy from here on out, but the damage is still widely done. Funny Astro tagged down. Looks like he's not going to be able to exit. Striker gets that elimination. And Shu in a bad spot. Narrowly stays alive thanks to the help from Reiner's bubble. 5% now left to go. TP, and he's not going to be able to make it. He was going to have to be the one to touch. Looks like Happy barely manages to slide forward. Does force out the OT. Right now, looking down, drops it onto the point. The rest of the Shock there looking to cut off the reinforcements here for the Glads. Funny Astro taken low, but there's the stop. Reiner will find one, but the turnaround is just looking too damn good for the Shock. 2 more kills coming through. Reiner and Kempster, all that is left to try to fight back. And now it is just the aforementioned Reaper who can't even touch the point. So 154% Shock will take University for themselves.
And all of that comes down to the fact that in the second to last fight there, Reiner jumps in here. The Primal uses it. Shu burns the Kitsune Rush afterwards, but there's no opportunity for them to actually save Reiner. He's so deep in enemy territory. He dies 4v5. You need the Winston in that Kitsune Rush ultimate if you can. For the San Francisco Shock, 5 versus 4, that's too easy for them. They'll take that fight. They already had the flip earlier, by the way, which they got with Finn's ultimate. So Finn drops it in there, glides back on up, they want to disengage, and it's enough. So you can sort of take a look at this fight again. They go on in, it's right up with the first one down. Striker on the back end as well. Shu's waiting for his ultimate. By the time that comes through, what's Rainer's HP? It's gone.
All right, well, looking to answer back and take this into a third round. Garden needs to be the staging ground here for the Gladiators to make that happen. Up here on the high ground, Reiner. Now going to be Magic. Mikey comes diving in, looks quite low. The rest of the team piling up the staircase, and yeah, down to 96. Has to retreat, has to grab that mega pack, and the rest of the team is left tankless. The cleanup is just all too easy for the Shock. Violet finding 2 is they will once again get the initial lockdown at this point.
Yeah, and Reiner's not even the target down, right? He gets away, Proper doesn't rail him. In fact, he wants to go for Happy instead. Finds that frag, puts Happy down behind. Look at the ult charge difference. Proper 47 now. Happy on 27. As the supports the Shock as well will be slightly further ahead. So Gladiators in the next neutral. Happy's turn to find that opening frag, get that first blood for his team.
Drop the shot, try to prevent anybody from falling up the staircase. Happy now dropping down here on the low ground. Gets one out there. Then about half HP, but the heals start coming through. Violet again having the advantage towards that beat build-up. Really has it online. 6% funny after 68. Shoot down to a sliver. Reiner going to be picked off once more. Striker just gets on top of him continuously to find these kills. Now turns his sights over to Shu. It's a pretty easy pickup. The damage was widely already dealt for him. Well, Funny Astro will find one. That's about as good as it's going to get here for the side of the Glads. Happy has to reset.
I mean, Striker just floats around any target he likes. No ultimates burned there by the Shock. Glads don't have an ultimate yet. They will have one soon. Happy on 99. But we're already looking at 60% on the cap itself. I mean, this is very delayed for the Glads. Slow ultimates across the board. And Shock gives Snowball. Glads just need to wait for this sound barrier.
Oh, they're just pushing right up into them. And Happy, okay, will eventually fall. Finn's got to be the one to actually finish the job. I think Parker should have been able to have that a bit earlier, but with an A down, we'll get Shu. And, I mean, it's just such a confident forward hold here from the Shock.
I mean, that's a net 0 ultimate trade as well, because both Finn and Shu use ultimates, so Shock actually don't lose anything there. In fact, they're still ahead. Reiner and Kipster are not far off, but we're into final fight territory. This could be 100-0. Glads desperately need to open up this fight and also touch the point.
That they do. I mean, Reiner does have the primal. He can make his way over there, but not if the team is going to get picked apart.
Astro's going for it.
Out. They're making their way over. Astro does have the touch. That's going to be a near flip coming through now. As they start building up towards it. It seems like Shock is not going to arrive in time to actually keep this contested, so they will surrender it. They're looking through some picks, trying to split the team apart a bit over towards the spawn, but that does not work out, so now they have to play retake.
And they need frags as well, because they wanted to try, like you sort of mentioned, cut people off in spawn, but they didn't get those kills. Kipster and Happy both popped ultimates. Reiner's in there as well, and it's Happy with the frag.
And Striker is shut down. He goes for a death blossom of his own. Happy immediately with the rail manages to strike him down. Excellently done. Very much needed to maintain control of this.
I think the mistake there from the Shock.
Flip back over to the Glads, but yeah.
The mistake there from the Shock is they overchased because they went for Funny Astro. I think they can let Funny Astro go. It's clear that they were happy to allow the flip to go over. They could still put the fight 5 versus 4, but they don't end up catching anybody despite spending more ultimate there. So this is now the Shock giving away the cap. Proper still actually has the overclock, which is good. Complete up the puppet here.
Astro in the corner, tag down. HP, but does survive. Happy as well, falling low. The second rail shot not going to connect off the overclock. The third one absolutely does. Looks for a little bit more. Back in the corner, the healing comes in. They keep him safe. Yeah, fantastic heal here from the Shock. They know that Proper is their golden goose. They need to keep him safe, and he is just diving on top of heads. Puts himself straight in on top of Kevster, finds the elimination. Striker moving forward with the sound barrier shielding in, is safe as hell. Gets the kills coming through. And as they clear the point, Shock will go ahead, regain control, and get the win. A 2-0 victory for them on Oasis to start the series off 1-0.
And outside of that failed spawn camp that you see from the Shock on this last round of Gardens, it's almost a 100-0. It was very close to being a 100-0. They effectively had that 0.99 though. Yeah. That's a gigantic lead. I mean, what did I say? At 60% on the cap, not a single member of the Gladiators even had a single ultimate yet. Happy on 99. That's how far behind the Gladiators were on Gardens. A lot of improvement needs to happen here.
That it does. Control not going their way. Shock do manage to go ahead and pick up a win on their map choice on control, which means that Gladiators will be moving forward into hybrid with their own selection. Been seeing a hell of a lot of Kings Row. We'll see if that's going to be the case or if they want to change things up a little bit more, show us a bit more diversity in the map pool. We'll have to just wait and see what that pick is going to be and whether or not they're going to be able to tie up the series. So don't go anywhere, guys. The action continues between these two titanic teams from North America when we come back from the break.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League, and by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Lightning doesn't strike twice has never met the San Francisco Shock.
Just the depth of talent on their roster that can't be denied. Some of the most hardcore carry performances that I've ever seen.
This is going to be a wild ride.
Somehow Vile's going to come to the rescue, get a double kill. Toulouse says, how about that one, Chief? See you later.
Dude, his aim is so crispy.
Finn doesn't miss those. Holy cow.
A stick on Hardy. Striker's able to bring the Titan down.
Sam straight to the backline, insta killing.
Oh
Mikey!
San Francisco, the greatest team in Overwatch.
And welcome back. One map out of the way. Plenty more to come as Striker, instrumental in Shock finding success in our first map of Oasis. Big numbers being put up here on the Reaper.
And I gotta specifically zoom in on one of these numbers. It's the final blows on 12. Why is that significant? Because Striker was one away from tying up the total final blows of the entire LA Gladiators on that map. That's right, Striker had 12. The entire LA Gladiators combined with 5 players had 13 final blows. Striker nearly hit as many players, he's gotten nearly as many players as all of the entirety of the enemy team. I think that's crazy. I think it's a wild stat line. Striker did a lot of work, and one of the good moments we saw from Strike was the fact that, you know, not even using an ult, but just in the neutral play on Gardens, wraithing around, floating around, walking around the point, zero pressure, shooting down anybody he likes, collecting those frags, unimpeded.
There he was, and he needs to be impeded if they want to have success. So I'm looking for it, Glads. Show me the... No, I won't say that. That could be misconstrued. Anyway, let's take a look at our substitution.
Show me the substitution.
It's Kaluge coming in for Mikey.
Show me the Kaluge.
I mean, people are going to be so confused, but I really don't even want to say it because it might just, you know.
Okay.
Oh, I like my job.
You
anyway,
can DM it to me later. I keep secrets well.
And I'll tweet it. Anyway, Kaluge is going to be stepping in. This is the adjustment that we have been seeing throughout this tournament. The first time that they did it, Mikey came in, everyone was like, oh my god, I can't believe it. And it didn't really work, but then he had some vindication, and he gets it further with this other map when on control. So it seems like he is basically going to be coming in as the control specialist, whereas Kaluge gets to ride out the rest of the set.
Kaluge said as much. If anyone saw the interview, the post-match interview from yesterday, I believe, when Shock actually beat the Dragons, Danny asked Kaluge, what's the deal with the Mikey substitutions? And he basically said outright, look, it's a playstyle thing. Mikey's better on control maps. He has that kind of like tempo down bat, and it's just a different type of playstyle, especially on the Winston, that the Shock as a team prefer. So Mikey at this stage, he's won 2 out of his 3 maps. Pretty good showing. I mean, I think Mikey deserves some respect for that. So as we move over to King's Row, we do know that Kaluge comes in typically for the rest of the series. Still got that 3rd map, by the way. Watch out for the possibility of a Sigma. I'd like to see Kaluge maybe look towards that again if we do go to very specific escort maps, but on King's Row should just be the standard here again, the same heroes that we've already seen. My goodness, the San Francisco Shock DPS plays in particular popping off right now.
Alrighty, well, they didn't show the map pool diversity that I was looking for. It's going to be King's Row once again. So I guess this is just the world that we live in. We get to cast this one. Again, it's a classic map, so I can never be that upset about going over to King's Row. And if it does give the Glads a tied-up series, which means that we get more maps played, then I guess it's a win-win for all of us.
We haven't done Paraíso, have we? I don't think it's the one map that we personally haven't done. Oh, we didn't. Oh, no, we did. Houston and Toronto went to Paraíso, that's right. But otherwise, we're looking towards mostly a lot of King's Rows, like Valdes. Gladiators 1-1 in tournaments versus Shock. It was the upper bracket game, and then the finals of the Mid-Season Madness. Still some of the best showings, some of the best Overwatch we've ever seen, and now the playoffs of 2022 trying to match that, maybe even overtake. This door's open. Cops come on through, no surprises here. Proper getting up close to the Glads.
Already Grail built up, Happy sliding away right in the nick of time. Stays alive, but now Shock, just full contest here onto the point. Trying to keep this, or get this one for themselves. Funny Astro, however, gets on top of Prophet, finds that kill. Kevster as well, finding Violent. The first volley, very much going to be shut down. Fantastic initial defense here from the Glads, not losing a member.
And I think that's important for the Glads as well, because Shock are getting very confident now where they're pushing past. They just want to get towards the point, and Glads are saying, nope, you need an entry ticket here. Must be this tall to enter this right. The instant shutdown of Proper, the cleanup of the rest of the squad. Glides are ahead now. This is where they want to be.
He has a decent amount of charge already. Been aware of that. Pulls back. Shot goes out. Proper again. Taken down. The alley-oop is set up. Abby tosses the ball. Trying to get the dump. Striker now. Well, has to make his exit. Violet will not be allowed to get out to safety. huge forward push now from the Gladiators. They look locked the shock inside of the spawn.
So it's because of the staggered skill there as well. Proper respawns. Valley goes down. Extra time loss. Gladiators looking towards ultimate. Shoot. Ahead of Finn, importantly. That will be the first ultimate online for either team. Funny Astro way ahead of Violet as well.
Robert needs to find some value here.
Oh, Happy again.
First blood's over on Oasis, but yeah, this time it's going to be Happy who wants more strikes, finding Violet, further delaying that beat from coming in. He gets the follow-up shot as well. That's not even the overclock. The straight up builds a natural rail, gets him in the chest. It's enough to kill. Looks like Striker won't manage to TP out, but that's going to be half the time bank now taken away from the San Francisco Shock. We've been seeing so many quick caps, especially here on A, Avril, this whole playoff run throughout. It's really been B and C where the time banks have been drained down, but this is a great look for the Glads.
And another opening shot from Happy. This is like Liv and Eichenwalder all again. San Francisco Shock, they got PTSD. They've seen this trauma. They've felt it. Happy is sick of probably getting all the limelight on the Sojin. So now he's one getting all these strikes. It's 5 final blows, and I think like 3 first bloods in a row as well.
I mean, does this just mean, like, with Striker getting this treatment as well, being the first one to get taken down, that he's going to get subbed out after this map? Does he need a breather after Happy just rolls him? We'll have to just wait and see if that's going to be the case. Happy now pops the overclock. Violet still holds on to the sound barrier, has not committed it yet, and he's not going to get the opportunity because Kevster kills him off. Once more, the Shock are going to have to head for the hills, back over into the church to try to stay alive. Looks like a couple going to tuck away here into the movie theater. Luke still taking a beating, further allowing Happy to build up towards that next rail, but man, what a hold this is so far.
1 minute left. Propper's turn overclock now. Sound barrier's coming through. Violet gets to use his ult.
They're out from either side. Death Blossom.
Oh, shut down.
Still does get shut down. Yeah, huge pick there from Proper. Striker finding 3 with the Blossom of his own. The cleanup is finally there, and in one fell swoop, the Shock will be able to go ahead and get this cap at long last on point A. 40 seconds remaining. So the time bank still not going to be that great. Vlad's very well controlling this all the way down.
That one fight win where everyone went down for Glads, that was all of the Gladiators' first death. They hadn't died before that. Not a single frag. San Francisco Shock till that fight. Took nearly the entire time bank of A to do it. It will now be Finn looking at the Kitsune rush. Shu a little bit off. We'll have it in a short while. Reiner can hold them up for the time being, but Glads want to hold this archway, so they need this ultimate quick.
TP didn't quite see where that one went. So now they're trying to get through the choke. Rush comes out from Shu. Looks like they're looking to just hold their own, so they will just disengage and then use their own rush to try to break through this defense.
And I actually think Glad should have saved that one, so when Finn uses his ultimate, then Shu can respond. It's far too easy for the Shock to disengage here through the archway. Nothing gets a free ult.
And the rush is in. Happy take it down. They get on top of him, and that is going to be broken through. Yep.
It's so much easier for the
well
Shock to chase down Glad. I mean, you would have to have a situation where, you know, I can't remember which team did it, but they essentially baited out a speed boost first. And well, here the Shock just, they Kitsune rush through. The Gladiators have only one direction to run. It's not a chokeway. It's not like they're running through an archway. San Francisco Shock will happily take that fight. Very economical as well.
Funny Astro staying alive somehow, some way.
Here's a Lucio.
Little Lucio there.
Yeah.
I mean, he was pinned in a corner.
Nobody puts
get a funny
on it, but
Proper.
Yeah,
he knows the dive is coming from Reiner, but he still stays in. Gets the headshot. Huge play from him. Reiner's going to be backing away. Juiced up with a primal. Keeps the card contested in the corner for now, but then Proper gets Happy.
Wow.
Yeah, another huge shot from him. Reiner now dead, and that might just be enough to go ahead and get the cap on B. It certainly looks like it, given how far back the Gladiators have to retreat.
That was like the saddest primal ever because he couldn't really go in. They were already a player down. Glads were confused about whether they're trying to hold space here. Are we playing for a 4v5? What's Reiner doing with the rest of his primal? Not a lot, apparently. And Proper just finds a kill through it. Doesn't really matter. Funny Astro nearly dies on 98, but he'll survive for now. Solo HP.
Reiner tries to contest that high ground. You see just how much of a beating he is taking. Dive forward once more. Just keeps the cart locked into position. 2 minutes, 10 seconds to try to get through here for the Gladiators if they want to deny the finish on the map. Rail shot goes in. Shu's got the follow-up kunai for Striker as he falls. Now, no damage dealers here for the Shock. Vlad's finally establishing some control, but that was their rush, and Finn's about to have one of his own.
Trap laid bare and sprung. Gladiators will finally catch the prey on the Shock. As Finn, like you mentioned, didn't quite have his Kitsune Rush. He'll have it now. Violet doesn't want to pop the sound barrier either. And Reiner cuts off a bunch of players with a bubble, but it's proper that goes down Happy.
Yeah, now Finn is taken out. Not that I think he wanted to commit the rush to this fight, given that they lost out on one of their biggest damage dealers anyway, but it's very nicely done here by the Glads.
Yeah, that's what you want. Shu ults, Happy ults. 1 win per 1 ult. 2 fights in a row now. The Shock have not really had a chance to use ultimates. They're sitting on 5 with a lot of time burn. 5 is good, but they need to start pushing the payload. The payload distance is very poor.
They haven't been able to get too much here. Kevster moving forward. Sound barrier in response to the Death Blossom. Kevster now stuck into the corner, goes into the Wraith Walk with 23 HP remaining. They try to heal him up, but it's going to be Shu who ends up getting taken down, and they get the Reaper in the end. 3 quick kills, both supports now gone. Shock can finally start pushing his cart forward, but it's only with 50 seconds remaining.
And that's the thing, right? Because look at where the payload is now. They still have at least 1 more fight, if not 2, depending on how the respawners go. The Shock are also pushing away from their own respawn as well, which means it'll take a while to reinforce. They can't really afford to lose members here. Still have 3 with ultimates, double supports, ultimates burned. Shu's got to live here. Shu's nearly on an ult. Oh, he's dead.
He's trying to get himself around into a flank position. Is proper. Lines up both supports. The Death Blossom takes down Reiner, and yeah, it wasn't even really a single fight to try to keep this contest going through. The DPS ultimates were just too damn good. And crucially, Shock will finish the map with time in the bank. It's only 22 seconds, but that does stop a draw situation for them.
Wow, that was kind of unfortunate for the Gladiators. Reiner had Primal. Shu was very, very close towards the Kitsune Rush. He was on, what, 98 when he dies? But proper rails both. He gets the double supports here, and he gets them in the right order as well, because if you kill Funny Astra, Shu lives. Maybe Shu still gets the ultimate. There's a potential for a turnaround there. Reiner gets to swing his helicopter arms inside the Primal within the Kitsune Rush as well. Very holdable defense there. You know, during the Primal, Funny Astra's gotta be able to respawn. So San Francisco Shock, if they don't specifically get Shu and Funny Astra down, I think that's a very different fight. They get time as well. You mentioned how important that time is, because if there's any ultimates burned by the Gladiators, they hold for a little bit, it would be an OT cap, not a 22-second cap.
Yeah. Excellently done.
Flush from Finn.
Look back at Finn's POV. Yep. Keeping everybody alive. And then there's the rush. And it's able to storm around the corner. Quick kill, shoot. No chance of this game.
The second Suzu is well found in the Kitsune Rush. I mean, that's the cooldown reduction, right? You just kind of get to spam those abilities. But the first one, coming down right as Kevster drops in for the Death Blossom, that actually buys time for Violet to use a sound barrier as well, whereas typically it'd be hard for Lucio to drop a sound barrier in the middle. But Death Blossom there, they have the safety, Violet has the confidence, it's good enough. Kevster, no dice on the opening Widow shot, back over towards the Reaper. We're hoping to get a really nice Kevster Death Blossom as well, because so far a lot of his Death Blossoms have not found value. Either he's been shut down, or Finn sort of blocked it, or Violet's blocked it, or somebody has done something to make sure that Kevster doesn't get kills.
Shots on Flying Shock, not holding nearly as far forward as we saw from the Glads. They do have a lot of space now that they can take, which widely does occupy the point. Shock continue to play around the hotel. Swing around, get themselves statue side now. Happy just tries to track a target, but the ticks are coming through, and the Shock defense absolutely crumbles.
Yep.
No legs to stand on here.
They all had to run towards Alderworth Hotel, no positioning there. They lost complete control at that point. Happy is pleased about where he gets to shoot. Proper taking down, headshot from Shu, and this continues, by the way. They want him down twice in a row, they'll get him. Oh, got his man. On the other one as well in Striker. And this is where Glads can really make up some ground.
I mean, honestly, they just keep playing this position. Leave Funny Astra on the card, why not? If things start going dire, he can join in rather quickly.
Right, Reiner's actually pushing too.
It's Reiner and Kevster who are both on the card.
They're holding hands.
Go with Happy. They say, yeah, we have to keep Happy alive at all costs.
All right, well, all 5 will now back in together.
For him.
Shu has ult here, by the way. We're finished, still 26 off. So, I mean, Glads can absolutely still snowball this one. And they don't even have to commit it yet. They can wait until they reach the final quarter, then commit it on the final straight and cap off that ultimate. Unless Shock put up a really good resistance, then Shu will just do it now.
Proper not finding anything with that rail. Reiner dives into the back line. The Kitsune rush comes in. Finn now does have his online, but Violet's going to use his ult first. The sound area comes in. Funny Astro does have the second beat. Finn commits the rush as well as they look for some targets. They look for some kills, but Violet going to be stomped down. Reiner finding the elimination. Kaluj goes down to a sliver of HP. Pops the primal, keeps himself alive. Happy with the overclock. Manages to find one, but Happy shuts it down. No further kills to be found here by the enemy Sojourn. And the cart is still pushing forward for the Glads.
Happy holds on to ultimate as well. Gladiator's waiting for respawners here. Kalu's low HP. He's got to be careful. Striker goes in.
Oh, finds his moment. Gets on top of Funny Astro, finds a singular pick, but for now that will leave the card abandoned. Shock barely scraped by with an overall win. Everything had to be invested, however.
Yeah, I mean, and the Striker really needed a frag there as well, because otherwise you have Reiner going in, Kaluj maybe dropping down there as well, and Happy cleaning up the rest of the Shock. Would have resulted in a cap. This will still be a hard fight, though. It's Happy looking for targets.
Astro. Okay, just gets zapped to death. Who's able to find the pick, and once again, Glad's going to have to wait, go for a reset. Violet now can try to catch up, try to match beat for beat. Then again, Minor steal of the card for just a brief little moment there. Get a little bit of extra distance gained up as we're just battling down into the tube, I suppose. Bloody brawl so far going to be a 2 for 2 with Kaluj falling, however. That gives the upper hand
2v2
to the Gladiators, but only for a brief little moment. Yeah, it is a 2v2. Happy being alive, however, is massive for the Glads. They will continue to gain a bit of distance, and at this range, there's not much the Striker can do. They need to get some reinforcements here.
They have to go for this as well. Violet Striker versus Happy Funny Astro with teammates coming in. Shock of the closer respawns. They've arrived now. Proper's here. And they won't be able to hold this a little bit longer. The second Glads a long time to capture B. They got A quickly, but B has been problematic. Violet has ultimate now. Funny Astro catching up.
It is, but the time bank still is not that bad for them. 240, if they can get that minute and a half bump up, it's going to be looking good, but Proper finds the headshot. Happy going to be taken down. Striker chipping away at Kevster. The Death Blossoms nearly online for both of these Reapers. With Happy out of the fray, they're actually still going to commit to this one. Shoot pulls the trigger, sends out the rush. Finn matches, however, and Reiner takes way too much damage, so they just have to back away.
That's a complete waste for Gladiators. They did not have Happy there. They know they have to back up, and you could see the instant regret. It's like, we pop ultimate, Finn responds to the zone Kitsune rush, and nothing happens. So both teams will trade 1 for 1 there, but Glad lose more time.
And then Striker gets into the back line. Kevster does get the punish there, but just the trade up is huge. Shock fighting too. Proper pushing forward, looking for a bit more. Sends out the disruptor shot. See Shoot juggling the corner for just a little moment there. Unable to find the punish, but now the card's going to be gliding back.
And there's still more delay, by the way, because you have Sound Barrier and the Primal from Kaluj and Violet. So they can buy time for teammates to maybe respawn back in. The respawn distance is shorter here. They're trying to go for Proper, and they got him.
Oh, Proper eyes trained on Happy, wisely so, but then Kevster comes in off the flank for the Death Blossom, finds that kill. Beat going to be dropped in by Funny Astro. Violet still holding. Kaluj chipped away at. Now the beat does come in. That saves Striker's life. You see how low he was. Overclock from Happy, looking for some value. A couple headshots in. Kalu's going to be taken down. They seek a little bit more just to finish this push. And with those 2 eliminations, that ought to be enough. Not going to be seeing any turnarounds, especially now that the supports are out of the frame. Proper will be the last one to get taken down. They finally break through. It's 2 minutes 40 now for the final stretch for the Glads.
Good read and good assault from the Glads as well. They jump on top of Proper. Like you said, he was focused on Happy. And we didn't really get to see the trademark peel for Proper here from the Shock either. I mean, there's no boot from Violet. Did not see the Suzu from Finn. I don't know if that was a cooldown or not. The ultimates were there as well, the Sound Barrier, but I don't think they could react in time to save Proper, so he goes down to 5v4, and Glads finally makes some distance happen. Shu getting ready to ult here.
Proper sliding around the back, finds Happy. He was going to be dead either way, but he makes it look stylish. Good initial kill. Still need a bit more if they want to get this rolling. Reiner diving into the back. He juggles him away from the support. Then he gets the punish.
Well played.
Huge play from Reiner to try to turn the tides here. Finally, the Glads still very much split up. You can see them completely split. Kevin's on the high ground. Funny Astro was playing off that left side. Counter dive in now from Kaluj. Took himself to the front line.
Can't find anyone.
Just have to back away.
Oh my god, and Reiner, he's playing hide and seek. Reiner got away with that. He was just hiding on the high ground the entire way through. Shock could not chase. That was so well played by the Shock, and now an opening kill from Happy.
Huge headshot from him. Puts the fight. Violet can get back in here rather there quickly, but Kevster's looking to push them across the finish line. The Death Blossom finds 2. And now it's only Violet who's left alive. He can buy enough time for the team to join in. Striker might be able to clear the payload with this Blossom, but otherwise the Glads are looking to maybe even 3x the time bank. push coming in, they get the boom, they push him away from the cart, the touch is there, Striker able to race his way forward, now the beat comes in from Funny Astro, Violent 9% away from having one of his own. Death Blossom comes up from Striker, but Happy shuts him down. 3 rail shots in a row, 3 kills as Violent drops the beat, but he is the only recipient, and Happy will nearly ace them to finish the map. It's going to be a 30-second advantage now for the Glads as we go into extra innings.
Such a great map so far from Happy. 20 final blows out of a total 50 from the Gladiators. And how many first bloods? I mean, we go back to A. That first A-point hold from Gladiators that was so successful in burning down the timer. Multiple first bloods found. And here as well, he just gets the correct kills, finally gets them past B. We go into C. The final 4-piece from Happy to lock it in with a 30-second advantage. When you really think about that 30-second advantage, what does it mean? Because Gladiators capped out A very quickly. They had a fantastic defense on A and a fantastic offense on A. And that's the thing, right? Because now we're in time that we've got to talk about A. There is some silver lining there. You have to give credit for the Shock to the fact that they delayed B for so long that we bring it within 30 seconds. But I don't know that B is going to be much of a factor here. When you've only got 1 minute to work through and 1 minute 30 on the other side, it's all about the A-point, and Glads were better on both.
Take a look back here at Happy's little highlight reel. 4 kills at the very end of the map. Put them across the finish line, slides in. Spot Striker. Yeah.
I mean, he gets it now.
100% shy when he died, I do believe.
1-man beat, unfortunately, for Violet. And that's the thing, right? Because when Kaluj goes down, when they needed it, I think, you know, Kaluj was on about 100 HP. Violet was on about 90, maybe 91%. So he was just shy by like 10 or 9% from that ultimate. Had they managed to find the sound barrier earlier, that could have maybe been a different fight for the Shock. Bygones be bygones, though, and the opportunity here with 1 minute. A lot can still be done, but not if Violet dies like that.
Violet is just getting absolutely beaten and battered at every twist and turn. The headshots, whether they're from Happy, from Shu, continues to be greeted with death. The cleanup comes in, and yeah, the further stagger. Striker dies. I was going to say he needs to not have that happen, but really it was out of his hands already.
Final attack.
25 seconds now remaining.
Last shot. No ultimates. The only silver lining for the Shock is there's no ultimates. Glads are ahead anyway. Because of the situation, even if Shock can cap, I mean, we're going to head towards a very early B defense, and that's if Shock can cap at all. Their current goal is to just get a tick. If they can get 1 tick, at least they don't have to play for a draw.
Robert swinging around, on his way through the hotel once again. The contest is there. Suzu going to be used by Shu. Rail shot, not going to connect. Happy. We look to him now. Gets tagged low, and he's just 16% away from an overclock. He could absolutely build that up in an extended fight if he can keep him alive. 9% now left. Collusion half HP. Striker as well. Disrupting shot goes in proper. Desperately trying to find a kill, but it's Collusion Violet once again who can take it down. The overclock does get built in the end. He'll find a singular kill with it. And that is the hold on A in overtime. Shock now have to defend for 1 minute and 30. Not surrender any progress whatsoever if they want to have this result in a draw.
Which, funny enough, actually works out for them, because then they're still 1-0 in the lead in the series, so that's probably an okay result for the Shock. But I mean, Glads are, I think they can taste the victory. Like I said earlier, the A-point defense, the A-point attack, Glads were better on both. And here they completely shut down the Shock. We saw it from Proper's POV as well. He could not land the rail required. He's playing hard flank through the Alderworth Hotel front door. Just couldn't find the shot. Meanwhile, on the other side, Happy was getting the kills, has the overclock, delivers the goods. LA Gladiators complete the hold. No percentage points given over, as you mentioned. The Shock here would have to have a great defense. We need to see them shut down some players from the Glads the way Happy has been doing to all the Shock so far on this map.
Hi. Hey there. Hi.
Well, now, Shock looking for the draw to stop the tie from coming through. Kevster once again, I think he's going to go for the Widow shot. And if he nails this one, it's done. The map is basically over. Just give Glads the 1-1. He's going to go for a little delayed peek. Spots one for a brief moment. Shot goes over Kaluja's head. There's the swap. Reaper back into the action. Low with the rail. Ooh, it does hit. Finn in a dangerous spot. Kaluj as well desperately needs some healing. Kevster was able to get on top of that Winston. That likely would have been his demise, but Funny Astro fights proper. and it all comes tumbling down. Rest of the Shock, nothing more to be done here. Kalusha sleeps into his death. The cap will be received. Gladiators tie things up 1-1 with their map pick of Kings Row. And what a look from this squad. Not often we, sometimes the map picks have been getting a little bit wonky, but it seems like here it has worked out. It has worked a treat for the Gladiators. And now they keep everything tied up to give us an extended series. No 3-0s found here in this lower bracket matchup between the number 2 and number 3 seeds. We will at least get to push. So we will see just how far this rabbit hole goes. The Shock will have their map pick as we get ready to go into Escort. Curious to see where they want to take us to try to go ahead and regain a lead and take match point to themselves. Because the pressure is certainly mounting, and I think that we are seeing that reflected in some of the play. Proper whiffing a lot of the shots. He needs to find his groove. He needs to find his stride like he did yesterday versus Limp if they want to walk away victorious. Because right now, Happy is playing like a man possessed. We'll see if the Shock can get it done and where they want to take us for Escort when we come back for the break. So don't go anywhere, guys. The action is continuing in just a few.
Has the bomb. Dallas Field they're waiting. Oh, the last second.
Does get on it. The help is Sparkle. Oh, Edison spawn! He fell off the map. That's not good. 1-0.
That's something we need to take a look at a little bit more as well, as Finn just changed Bob's trajectory.
Oh my God.
Goodbye.
I mean, that is a round-winning boot there by Finn.
Excelsior can go cut back with that rampage. Kellen has hit some pretty big ones in this series as well. But ooh, a takedown here, they might not even need it.
Oh, that rampage was huge. Crowie's gonna die to just the bleed. Oh, what a knife by Kellen. Okay.
60 seconds remaining. Repeated fight with Stalker so low that V couldn't have come any later for Vindane to save him. Looks out the blade, doesn't have the healing, and MN3 shoots him out the sky, ending the blade. Early, pops the overclock to find Vindane, and again, MN3K for Philadelphia Fusion. Get the team kill and keep this bot moving.
Now as the Ashes are online here, the payload is right there close to the finish line. You can see the Hunter skirmishing over to the side roof. So much chaos, the rally gets put up, but Zernius gets taken down first. Everyone gets deleted by Leaf, and the rally was all for naught.
I don't even know how Leaf sees players through all that chaos there. He somehow perceives it through the matrix, just green lines of text coming down his screen.
That's a rampage there. Happy gets hit by, but a sound barrier is timed well. Funny Astra and Happy able to get away, and Kempster's found the blade, killing Vigilante already. OG's a little bit too late with the beat. Again, Kempster now heads upstairs. He sees Kai on his own, and he can't even make it back to the health pack. It's a deflect elimination from Kempster on the Genji. It's all over. There is nothing left in the Atlanta Reign. Not even a whimper as they go down.
And we are back, tied up 1-1 in this lower bracket series, and the Gladiators are able to get a win on Kings Row. And you, of course, speaking of Gladiators, you can pick up their remix Legendary Lion skin, which is still available up until the 15th of November, so make sure you guys go ahead and pick that one up, especially if you're a big Glads fan. Post shields up and all that stuff in the chat. But, whoa, let's get ready to go into our escort map. This is going to be the Shock's pick, and I think that we can kind of guess where we're going. I mean, granted, Avril, you and I, we already know where we're going. We're going to go to Circuit. They looked really, really damn good on it, and that's why you're seeing this guy on your screen right now. Space is going to be stepping in for Reiner.
The last time we saw Space was the last week of Countdown Cup qualifiers, so, Space did get a good bit of game time this year. I think mainly it was, Kick of Clash, we saw him for a little bit, played Circuit Royale, Scoot comes in, obviously played the Zenyatta as well. This is a large contingency of substitutions as, we haven't seen some of these guys for some time. It's been not the best, I think, meta overall this year for Space's hero pool. They've mainly relied on Reiner. This team has mostly played in Reiner's hero pool like a Doomfist for the majority, plus a lot of Winston. But then even Reiner on some of that Zarya. Kilo also comes in for Striker. We saw this yesterday. This is going to be a Sigma battle. This is going to be the battle of Sigma males here as well. Space, well known for his Sigma. Kaluj, extremely well known for his Sigma. But I also think for the LA Gladiators, they're not going to shy away from the challenge. Obviously, they want to match up onto it, but they have Shu and Skew, this legendary double flick support duo.
And that they do. Shock, though, on this map just yesterday, looking strong. It was a big turning point of the series, going up against the Shanghai Dragons. Saw them kind of barely make it towards the end of that map, and the attack was just so damn good from them. Kaluj, huge when it comes down to that Sigma. So while the subs are there to try to counteract it, got a question of whether or not it's going to work here, just be given how strong Shock did look on this very map.
This was the one map in the Shanghai series that I think Shock truly dominated the Shanghai Dragons. That came after Lip had just taken the Shock to town on Eichenwalde. So the very fast turnaround from one map to the other, just a mental reset. Okay, we lost Eichenwalde, that's fine. Circuit's our map, we can win that one, and they did in stunning fashion. Now, I don't know if we can say that Glads dominated the Shock the same way in Kings Row. It was a lot closer given the 4-3 scoreline, but Happy had his way. Very Lip-esque in the way that they destroyed the Shock, especially on that A point. And now Shock employing the same strategy. Take him back to Circuit. This is where we are strong.
Gladiators, they do get to study that tape, obviously, watching, kind of anticipating that they were going to be playing against the San Francisco Shock. Obviously, their eyes were trained on that series yesterday once they had gotten done, once they'd gotten through. Now, see if they've studied enough to be able to shut down the Shock on this map. I'm happy on Widowmaker. Something that warms my heart. I haven't gotten to cast this guy on Widow, and I don't know how long.
Why, is this a Guangzhou charge or something?
Probably.
I gotta say one thing though. Last year, I think Glads were the best team at this comp. Double flex support. Sigma. Back then there was Orisa as well, double shield. Sort of bunker, spam composition. Having skewed in the lineup last year in 2021 is what allowed them to be able to play this across the board. I mean, we had the infamous Shuvana moments. He's basically #1 on BAP statistics this year across the board. We're playing the BAP today versus Violet. Historically, another fantastic BAP player, except that time versus Kai. You know the one I'm talking about, but we don't need to talk about it any further. It's San Francisco Shock. Still great on this map.
All right. Barriers up, obviously. This wasn't really the case for Proper yesterday, given that just saw the Winston very much kind of ham-fisted through. So now he's got to play against an enemy Sigma, and okay, well he does.
Big kill.
There he goes down, and Space takes an insane amount of damage. Amplified there, of course you would expect by Finn with the Discord Orb, and that's the first kill, and that's the breakthrough.
See what else Proper can do. This would be a legendary shot.
He's got him. He's reading him like a book.
I gotta say as well, I was gonna
already read the script.
Proper Happy is a career hit scan player. Proper's a flex DPS. He's actually a hyperflex because he plays the Tracer, the Genji, a lot of projectile heroes, but then also he's got the Twitter Mega and the Sojin, and he can play hit scan with the best of them currently. The capture's there.
Can. Gets the final tap there on the shoe, doesn't get the kill. Push on the corner. Near miss, almost gets the punish on the Happy once again, but yeah, I mean, he just knew exactly where that leap was going to come through. I mean, you say career hit scan player for Happy, and that certainly is the case now, but when this man debuted back in 2018, it was the Widowmaker for him. Time and time again, that was the bread and butter. It was him, the likes of Ans going back and forth, bringing out the Widow, trying to see who could be the best Korean contenders. And yeah, he gets the dig. Kalush just falls, keeps finding that elimination, so that will maybe slow up the shock a little bit. But given that the cart is still so far away from the Glads, they keep inching forward.
I think Glads are happy to get that kill to Kalush, because otherwise Space had to back on out. That would have slowed down the Glads significantly in terms of spacing here. As we do look towards some interesting outputs coming online, but for the Fluxes as well. For sites available on both sides. Proper would have to kind of go first, Happy to respond straight away.
Yeah, site for site. It's all about who can surprise the other with the peak. Barriers there to block, goes up into the air, the Flux comes through. Violet's going to be taken down, Shu getting the better of him. As Kevster also up the overclock, gets the headshot through on a Kilo, gets Finn as well. And yep, the cleanup is looking damn good. Like you said, the Transcendence, it keeps them alive through the Flux, but it doesn't do much else on the back end. Space cleans up too, and that's the wipe.
It's the double hit scans, man. It's the fact that you got all these one-shots in the game, and the Transcendence is like, you might be able to heal for hundreds of healing per second, but it does nothing versus the one-shot headshots coming on through. Shock at least have spent more than Glads, so... Well, actually, that's bad for the Shock. They lose and they spend more than Glads, so... Yeah, scratch that point. Glads, that means Glads are winning even harder currently on this defense. Extremely happy with that outcome.
Window comes out, Immortality Field immediately forced by Violet, but as that falls, so too does he. Shoot does get traded out proper. We'll find a little bit of revenge, but then Kalush ends up crumbling. Quick shot on the Kilo. Gorgeous shot from him. Looks for a little bit more. Pressure is applied. Robert's got nowhere to go, so he will get taken out. And that's the overclock now expended as well. So Shock have used all of their ultimates and hasn't got them any distance. It was the neutral fights that got them to the point that they're at. Now the cart is going to be rolling back.
Glads happy to take forward space as well. I mean, they'll obviously back up a little bit here, play a little bit more towards the high ground. Payload sliding back down the hill as well, which is not great for the Shock. Means that it could be a two-fight situation for them where they have to win two to actually get the cap on B. Not what they want. Space is far closer to the next Gravitic Flux than Kalush's. At least Violet's looking towards the Ant Matrix. It's the only silver lining for the Shock. Unless Proper can find a shot. He's looking for it.
Yeah, got to swing in the corner. The breather side believes that his head is still on his shoulders there. And Space is built up. Another Flux. Gets stunned out of it though. Beautiful accretion. Yeah, Kalush nails him there. Proper though. Okay, trying to see where the hell that was happening. Looks like it was a staircase. Kevster just pushed over to contest him. Finds that kill. Shu, however, does get taken down. Kilo finding one, pushes up, finds Happy. Transcendence keeps the rest of the team alive for the moment. He needs to find a rail headshot, but actually Kevster pushes down into the disrupting shot. Is greeted with death. Slide well into the back of the point now, and the cleanup continues to be found. Kalush really the only casualty as Proper rejoins. That will be point B taken by the Shock, but time bank drained down considerably given the ease that they took A with.
What is that, like a 4K for Kilo? Did you see the fadeaway disruptor shot for Kipster as well? Didn't even have to look. Cool guys don't look at disruptor kills, says Kilo as he just walks away from that one and lands a rail and a couple of other members. Saves the day. When Proper goes down, Kilo steps up, 4v5, and the Shock still come out alive. Just under 3 minutes now to take the C. Proper does not respond to the imprecise, so it looks like Shock will want to wait this one out. Yeah, there it is now.
Okay, now he's going to use it. So once Happy's expires, they'll have about 4 seconds in the back end of having those infrasites up for themselves. now just inching forward. Happy grapples across. Proper trying to go for that predicted shot, but just can't quite nail it. If he had, it would have been absolutely wild.
Oh, space.
More though onto space, and he's got to tuck away around the corner. The heals still have to come through. Shoot's going to be popping that window to try to keep everybody protected. In the meantime, Kevster with that overclock pop will find the first kill on Kilo. Gets spin to boot. Slide up over the top, looking for a little bit more, and Violet, you've got really nowhere to go. He's going to try to out-duke him, but duel him, really, but I was going to say juke him, duel him, but duke him, there you go. But it doesn't work in the end.
Yeah, duke him. That duke in there is happy. Also, by the way, took down Proper, who went for a flank there, so when Kevster rolls up with the overclock, Proper goes on the outside. Speaking of going around the outside, Shocker trying to get past space here, who holds the Gravitic Flux. Last two Gravitic Fluxes did not go well. He had that shut down by Kalush's accretion. Happy with a great shot to Kilo. That'll put Shock back in the spawn.
Oh, and everybody's just so far forward. I mean, Immortality Field used right in front of the spawn doors just to try to keep everybody alive. Space stunned up for a brief little moment, but still trying to break out of this position is so damn challenging. Accretion stunned now on Kalush. Taking it to about half. Overclock gets popped. Kilo trying to hound down Shu, and with Kalush coming in from the flank, there's nothing really that he can do, so he will end up falling, but this is still totally fine for the side of the Gladiators. They don't commit much of anything to that defense.
I'll tell you what, though.
They're still going to be able to recontest.
Positioning is going to be a little bit bad for the Gladiators, because when you look at the payload, it's going to go past that window. So pool control, no longer a priority. Definitely not for the Shock. They're focused on the low ground here. Gladiators will at least have that spawn high ground to play through. But the rest of the Gladiators' positioning has to be up front here. Space taking a ton of damage again.
Still do have that Immortality Field as Kevster tries to apply some pressure here into the back line. Immortality Field out from Violet Proper. Having swapped over the Tracer, gets on top of Shu, and the cleanup is coming through. So Shock, yeah, they're playing this to a T. Straight back over onto the cart. I guess, yeah, flying off of the poor positioning here from the Glads, and that will be the cap. So 33 seconds remaining. Not the strongest time bank for them, considering what we just saw from them yesterday, but they still do get to the end of Circuit Royale.
I mean, the ultimates were there for the Gladiators, but the positioning was not. Shock had full control of everything. They were pushing down lane. They actually started taking some windows on, but we saw towards the end there, you know, Proper flanking around, Kilo playing a bit of high ground. The LA Gladiators failed to make any trades happen, and none of their ults really connect well. I think Skewed even held on to Trance for a while. Members of his team were dying, and Trance did not come through until the end. So for all of the difficulty that was B, C had a minor slowdown, 33 seconds on the board for Shock. I think they'll be okay with that one. Not the most amazing time, but it is completion. Now Proper gets to be the defensive Widowmaker, happy on the offense to see how this duel goes once more. This is what's going to set the early stage of the skirmishes before any ultimates become a factor.
Something sad and morbid about that image of just the lone duck floating in the pool. Nothing else around. No people.
Which again, I remind people, is like 3 inches deep, that pool. If even that.
Yeah. It's just an ankle pool. I guess that's what fancy rich socialites like. But
an ankle pull, but you'd probably still dress in like full, I don't know, like pool wear, beach wear.
Yeah.
For an ankle deep pull, probably.
So, a Gucci or Prada bathing suit.
If you actually got on that ducky, the ducky would instantly be scraping the bottom of that pool, just hitting the ground.
Yep.
Happy's taking some good angles here. Shock. As I mean, Shock actually lose a bit of. It's Kalush up the front, pick up the shields, but Shock are happy to just play around the corner. Skew takes a big shot there, but lives.
So does Kilo. Very much the same. Can't get the final blow, but it is still the Shock widely pulling back. The Gladiators behind space, able to advance forward here to the corner. Jump up over the top. Happy turning. Trying to deny the headshot as best as possible.
He's happy that's Kilo and not Proper.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to say. Not as much of a concern. Proper like right here on the low ground, so cutting his way up the staircase, looking for an angle. Maybe a pop shot.
Look at the payload.
Anticipated.
Shock have lost so much space. Don't to the final corner. They have no more cover to play through. They've lost way too much space here. Kalush is quick into the Gravitic Flux, but the payload is shoved in. Look how free the Gladiators are in terms of angles.
Okay, Kilo does find an opener though. Skewed gonna be taken down. Chu now the one responsible for the heals, and the immortality building keeps him alive for a little bit longer, but Finn gets the headshot. Kevster gone, and now the Shock can go ahead and reclaim some space.
What awaits us? Speak from Kilo again, bailing out the team.
Intended.
It's the thing is, like, Shock were in a really tough spot there. If Kilo doesn't frag, if Proper somebody doesn't frag, that would be a very difficult situation to recover from. I mean, we'd definitely see ultimates. It's just Glads have so much more room to play through to dodge those ultimates, no matter which way you cut it. Now Shock get to play for this first opening bridgeway choke and corner. The entire hairpin available.
Flux is held, windows to the ready, skewed, needing to
catch up towards the
Transcend. It's charged. Ooh, rail shot gets Proper down to 51. Flux comes in from Kaluj, Kevster and Shu taken out. It's gonna be yet another victorious fight. Shock is shoving him back, Space has got nowhere to go.
I mean, I guess the one good thing for the Shock here is that, you know, they have won 2 successful fights now. One of them was Kilo really pulling out some numbers, and this one here, they sort of pull back. Glads come on in. Glads with a greater positioning, but Shock just pull the ultimates first. Kaluj gets that Flux through. A lot of drops out of that Matrix. More value than, unfortunately, what Shu had. And the Glads now lose a lot of time off the back of losing those 2 critical fights. I mean, up until that point, they were looking fine. 1 minute 10 now. As it's 2 to 3 ultimates. Flux are probably just Kaluj does in the back line.
What a juxtaposition compared to how this thing started. Glads were just sailing, but now they're very much hard locked in position. Finn pops the Transcends to keep everybody alive. Not really receiving too much of that. Skeut's going to have to follow up Trent. Proper
1 HP!
Back. 1 HP! Literal 1 HP. Heal this man. Finn, give him an orb. He finally does so. Space, low HP, and there's the headshot to get the finisher. Trade out now on those Sigmas. Kilo has the overclock rolling. Everybody trying to stay safe, and Happy's going to get clipped. Mid-grapple. Proper with a huge shot. They turn the tide of the fight. Proper does get taken down. Now Kilo falling as well.
Kilo
no
shut
damage
down.
dealers here. Kaluj still trying to rejoin. Finn's going to be taken out. Kevster just goes in with the overclock and says, hey, yeah, I'll just get us through to A. But now 2.5 minutes going to be added to the time bank. This was looking like a full hold for a damn long while, but it does fall apart here at the very end.
Kevster just wills his way through that A point, allows the Glads to push further in. And Kilo got shoved down there by Kevster as well. Both of our Sojourn players popped the overclock at the same time. But Kilo had no opportunity to even land a single shot, let alone fire a single shot, nothing. Kevster saves the day there. Shock though, they did pull it through the OT, so Glads have no time. And by the way, Glads still got to finish this map. It's going to be a tall order. As soon as Kaluj has his next Flux, that'll be the impetus to go.
Yeah, granted it is Esports, so finishing the map at all does allow them to get the extra innings, but as you say, it's just going to be, I mean, it looks to be so difficult for them, considering that they still have to round this final corner, finish getting up the hill, then go for the cap. You're taking a nasty hit, it's going to be finished off Proper, gets him a body shot.
It's 45.
Yep, and now that he's gone, not that he had the Transcendence anyway, the Flux will come out, chunks him down. Immortality field still needs to be dealt with, but they actually shift away from it with the accretion hit. That will be the finisher. Slide forward from Kilo, just looking to get the finish on the Happy, and he will.
I mean, that's just optimistic for the Glads, right? They take a lot of these 4v5 rather situations, and not only do they have less numbers, but I think they have less ultimates there as well. I don't think that Space could really respond to Kaluj's Flux, which by the way finds 3. Gigantic Gravitic Flux there by Kaluj. The Shock will happily take that fight away, on top of then also receiving Shu's and Matrix, which is no longer there.
Look how much space the Shock are trying to take for themselves. Granted, they are going to get caught.
Proper! He killed somebody with his Flux!
He gets him mid-Flux! He was Flux! He gets the punish. It's a 1-for-1, but it's a damage for a support, and you definitely take that trade up here if you're the Shock, considering that Kilo is alive and nearly has an overclock. Goes low, slides back, gets himself out to safety, puts a little bit more damage down onto Space. The Glads, they have to wait for Skew to rejoin.
Time is a major factor here. And again, it's not just about B. How do the Glads get through C when they're going to be forced into OT? This is guaranteed to be the OT for this cap itself. Kevster has another overclock and he saved the day. Proper's on 1. They need to get him down, but he survives on 1 again.
Okay, the trance is popped, Proper's not sitting in it. He's still playing back along the sidelines. Overclock from Kevster, trying to get some line of sight. It's actually going to be the nade that finishes off Finn. Kilo will find 1 though. Again, damage for support trade. This time you favor the side of the Glads if they can continue the push. Jump up into the high ground, or into the air rather. Shu does beam down Kaluj, finds a kill, breaking out the front line. Space will get violent. Kilo dead. And Proper grapples for it in desperation to try to keep the card contested, but just gives his life over. So it's now a minute and 25 seconds for this final stretch of the map. The Glads need to get to the end.
It's an OT push, right? Kaluj going down there, Space and Skew in the frag, Space alive and Kaluj is down. Gigantic advantage for the Glads. And by the way, Proper being on 1 HP the whole time, doesn't get healed, didn't go in the trance, no one gave him any sort of healing. That affects Proper's ability to actually take angles and go for the fight. I mean, he's basically effectively dead if he can't really see anybody because he can't walk out. All right, well, Space was just getting a creation through on the Kilo.
All right.
That's a happy kill. No pun intended.
A quick little elim for him. Cart now rounding the final corners. So time-wise, Glads doing their best. Proper looks to shut down. Kevster now eliminated. 38 seconds remaining. That can be maybe the death knell here for the Gladiators. Very well aware of each other's positioning here. The Spears flying up, trying to hit Proper. Of course, position, he's going to reroute.
I think it was obvious, but we knew Glads weren't going to reach the 33 of the San Francisco Shock. Now the question is, can they cap that? All the good news is the payload is in position. One fight is what it's going to come down to. Fluxes will be traded here. Kaluj still yet to go. The nice creation will shut down Space.
Kaluj now. Something, but Immortality Field keeps them alive. Those get traded out on either side. The cart contested. Space holding that for now. It's taking an absolute beating though, and Kaluj will finish him off in. Gets the headshot on the Kevster, and that should just be it. Skewed only able to answer back one. And the San Francisco Shock will successfully defend in front of Point C. And once again, gain the lead. Now 2-1 in the series. Match point is theirs.
And just a much better 8-point defense. The fact that the Shock took Gladiators to OT twice, if it wasn't for Kevster enforcing his will upon the game to overclock through, take down the Shock almost single-handedly on A, we don't even know that Gladiators would have capped A. B was still a struggle. That was OT as well. There was no time remaining, 1:30. And I think that where you got to give some credit for Glads is like, okay, well, on 1:30, they actually still pushed the end, still took it within a single fight that maybe Glads could still finish the map. The Shock had the ultimates, Kaluj shut down Space's Gravitic Flux, Violet had an Ant Matrix, and that final ultimate seals the deal.
In their hands now is this series. The San Francisco Shock just need to close out one more map. Push will be the decider to see whether or not they take this one. A 3-1 scoreline, much like we saw versus the Dragons just yesterday, or if the Glads will be able to extend this into a map 5 set, take it the distance to try to keep themselves alive and knock out the two-time champions of the Shock. That's going to continue in just a little bit. Do not go anywhere. It's been a wild ride so far. We can expect that it's going to be very much the same on Push. So stay tuned. We'll come back at you in just a few.
is the San Francisco Shock. Happy enough to get his hand. Oh, you're kidding!
Look at this guy go. 5 kills, just like that, a blink of an eye, quick team kill. This guy's just, he's a freak on the sticks, man.
Sam on this Echo already picking up 2 kills. The San Francisco Shock.
That was their key to victory there.
Aggressive, baby. 1 reset, 2. Proper dashing through them all. Proper, almost ghost dashing through them. San Francisco Shock win that fight. Heads connected. The Nano's there. They're trying to keep him alive, but here comes the... Oh, Matrix! Oh, Kalush!
Finn, the deadly flex support.
It'll be nanos for both teams. So that'll be a priority that hits on the
You're kidding me!
Nice! That is unreal there from Finn.
The San Francisco Shock continue their conquering of the Overwatch League.
Definitely history once again here for the Shock.
And we are back. The San Francisco Shock, they have the lead now 2-1. They can close this series out if they can pick up a win on push. But first, before we get into what could be the final map, we'll take a look at Kalush, who went back over to the Sigma as anticipated on Circuit Royale and continues to look absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, stat-wise, it's pretty standard and pretty normal for a Sigma player to have the highest damage in the lobby, but he had 36% of his entire team's damage, 16,287. If you're curious about the other team, Space was on 14,831, which accounts for 34% of the Gladiator's total damage there. But, you know, a lot of accretion hits as well, 18 accretion stuns, at least 2 of which actually cancelled Space's ultimates there. Space had 17 accretion stuns. The stats weren't like as crazy gap. I mean, I think a 2,000 damage difference is pretty significant. Kalush was also, I think, the only player that hit 10,000 damage per 10 or above 10,000 damage per 10. I think that was pretty cool to see. But generally speaking, you know, when we talk about Sigma players, we talk about Kalush, when we talk about Circuit Royale, we talk about one of San Francisco Shock's best maps.
We do. But now the Glads, they have their pick of the litter. Well, the very small litter, I suppose, when it comes down to the push map. To see where they want to go. Yep. To try to keep themselves in this series. It is everything to play for as the final teams will go, or the final players will go ahead and sit back down on the stage. You can see there's going to be some resubs coming through as Space is out, Reiner is back in, as well as Funny Astro making his way onto the stage.
Kilo would be out as well for Striker. You have to imagine full push. I gotta say, now we've seen Kilo come in twice, and both times he drops in on the Sojourn. Very impressive for a player that was essentially had his role taken over, right? When Strike was re-added back in the team, Proper takes a Sojourn off of Kilo. I think they were struggling a little bit back then, but re-adding Kilo now back into the starting lineup, allowing him to get back on the Sojourn. I think 2 series in a row, he's kind of proved his value, proved his worth. And also him being able to play that allows Proper to be the one to actually go over towards the Widowmaker. And now I think I get a bit more of a grasp on how that dynamic works, because yesterday I said, okay, if it's Kilo Proper, then surely it's Kilo Widowmaker and Proper Sojourn, right? Because Proper's currently the Sojourn play for the team. However, when you look at Circuit Royale, the Widowmaker is expected to flex onto a couple other heroes, especially when we get to the C point. It's very normal for a Widowmaker player to get off the Widow, move on to, previously it would have been a Genji, but on the current patch, the Genji is nerfed. Proper decides to go on a Tracer. He actually did find value on that Tracer as well, on that C point attack, and eventually landed into a full map completion. But, you know, as we're waiting for Kilo, as we're waiting for Striker rather to come up to the stage and jump in, just want to talk about that Proper versus Happy battle again, because that was such a entertaining battle. And not only did Kalush play super well in the Sigma, but Proper actually stat-wise, I think we saw it from the eye test as well, a couple of times he outdealed Happy. It was 10 final blows to Happy's 8, with about 900 more damage done, 7,300 to Happy's 6,400, and also 10% better scoped critical hit accuracy, 34% to Happy's 24. And the reason why this is significant, why I'm bringing it up, is, again, Happy's a career hit scan player. This is his specialty. And he's also one of the best Widowmakers we've had in the course of the league. Proper's a rookie. He's a Hyperflex player who normally plays Tracer, who normally plays heroes like Genji. But he also has this extra hit scan hero pool that a lot of people do not know about. And now you're learning about it. That's what really makes him a hyperflex. When I use that term, I don't use it lightly. You have to be able to flex between multiple different roles, multiple different aiming styles, mechanics, and heroes that are completely separate to the others. I mean, you haven't even seen Proper on an Echo yet. There was an Echo meta in Contenders that he was the best at as well. It's actually unreal.
Yeah, it's just absolutely insane play from him. And, you know, we're talking about at the top of the day, an incredibly well-deserved role star for him here in his rookie season, because he has been that impactful. He has been that important for the Shock's successes. And he's been taking down veterans left, right, and center. You know, we mentioned Liv. He bigged him up. And he said, yeah, Liv, you are the best Sojourn in the world. And I do happen to agree with Proper, but he was able to get the better of him in crucial moments yesterday to allow them to knock out the Shanghai Dragons, I should say. Knock out the San Francisco Shock. They knock themselves out. And here we go. Vlad's with the map pick. Seeming like maybe they saw some weaknesses on Esperanza yesterday from the Shock. They're going to look to take advantage of them.
And taking a look at the results in Esperanza so far, Shock did beat Houston on it again by 0.01 meters because they just managed to get that cap as the OT head. Gladiators as well, they actually got a full map completion versus the Philly Fusion, which at the time was the only and first and only Esperanza full map completion until the Mayhem then did it as well versus the Atlanta Rain a little bit later in the same day. But a point still stands. Both teams feel good about this. Gladiators obviously feel super confident about this map. San Francisco Shock as well. Took down the Dragons 92 meters to 63. So a lot of wins here, a lot of comfort, a lot of confidence for Esperanza on both ends.
We'll see if that confidence is misplaced or if they will be able to show a very strong look here on the map. About 20 seconds for the teams to go ahead and assemble their lineups. Kevster showing us some, but don't think that one's going to be sticking through. Because there we go. That looks a bit more normal. The full mirror, it's all going to come down to execution and play. Both teams going a bit blow for blow. We want to get the 5. Needs to happen again. Glad's looking to tie it up at 2-2.
We're back to normalcy here. We're back to playing meta. Small little excursion away from the Winston Reaper, Rico Lucio kind of look. And both teams will arrive at the midpoint in time. It's Gladiators, so they have an extra little cubby hole to play with. Proper's already on 100 energy charge here. Let's see if he finds that rail.
Just waiting for a target, but now he's going to have that decay down. It's a little bit of a back. The bot is going to be held in a neutral spot. It's Proper going on a bit of a walkabout. Comes around the flank spot. Shoot for a moment, but Happy finds Violet. Gets that shot across. Shades of King's Row right off the rim. Happy now up above them on this high ground. Proper and Kaluge all going to fall. Final headshot through to the striker for the extended team kill, and Glads will get the push first and foremost. I can talk.
Yeah, Proper had the 100 charge there, but couldn't find the shot. Goes to the flank, loses a bit of that rail charge. And ends up having to just shoot shields. Happy will get that opening frag. Be ahead on the overclock. San Francisco Shock will obviously have to come back in for a final contest, but if Glads win this fight, they do cap the checkpoint.
See, how much those advantages can spiral out of control through all of the push maps that we've seen throughout the season, or just yesterday. Shock really spiraling against the Dragons, but okay, a 1-for-1 is both the Kitikos going to be taken down by the respective Sojourns. Reiner, however, also going to be traded out. Kevster now dead. Proper looking alive, looking well. Leads up, 3 in the fight, and that's going to be the bot in control of the Shock. They stop the cap from coming through.
It's been Happy for most of the openings of Esperanza in the first 2 minutes, but then Proper arrives, and when he does, makes his presence heard and known. You see Finn is coming through very far away. And we'll have the Swift Step there, available, ready. There won't be a flip of the cap just yet. Still a fight to go through, and Shock 40 meters off the back of that one. Double Kitsune rushes now.
Okay, rushes out, beats now dropped on either side. Reiner going low, still holds on to the Primal. in his back pocket just in case. Overclock now going to be popped proper. Looking for Happy. Can't quite nail him down. He goes sliding over to the flank. Instead turns his sights over to Ryder and he takes him low. The bot still going to be pushing forward here for the shot. Death Blossom out from Kempster. Looking for some kills with a bubble from Kalush. Mitigates a hell of a lot of damage. He and Proper still going to be tagged low. Kempster trying to get on top of them to get some kills, but instead, the Glads, they will steal the bot away. Now they can ship this back in the shock. Need to try to find a way back through. Happy going to be picked off. That could be the opening that they're looking for. Great headshot from him. Striker now holding on to a Death Blossom of his own should he need it, but it seems like he won't. Proper finds the kill. Astro dead. Reiner, the healing throughput from Shu on the Kiriko is just not enough. The bot is right back into the hands of the shock.
Yeah, and that would have been a very different fight if Proper doesn't get the kill to Happy. The 5v4 is really backbreaking for the LA Gladiators. As they just roll up, they allow no one to run away, no escape from the shock as they reach towards looking at this flip. They still need to win another fight though. This has been slow innings. They'll not only get the flip, but they'll get the cap here as well. So Glads, one more opportunity. By the way, Shu, slightly behind Finn here for the ult.
That he is. Finn now has it online, can drop it at a moment's notice, but Violet gonna get dropped actually. Happy finds yet another headshot to try to open it up. The rush does come through. It does allow them to gain a little bit of distance here and force back the members of the Glads as Reiner takes a beating. Jumps over, gets top back up. Shu with a rush of his own, forces the shock to retreat. Now within 7 meters. Just have to wait this one out and try to regain control.
Yeah, but DPS ultimates are online, right? And I think the damage done to Reiner stops the Glads from chasing. Shu had them late to continue to rush and Happy will get the kills instantly traded.
Yep, they push him. He's trying to leap out to safety, and they deny that exit. Proper gets the headshot. The turnaround from Shock
9
was
HP.
absolutely gorgeous. Proper on 9 HP. I mean, that's all right. He's got 9 times more health than he had before on circuit, but Happy will go ahead and spray him down. That's going to be the damage dealers now taken care of. Happy looking to push up against the tank, against Violent here. His number he has had. He's trying to track him down. Doesn't have the rail shot quite just yet, but he's in behind the Lucio, and there's nowhere for Violent to go. The cleanup comes in now within 2 meters, but crucially the shock, they do not manage to take the lead.
Let's take a look at this Happy shot again. Proper's on 9 HP, he'll just do a bit of spamming. This is what the double kill. Striker TP's in front of him. Yeah, you want to do a little bit better than that, Striker. Not the best showing in terms of that specific movement. Now Happy falls through the overclock, and by the way, I was going to say Proper being on 9 HP absolutely was a difference maker because he could not afford to die there. 4v5 here, Striker gets the kill.
Reiner answers back. The Proper, and now, but the damage dealer's gone. Funny Astro can't drop the beat fast enough to try to keep them in this fight. Violet, however, does get traded out. Reiner finding that kill. Bot for now. Start moving forward here for the shot. Closer towards their side of the map, so they should have the reinforcements a little bit faster here. Glads can just go ahead, swing around the opposite side.
Shock can still ult
this pillar and get ready to catch the bot.
The Shock needs to, because Proper's held on to this overclock for far too long now. I think Happy's ahead by a whole ultimate at this stage. I mean, it's only about 2, 3, 4 meters is the difference between these two teams. Both will have the Kitsune rush now available as well, but Shock got to get some move on.
A little more and we have the lead.
Jump in, they're looking for Proper. He'll move over to the high ground. Rush comes out from Shu, Finn matches.
Glads are on their own side.
Away once more. Yes, they are. Gets shipped to the opposite side. Ryder now comes diving in. He gets the bot moments before he would go over the line to give them the lead, but Proper gets the shot. Shu going to be taken down. The beat is there from Violet to keep everybody protected. Happy still able to hop on. Striker dead, but now Happy eliminated. Proper takes his head clean off. Ryder does not stand a chance. The cleanup is there. Shock now in control.
Yeah, they have the lead, they have the cap there as well. Proper gets the most important kill. He gets Happy down because if Happy is alive, there is still a chance for the Glads. You know Happy can clutch up. You know Happy can maybe turn it around. Close to the overclock as well. The San Francisco Shock will confirm the capture with 3:30 left to go. Every meter now for the Shock counts. In fact, if Shock get another fight win, they can take the map off that distance.
They absolutely can. Glads need to wrest control away here. Win the follow-up 2 fights to be able to regain the lead. They still have to go through the checkpoints. They still have to wait out the bottom, this little break. Jump into the back, Kalush goes low. Primal does get popped.
Shut down.
Taken down. Proper finds him, and that's the overclock taken out of the equation. Death Blossom from Striker finds 2. Shu and Kempster eliminated. The cleanup continues, and the bot will continue to push. Shock,
this is 80
stretching their lead significantly.
If they get to 90 here, this is going to be very difficult for the LA Gladiators. They still have to take back control of the robot first. Striker now, let's take a look at this Death Blossom. Well, just barely clipped Shu. I mean, Shu, I think, must have been on the very edge of the range of Death Blossom. Happy finds Finn, so that will be a nice early opening for the Gladiators.
There's one, but Astro is traded. That's the barrier now taken out. 3v3, go blow for blow here, but it is going to be, yeah, the three-man trade-up for the side of the Glads. They should be okay to gain control, but Kalush finds two. Will end up falling, but he buys more time.
220 rather, to get about 41 meters. Like I said, for Shock, if they won one more fight there, and they did, they would get 90, and at 90, they have a win condition unlocked. That is going to be quite some distance for Glads to try and catch up on. You can see the San Francisco Shock have the full wave of the forward respawns as well. And we're right back into mid, we're right back into neutral, except there's a lot of ultimates in play.
They do get it far enough to deny the forward spawns. Proper again getting dove on. He's going to try to dive in. On top of Happy, but the sound barrier comes in. They keep him protected. Finally goes the match. Kalush down below half HP. Reiner still very healthy. Still he wants Primal. They're looking to peel. They dive into the back. Happy gets Violet once again. And Reiner will not be denied. The Primal cleaves Proper to the floor. Kalush will be the last one to fall. Glads now get the checkpoint.
Go get your mans, Reiner. That was so well played. Double kill the Primal, finds Proper, excellent juggles, removes him from the fight entirely. And that's what Gladiators need to do. They got to keep shutting down Proper. Reiner's doing his job very, very well currently. There's still a 32-meter gap here. Glads need a little bit more. They have the cap now. That's step one. Another fight requires 70 meters, one fight winner. They think they can equalize off the back of that. It's within the correct margins, but look at the time, 1 minute left.
Minute remaining, the rush coming in. Shu does not have anything to answer with, nor does Funny Astro, so the Glads just have to pull away. 19 meters shy of being able to pick up the lead for themselves, and Kevster goes down, and that is crucial. Overclock is popped. He's not needed in the commitment given the exit that the Glads were going through, so Proper will lose out on the ultimate, not find too much value from it, but the bot distance right now, that is nothing but value for the Shock.
But that's the thing, right, because now that they have this sort of lead back again, and they are pushing in, Kevster shut down, my God, Proper!
He thinks that he has the moment. He sees that they're pushing up onto the high ground. He pulls the trigger, and he gets met with death. The Blossom backfires, and the Shock again are storming their way. They have the forward spawns. It's 15 seconds left. Reiner dead. Shu, Honey Astro, they need their ults right here, right now, if they want to buy enough time to stay in this one. And even then, it would be a miraculous run back. The Shock are just moments away from closing this out.
The TP.
Home. TP forwards. They get the bot. The contest is there from Kevster. Nade buys a little bit of space, a little bit of time. Striker
Shu needs assault
in hand. Violet, the beat, nearly there. Shu, a percentage away. The Blossom gets thrown. Happy going to be taken down. Proper finds the headshot. The beat is there from Violet. The match 20 Astros. Reiner getting ripped apart. Down about half HP. He will stay alive for the moment. But all the damage onus is on Kevster right now. Happy looks to rejoin. The bot contested Proper, the rail built up, pushes the corner, and Kevster's got nowhere to go. They find him, Shu gets domed, and that is going to be it. They clean him up, they shut him down. 3-1, the San Francisco Shock will be victorious over the Gladiators once again.
What a finish, what an ending. The Shock will not be denied. Proper's run in the playoffs will not be denied. The LA Gladiators, the most successful team of 2022 in the first half of the year, but the second half of the season has gone awry. Summer Showdown did not make the tournament. Countdown Cup at least was a 6-0, but no tournament there because we go straight to the playoffs, and in playoffs, the San Francisco Shock, they might be in the lower bracket, but right now they are the team to beat. They are the kings of the lower bracket, and everyone needs to fear this team. So great sportsmanship being shown there as well. Happy and Proper. Kevster in there. The respect being shown. And it's the Glads, the third seed, being taken out. We already knew that the Glads looked a little weaker coming to this playoffs. I felt like they should have been much stronger, given the roster quality, given how strong they were in Countdown Cup as well. But in the very early matches that we saw straight away on day 2, losing the London Spitfire, and that's taking nothing away from London, who are fantastic so far in this tournament, in this playoffs. Gladiators look lost. They bounce back versus Philly, but that's going to be their only win so far in the postseason. And the Shock continue through. They will face the loser of Dallas versus Seoul.
Which is an absolutely wild series in its own right, and still an incredibly tough opponent ahead of them, but they do stay alive. We'll go ahead and you see that man right there on your screen before we shift over to Striker. Our player of the match is in fact proper because, I mean, especially here on Esperanza, he was able to bring it back. Some weak moments there on King's Row in particular, but every other map, the ones that Shock were able to win,
yep,
he was just instrumental. He was a monster.
Achilleos, take a propaganda, this proper propaganda. Maybe the best player in the world. MVP candidate for
You've had that one banked.
I have. You better believe it. And I'll be straight with you. It's the last cast. He's the player of the match. I've been waiting for it. It's unlocked. The Widowmaker, impressive. Outdealed Happy. Sojin, impressive. Happy had King's Row. The proper have the other maps locked down. It's the flexibility for me. It's the mechanical ability for me. It's just about everything. And we'll find out on Friday. Is he the MVP? Is it somebody else? Definitely a role star. Extremely high likelihood of Rookie of the Year. Might as well just give Coach of the Year the proper result. I don't know. Just give him everything.
It is all of the accolades. He's just Prophet now. He does everything. We did see the coach diff actually dropped in the chat there by Violet at the very end of it all. But
we had a bit of trash talk.
What more
in the
can you
middle
say?
You know, the Glad's coaching staff dropped a bit of specific flame towards Violet. I think Glad's coach said, yeah, peak open angles more, Violet, something along the lines. And then Violet claps back on Esperanza, says Coach Diff. So he got his revenge. Shock got their revenge. And now we have Glad's unfortunately gone, but the Shock continues. And it's more, I think, heartbreak, right? Because these are some of our favorite teams. These are some of our best teams. Glad's losing. Shanghai got Atlanta even gone. I mean, Atlanta are meant to be the lower bracket demons, but they're done for. Toronto had a great showing versus the Spark. And now we get to see Florida versus the Hungry Spark. I don't know what to officially even call that matchup, the pink ball, playoffs pink, I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to lie to you, I thoroughly enjoyed this Glad Shock game. This one was very entertaining to watch, a lot of high mechanics being shown, a lot of close gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, it's very similar to what we saw yesterday from the Shanghai Dragons versus the Shock. You know, another 3-1 record, Shock walking away victorious, but all 4 maps played exhilarating and fantastic to watch. It's been a pleasure to bring you guys this series, to bring you guys series the whole way throughout.
Yeah.
But this is unfortunately the end of the line for myself and Avril, as we will call it quits here on the season. But we will meet again. Don't know where, don't know when, but we will see you guys in the future. That's for damn certain. But enjoy the rest of the playoffs. We'll see you on the other side.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Butterfinger. Crispity, crunchity, peanut buttery. No one lays a finger on your Butterfinger.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to Game Break. Danny Lim here, joined by the one and only Proper from San Francisco. Shock. Proper, big congratulations on your win against the Los Angeles Gladiators. Yes, hi. Yes, you can wait for me. 당연히 손 흔들어도 되고요. 편하게 인터뷰 즐겨주시면 감사하겠습니다. Alright, so after losing to the Houston Outlaws a couple days ago, you guys have been sort of on a roll. You guys defeated two top teams now. You guys defeated the Shanghai Dragons yesterday and now the Los Angeles Gladiators. What changed for you and the team? 자, 오늘 승리를 축하드리면서 일단 첫 번째 질문은 우리 센쇼기 이번 플레이오프에 들어오게 되면서 휴스턴한테 패배를 한 후 지금 굉장히 승승장구 중입니다. 일단 어제 상하이 드래곤즈를 이긴 후 이제 또 오늘 또 거기다 이제 글래디까지 오늘 어떻게 보면 이기시게 되셨는데요. 좀 갑자기 이렇게 좋은 모습을 좋은 기력을 이렇게 보여줄 수 있게 된 좀 이유가 있을까요?
일단 휴스턴 매치 때 저희가 좀 긴장을 해가지고 스크림 때 하던 때처럼 잘 안 돼가지고 이제 휴스턴 매치 전 쉬고 다음 대회부터는 그냥 진짜 저희 생각대로 하자 이런 마인드로 해가지고 이렇게 잘 됐던 것 같아요, 다 같이.
Alright, so for the Houston match, I think the main reason why we lost was because we were super nervous. Because of that, our performance wasn't up to the level of our original, strength of how we used to play on scrims. So that's how we lost Houston. But after that match, coming in to the match, into the Shanghai Dragons match, we just sort of wanted to play how we thought or how we should play out the game. And I think that was a huge plus. And that's how we are sort of looking a lot better these days. Your team, honestly, right now, are sort of on a roll, like I said, but you specifically, Proper, have been just killing it. Our casters right now, Achilleos and Avril, they praise you, of how great of a player you are on so many different heroes like Soldier and Tracer, Genji, and even today we saw how good you are on the Widow as well. So I just want to ask you, Proper, like, what is the secret on being so good on so many different heroes? 자, 뭐 당연히 지금 팀도 잘하는 것도 있지만 제가 봤을 땐 프로퍼 선수가 지금 현 상황에서 너무나도 좋은 모습을 많이 보여주고 있다고 생각을 합니다. 이제 저희 캐스터들도 당연히 프로퍼 선수가 너무나 다양한 영웅들을 너무나도 좋은 너무나 잘한다고 생각을 하시고 계신데 어떻게 프로퍼 선수가 보셨을 때 좀 이렇게 어떻게 하면 좀 이렇게 너무 수많은 영웅들을 이렇게 잘할 수 있는 좀 이렇게 비결이 있는지 궁금합니다.
일단 좋게 다들 봐주셔서 감사하고 그냥 오른손에 이제 살 열어가지고 거기다 메모리 핵 넣으면은 잘 쏘게 되더라고요. 장난이고 그냥
한번
그 오른손 있잖아요.
네.
거기 살 열어가지고 그냥 메모리 핵 넣어놨어요. 제가 잘 쏘려고.
알겠습니다. So thank you guys so much for the praise. The secret is, I just had to put in like a chip into my right hand. It's like a memory card that I had to install in my right hand, and just, that's how you get good on so many different heroes. All right, Proper, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much for your time, and again, big congratulations on the win. 자, 프로퍼 선수 오늘 승리 축하드리고 인터뷰 마치도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you.
All right, Zoe, back to you.
Thanks a lot, Danny. Thanks for the quick chat, Proper. Well, that's how easy it is. Just insert a chip and you're good to go.
He's a robot.
He is a robot.
I knew it.
We thought it's Kevster, but it was Proper all along. Now we know.
Maybe they made the same pack. Who knows? MVP level material.
That's what I was doing wrong my whole career.
Yeah, we're like the cheap Target knockoff of that. So it's not quite working out for us. Anyway, let's dissect this match. Gladiators in San Francisco, Shock. That was ought to be a battle of the ages. Did it live up to the hype that you expected coming into this?
It was okay, honestly. It's more that if you considered this matchup going into this playoffs, we would have been a lot more excited. But realistically, and we'll talk about the Gladiators a little bit more in a second, but they just never really showed up in the way that we were expecting. It should have been a good meta for them. Ryan is able to play that Winston, Shu on that Kiriko. It felt like they should have been more comfortable than they were. It just never really clicked for them. They had their moments of brilliance in this series on this King's Row. They played phenomenally. Their ultimate cycling was good. They were getting the picks that they need to. Everyone was doing their job. They just couldn't do it across an entire series very often throughout these playoffs. So disappointed to see the Gladiators go home, but the San Francisco Shock are looking to be on form, and with the caliber of players that they have on their lineup, you would be scared to go up against this team because you never know when Proper, when Kaluj, when even Kilo came in and had a great match, could show up and take you down.
I mean, we already said how scary the lower bracket was, and it still continues to be that way, I think. It does suck to see Gladiators go home. I mean, look, they claimed a lot of heads this season. Like, my word, their depth of roster as well is just extraordinary. The San Francisco Shock truly at the very end and managed to put them to the post. You know, second seed, third seed, well, no way, second seed one. You know, it's, but it felt like Gladiators couldn't really get to where they needed to be, of course, right, just in the result. But Shu was expected to be like this god-tier Kiriko, but maybe it's going to take him a little bit more time to reach the level we kind of expected him to be.
It's kind of interesting looking into this, you know, the meta a little bit more for the Gladiators. Them having a hole in the Reaper setup was one that I wasn't expecting them to have. You know, they were obviously a little confused with if they wanted to play Kevster or Happy on that Reaper Sojourn, and that must have cost them a lot of valuable scrim time with how little, you know, ramp up these teams had. It must have cost them a lot of time trying to work that one out. So Gladiators definitely missing their mark at the very end, but they had a great season and they should be proud of what they have accomplished.
Yeah, let's actually kind of recap that season because, as you said, it was a very accomplished season. Yes, towards the end, they struggled to get a hang of the metas quick enough to compete, but other than that, they have been proven to be a reasonably meta-approved squad throughout the entirety of the season, and so much talent on that roster.
Yeah, it was really only the Junker Queen meta that really tripped them up.
And this one, apparently.
And this one, apparently, yeah.
But it didn't trip them up. It was just they didn't get a hold of it quick enough.
Yeah,
because towards the end, they started to like get into it. It was just not quick enough.
That's the craziest thing, too, because people were saying the Junker Queen meta for the Glads at the very beginning, it kind of blew. Obviously, they didn't even make the tournament, right? But then at the very end, people were like, my God, Glads are good.
Yeah.
And that's the most disappointing thing, I think. It's just... It just didn't have enough time. It very much feels like that Junker Queen meta all over again. But, dude, we're going to see these players again. Like, there's just absolutely no way. MVP, caliber, talent, role star talent, of course, still on the roster. Like, man, they're still scary on paper, regardless of their sort today.
Absolutely. So everyone at home, give it up for the Los Angeles Gladiators. That was their last showing in the 2022 season. And what a season it was for that squad. So nothing but respect and love for all those players and the org as a whole. We can't wait to see more of them next season. And now we're moving on to our next match. And that one... it goes by many names. What did I write down here? I'm not using paper anymore. We have whiteboards now. We've
upgraded.
I got Candy Bowl.
Okay.
Any takers?
It's okay.
All right.
Pretty good.
Flamingo Off.
I like it. I like that one more than Candy Bowl.
Yeah. Bubblegum Bonanza.
It's my favorite.
It's a good one. I like it.
Powerpuff Brawl.
I like Powerpuff Brawl, honestly.
The Powerpuff Brawl, yeah, okay.
I think that's what it should be called.
So, let us know, chat, if you're down for any of those. Either way is going to be an explosive one. First up, though, I want to take a look at Leveling Up presented by Butterfinger. We got the matchup that everyone wants to see, and that is Shy and Hydron on that Sojourn. But who would be having the upper hand? Maybe you can get a thought in before we actually show a head-to-head graphic. Who do you think would actually come out on top of that one?
Oh, has to be Shy. Shy has been putting up unreal levels of performance on that Sojourn.
Yeah.
His consistency and just how aggressive he plays is just up there. Hydron has been leveling up time and time again throughout this season, but we haven't yet to see him hit a ceiling just yet. So can he, add another stone to the Infinity Gauntlet? Can he take down Shy in this Sojourn matchup?
That's cool. That's kind of cool, actually. They both have 58% charge shot accuracy. That's kind of wild. But
looking at the other numbers, they're not so far
they're pretty
off.
close.
They're
pretty close. And this is in the playoffs, too. So this isn't like spanning across the whole season where, like, Hydron, he started out pretty strong, then had a little lull, and then built himself back up. Like, playoff stats, the most important stats, of course, being on this meta, but I can't... A part of me really wants to take Hydron, but I think Shy, just how consistent he has been, he takes the cake. He butters the biscuit.
He does butter the biscuit, but I do want to give massive props to Hydron. Obviously, we've had so many great rookies come in throughout this entirety of the season. Hydron, I don't think anyone had him on their radar. He was a cool player, an exciting player, but he's exceeded expectations by a long way. Same thing with someone. This Florida Mayhem is an exciting team to watch right now, and honestly, this match could go either way.
I mean, Spark equally as exciting to watch, and they've been explosive so far in the playoffs, and I'm so excited. I mean, the only thing we really know for sure is that a pink team will win.
Nice.
That is factually, and it is correct. And for all the action, we're now going to hand it over to Necra and Reinforce.
Reinforce?
What?
Yes, that's right.
What's happening?
Who let him in the castle?
Did he take my job?
He's taking your job. You're out there.
He is indeed.
What?
I am here to confirm that reinforces, in fact, taking Joss's job as my casting partner for this, at least this match. Were you getting FOMO or something?
Yeah, I'm happy to be here. This is amazing. Yeah, I was the only talent member who had a pink outfit, so naturally with your pink hair and my pink shirt, we had to combine for the Bubblegum Bonanza, I think so we called it. So yeah, it's gonna be fun.
That's my favorite. That's my favorite name for the pink versus pink, the Hangzhou Spark versus the Florida Mayhem.
You're so tall. What happened here? Did you grow?
They artificially gave me an extra foot so that I didn't look short.
We're just handing out feet during the playoffs. It's crazy.
I need the extra height. You know, I'm a little vertically challenged, but that's okay. Anyway, we got to talk about the next match ahead because this one is going to be another banger. It is another elimination match, and the loser of the Hangzhou Spark versus the Florida Mayhem will be going home. Both of these teams have had a pretty long journey in the playoffs already. They're going to be playing their 4th match today.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams, they had a pretty tough challenge in the upper bracket there, I say, because of course, Hangzhou Spark, they were forced to play the Dallas Fuel in their match, and they got swept 3-0. On the other hand, though, Florida Mayhem playing the Seoul Dynasty, the two front runners to really win the tournament. So we don't really know how to assess the Florida Mayhem and the Hangzhou Spark. They both came out and they looked really good playing the Sojourn composition, of course, but they ran into a tough opposition. Now let's see what they can do in the lower bracket.
Yeah, we're definitely going to have to take a look at how both of these teams handle each other, especially when we've got the Sojourn versus Sojourn with the Shy and the Hydron matchup. I think that's going to be really fun. But also, what do you think of the Kiriko head-to-head that we're going to see here as well between Teru and Surmajet?
Yeah, this is going to be one of the more fun Kiriko matchup because, of course, Teru has already made a name for himself as a former damage player to take up on the support role on the Kiriko Espola, and he's definitely provided when it comes to the hero damage done on this hero. Really good at forcing out some of the cooldowns, the Sojourn slide, for example, which opens up a dive target for your own team, Gushu on that Winston, but also forcing away some of these cooldowns, for example, the Bell from Kiriko herself. So both Surmajet and, of course, Teru on the Hangzhou Spark, they really have that offensive capability alongside the healing that you need to get done on a support hero.
Yeah, you kind of need to do both roles, that's for sure. But without further ado, let's welcome our first team to the stage. It will be the Hangzhou Spark.
The Hangzhou Spark, they started off this season very strong, of course. Started 9-3 actually when it came to the regular season. And we were thinking this is finally the time of the Hangzhou Spark. They've solved some of their coaching issues and some of their player rotations. But then towards the end of the regular season, it started to crumble for them. They had a bit of a 2-14 match win streaks. So we were thinking, what's going on with the Hangzhou Spark? Are we going to get the good Hangzhou Spark or the less performing Hangzhou Spark? But going into the playoffs, this is a team you really need to watch out for, especially with Shy spearheading that Sojourn pick.
Absolutely. I think the damage lineup is going to be what everybody has their eyes on right now, especially when you look at the second DPS in the lineup. Alpha Yi or Pineapple? It's going to be Alpha Yi starting today.
Yeah, that's the big question as well, because Alpha Yi, of course, started off the tournament for the Hangzhou Spark, but after their loss to the Dallas Fuel, we saw Pineapple in yesterday for the Hangzhou Spark when they played against the Toronto Defiant, and Alpha Yi actually rounded out on the 5th map, snagging that win for the Hangzhou Spark. So, settling for Alpha Yi in today's matchup, they did say in the post-game interview yesterday that they have two different styles they can bring, a bit more of a passive Reaper that plays with the Winston, and an aggressive offensive Reaper. So we'll see what style the Hangzhou Spark brings today.
Yeah, maybe it's going to be the aggression to be able to play the control map to kick off this series, but we've got to bring out their opposition. So please welcome to the stage, the Florida Mayhem.
And this has been an incredible story this entire season. Perhaps not getting the credit they deserve going into this season. I feel like they've really started to blossom as these players have gotten experience. We talked to head coach Gunbo, of course, to end the season, and he said, we just wanted to pick up the best players possible. And this potential has really started to flourish for the Florida Mayhem. Rookies like someone on that Winston role has done a spectacular job rounding out this hero pool. Hydron, who was initially picked up as a Tracer player for this team with XE on the long-range hit scan, instead it's been Hydron all the way, now the Sojourn player for this team. So this has been an incredible roster that sort of built their own confidence over time, and now in the playoffs they're looking real scary.
They are, and I remember looking at the Sojourn head-to-head that the desk brought up before we got into the match, and I feel like Hydron's stats might have been a little unfair to him. he was the target focus for a lot of the opposing Winstons for their previous opponents in this stage. And what do you think about maybe the play styles of each Winston and how that could affect Sojourn performance for both of these?
I mean, someone on the Florida Mayhem, he's one of the most aggressive Winstons we have in the entire league. So that is going to give Hydron the space he needs to be able to create these first eliminations. If you take a look at the first elimination stats on Sojourn, Hydron is a top 5 Sojourn in that category. So that is definitely helping the Florida Mayhem throughout these playoffs, being able to get that first pick. That is going to open up the door for some of these team fight wins. On the other hand, you have Shy on the Hangzhou Spark. He is a premier Sojourn player for this team. I'd say he's top 3 in the entire league. And they even built a composition in the June Just, of course, around Shy's proficiency at this hero. So as we head over to Busan here, bit of an interesting map choice, I gotta say, Nick. I'm just spearheading into the stats already, because this is a map that the Hangzhou Spark, they've only played 3 times this season. It's their worst control map, and their 2 most recent matches on this map, they've lost to the Guangzhou Charge and the Los Angeles Valiant. So perhaps the upper seat for the Mayhem identifying a bit of a weakness here in the control map rule.
I think you might be onto something with that one as well, where Florida, they do get their map choice to kick off this series, and then we go into loser picking the next map for this first to 3. But I feel like Busan is going to be really important for the Spark to nail, but Florida's going to make that difficult for them with maybe just less experience on this map for Hangzhou Spark overall.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't have as much experience playing these maps in the regular season, it's a randomized map format, of course. You don't commit as much practice time onto this map, so that could maybe be a bit of a difficulty for the Hangzhou Spark, Florida Mayhem acknowledging that weakness. I do want to say as well, though, that I don't want to stress the importance of Hangzhou Spark actually getting off to a good start here. They're one of the weakest teams in the playoffs when it comes to escort maps, but also push game mode, which is going to be our 4th map of this series, right? So if you're the Hangzhou Spark, you really need to be able to rely on hybrid maps, which is our 2nd game mode, and these control maps that are being played first and last in these series. So if you're a Hangzhou Spark fan, you want to see them get off to a good start here on Busan.
The gates are going to open up, and for both of these teams, we will see what has been meta so far for this playoff stage, and that is going to be those Sojourn Reaper compositions with Winston at the helm. Already, Florida Mayhem is going to make their way up to the high ground, but it's going to be a jockey for position here as Gushui is going to start to get a bit more aggressive. Hydron, though, charging up that railgun, is going to start to look for a pick, using that disruptor shot to try to blow away the backline. But someone's already down, so the front line for Florida Mayhem has been washed away, and that's going to have to be a big reset for Florida.
And you can see there Tiro getting 2 picks on the Kiriko immediately. This is a Kiriko player that you really need to look out for when it comes to the flanks. Tiro, as I mentioned, he likes to go on these wide angles and force out some cooldowns, and right there, hitting 2 headshots on the Florida Mayhem, opening up the doors for the Spark.
I'm definitely going to take a look at how these Kiriko do play, because they do like to take a bit more of an aggressive positioning.
There you go.
Already on the high ground. You'll see the Suzu used by Sir Majed already, just to make sure that the Florida Mayhem can get to the point safely. But as Alpha E gets taken out, that is a huge chunk of damage removed here for Hangzhou, as now Florida Mayhem can clean up the shop and take back control of the point.
So throughout this series, I really want to have a look at someone on that Winston for Florida Mayhem, how much space he can create for the rest of his team. Right there, you're seeing him dive pretty far in, even challenging a Reaper, which is known as the counter to Winston, but he wins out that duel and creates enough space for his partner in crime, Checkmate, there on the Reaper. Checkmate, he's been a bit questionable so far in the playoffs, but he really had a standout performance against the Atlanta Reign. We're looking to see him continue that in this series against the Spark.
Well, as he's working up to that Death Blossom as well, maybe Checkmate will continue to play a bit more aggressively, but with a huge pick onto Hydron to start things off, Hangzhou Spark already have a player advantage moving back towards the point. They're going to go ahead and use the Kitsune Rush as well, just to ensure that that damage hits its mark. And there you go. Another point flip and point cap here for Hangzhou.
Yeah, it's a nice use of the Kitsune Rush from Tiro there. And now already you're at 34% capture rate. You have 4 ultimates up here for the Hangzhou Spark. And so far, I feel like we've seen Alpha Yi really stick close to Gushui on this Winston, trying to win those neutral fights and get a health advantage early on. Alpha Yi setting up for the Death Blossom. This could be crucial right here.
Look at where he's sneaky. Just gonna go in with the Death Blossom, the Suzu on top to keep him safe with a big pick onto Hydron. That should be a big team fight win here for Hangzhou, but Florida Mayhem are still investing resources. It's gonna be double support ultimates with the Kitsune Rush as well as the Sound Barrier, but it was a little too late to be able to save someone's life. So Florida Mayhem have to back off to try again.
Yeah, Florida Mayhem getting a bit antsy there, utilizing both support ultimates and recognizing that Teru didn't have his Kitsune Rush. That is when we want to try to get value from our own Kitsune Rush. Surmajet, of course, on the Florida Mayhem. So now you're down 3 ultimates, and we're getting close to last fight territory here, Nekra.
Well, Shy's going to try to end things now as he does go ahead and pop the overclock just a little bit, as Hydron also trying to make his way back to the point and get a pick of his own. Checkmate still has yet to use the Death Blossom, so that's another tool that Florida Mayhem can rely upon in order to take back control. But it looks like you might not even need it if you're Florida, as you do have Shy and Alpha removed from Hangzhou Spark, and Florida Mayhem take back the point in just the nick of time.
Hangzhou Spark building up to 98% here, winning here. They only need one more team fight to win out this round. And Florida Mayhem, they're struggling with their ultimates they committed prior, right? So now you only have Checkmate with this Death Blossom. He is lingering pretty close here, so let's see if he can use it early on to win a fight here for the Mayhem.
Okay, well, he looks like he's just going to go ahead and use those Hellfire shotguns to get up close and personal with the Spark. Does the Spark make a quick rotation? But if someone dives in aggressively, is going to go ahead and force out both Winston bubbles. That provides a pretty nice opening here for Checkmate to go in with the Death Blossom if he wants to.
So Teru has this Kitsune Rush right here, but the Florida Mayhem, I think they're going to acknowledge here that they have to go fast in this fight.
Well, there you go. It's going to be a huge, fast fight, but a pretty quick death for Checkmate as he goes in to use the Death Blossom and right into the loving arms of the Hangzhou Spark with that damage boost and that movement speed that was enabled by that Kitsune Rush. And so just like that, objective number 1 secured for Hangzhou.
And there you go. That's why we respect the number 12 seed Hangzhou Spark so much. That this volatility in the performance of their game. Shy having a great round to kick things off there as well, and Alfie on that Reaper sticking close to Guxue. This is a very good fundamental style when it comes to this composition right here, and I'm impressed by the Spark so far. Florida Mayhem, let's see if they can use that aggression in their favor and catch the Spark off guard.
Yeah, maybe after Guxue uses a cooldown, Florida Mayhem can capitalize when that or even the Reaper Wraith form isn't available. So that way maybe Florida can go in and carve out an opportunity for themselves. But it looked like a pretty solid round there for Spark, pretty dominant.
Pretty dominant indeed. So now, Hangzhou Spark, they're of course going to utilize the Symmetra teleport to get a spawn early here. Alfie, use that in your ranked games. That's real helpful. Gives you the rollout, and now we get to see both teams clashing.
Yes, they're both going to meet each other on the high ground of Mecha Base, our second round here on Busan. Shy already taking an off angle to try to charge up that railgun, looking for a snipe. He's gonna wait for the perfect opportunity as you see Hydron try to grab an elimination as well. Now the Winston's dueling around this pillar, but huge from Hydron. Gonna be able to snipe out Guxue, and the rest of the Hangzhou Spark are going to fall. Florida Mayhem will be able to go get the point capture in a bit.
That is exactly what you want to see from Hydron if you're a fan of the Florida Mayhem. Being able to find these picks early on, I mentioned the first elim rate when it comes to his Sojourn play. It's spectacular so far in the playoffs. Florida Mayhem, they have that aggression going for them, but they need to capitalize on this positioning. Look to Hydron to open things up for the Mayhem.
I mean, Hydron's already going to play a little bit aggressive here to get the poke. Teru already down. Means that the Hangzhou Spark have to go back and get a reset again. This Hydron's just going to keep him at the door too. Someone with the Tesla cannon damage, just grabbing that poke. Nice rotation here from Florida as well to make sure that they've got both of these entry points on lock. Hangzhou Spark though, they're back as a full team of 5. And Hydron's just down. Okay, Shy just getting the Sojourn diff at the moment. Maybe that opens things up for Hangzhou Spark to get in here and get their hands dirty, as Shy has earned himself the overclock. But if you're able to win the fight outright, then you don't have to use those ults.
So I'm a bit surprised there by the Florida Mayhem's movement. They decided to back off pretty early there, but because they won that first fight, they actually had the advantage when it came to generating that Kitsune Rush, but instead they back off. They allow Hangzhou Spark to enter this control point, and perhaps I would have liked to see some more aggression from the Mayhem, utilize that Kitsune Rush to your advantage. Now instead, you're looking at Hangzhou Spark with the room, and they're going to go aggressive themselves.
It's just going to be a layering of Kitsune Rushes here, as you also see both Winstons pop the Primal Rage. Tons of sustain on the board, as well as Super Rich decides to go for the Sound Barrier to enable the Spark more to be able to get in and get aggressive. Shy, though, with a big pick onto someone, removes that Winston for the Florida Mayhem, and Hangzhou Spark will keep control of the point.
But it's not the worst thing in the world. Super Rich there, he committed the Sound Barrier for the Hangzhou Spark, ensuring they win that fight. Animo still on the Florida Mayhem, he has that Sound Barrier to their advantage. So let's see the Florida Mayhem if they can go aggressive with this Sound Barrier and win the fight before the Hangzhou Spark finds a pick.
Yeah, I would love to see that as well, especially when Hydron has the overclock too. Oh, but the Death Blossom at the door here from Alpha Yi, the Suzu on top, and there is the late sound barrier from Animo after they've already survived the initial pressure from Hangzhou's Death Blossom.
That is a veteran experience as well, like Animo. You can see the Death Blossom coming out to top things up here for the checkmate. The cherry on top of you, Will.
Yeah, that's it. Checkmate for Florida. Going to be a point flip for them, but a huge investment on both sides.
Huge investment on both sides, of course, for Florida committing both the overclock and the Death Blossom as we take a look at the replay here with checkmate. This is what you want to see if you're a Reaper main. I know Malik gets his home. He's a Reaper main. He's smiling somewhere. He's watching that.
Absolutely. I mean, the Death Blossoms, when they're able to pop off there and get those 3-player picks, are absolutely fun to watch, but we are starting to enter into last fight territory as Florida Mayhem continue to rack up percentage on this point. Hydron taking a high ground position, a flank, the disruptor shot from behind, especially after Shy was able to get checkmate out of the way, but maybe Hydron's lack of presence for this team fight is actually working against them here.
Yeah, you need to find that opening though, and it's so hard if you're a Sojourn player, right? Because yes, you have that positioning, but there's a Winston bubble in the way. Gushu is in the way on this Winston, commanding the presence in that front line. So Hydron looking for a flank there, doesn't turn out too great. Hangzhou Spark here, we're getting close to last fight territory for the map, and they have Soundberry and Kitsune Rush.
Okay, looks like maybe Florida Mayhem tried to go for a sneak attack there as you saw them crouch their way into this fight, but it's Kitsune Rush for Teru. Super Rich uses the sound barrier on top, and Sir Majed gonna layer down the Kitsune as well as Alpha Yi goes in for a Death Blossom flank, but doesn't look like there's gonna be anybody for him to go after. Gushue's just gonna down Animo, remove him from the battlefield as this flip should be able to come through here for Hangzhou Spark, and then overtime starts to wick down.
We're getting close to the end here. 4 members now with Hydron coming back for the Florida Mayhem in last fight territory. They have to win this fight out, but Shy gets a pick onto Hydron.
Huge pick there. Checkmate starts to get low, has to Wraith form away, but in the chaos, it looks like Florida Mayhem's gonna grab the point back from underneath Hangzhou Spark's noses.
Animo's gonna get this sound barrier. This is gonna be huge.
Okay, it looks like it's gonna be coming online now, and right away will be used as what? Checkmate's Death Blossom gets booped up into the air as he's able to get that damage down onto Shy, and Florida Mayhem follow that up, will be able to take over the point and tie it up on Busan to go to a 3rd round.
What an amazing ending to this round. Super is going to try for a last-ditch effort, but he doesn't get there. And remember, this all started with Gushue on that Primal Rage flank, of course, and Sir Majed coming back to protect Animo, keeping Animo alive, and then Animo builds that sound barrier that turns things around. Yes, it's checkmate with that Death Blossom, but credit to Sir Majed for rescuing his Lucio and building that sound barrier to turn things around.
Oh yeah, I mean, being able to swift step over to the Lucio too makes it really easy to grab access, make sure you can save your teammate, and it really did play a huge role in Florida Mayhem being able to get that point back. But I want to see what happened here with maybe the checkmate Death Blossom. What happened?
Quite a nice pick onto Alpha Yi right there. 2 actually. And that is going to secure the point. 83% for Florida Mayhem, but they get that cap there, which means they only have to win that last fight and they get the round. So we get into the final round here on Busan.
Yep, heading over to Sanctuary, one of the smallest control maps that still exists. And it's going to be Hangzhou Spark beating Florida Mayhem to the punch there to get to that control point. But with the positioning that Hangzhou Spark is taking, you'll see the angle that Shy has found onto Sir Majed in the back line of Florida. And so now Hangzhou Spark going to get aggressive and force Florida Mayhem back before they capture the point.
Oh, but Hydron finds a pick as well.
What? Okay, maybe this is going to make
it. Shy finds a pick back! It's crazy.
It's just Sojourns popping Sojourns and getting all of the railgun kills in the world here, as finally I think we're going to see Hangzhou Spark take control.
So this is going to be interesting. If there was any point in the control map right here, we would see some teams swap to Tracer to navigate these flanks and shut down these Sojourns. This would be the point. But instead, both teams, they're sticking to the Reaper here, which means that the Winston and the Reaper, they're going to control these very tight choke points rather, and we're going to see big plays coming out of the Sojourn. So look out for Hydron and Shy to find these pick early.
Yeah, well, someone already went on to the right-hand side, jumped in right away to be able to force the front line of Hangzhou Spark back. But Shy gonna remove that Reaper for Florida Mayhem from the field. And that's just another reset as Hangzhou Sparks start working up past 40%.
So how do you deal with this if you're Florida Mayhem? I'd like to see them go on the left side here to perhaps gain some space towards the point, but instead it's looking like they're going to challenge the Spark here in main. Shy has such a beautiful vantage point here on the point. He's going to look for a pick once more, but it's Hydron this time who opens it up.
Okay, well now Shy though taking the angle with the overclock, hoping to even the score. But yeah, Florida Mayhem gonna grab the point capture right underneath Hangzhou Spark. Shy though still finding elimination as Super Rich goes for the sound barrier to help sustain the Hangzhou Spark through this fight, and I think the overclock and the sound barrier worked here. Hangzhou Spark going to take back control.
Absolutely. There are a few players that are as lethal with that overclock as Shy. Hydro not finding that value himself. But once more, we find ourselves in a situation where Anamo is building that sound barrier, and Thermogel is pretty close to this Kitsune Rush as well. Spark with their own Kitsune Rush, they might push aggressive here with Tiro.
But I think the biggest differentiating factor is that Alpha Yi has the Death Blossom ready, and approaching last fight territory, if you got Kitsune Rush and you have the Reaper, you can get a ton of value out of just the Hellfire shotguns and of course the Death Blossom. So let's see what happens here as Hydron opens things up with a huge pick onto Super Rich. So removing that Lucio, removing that ability to rotate around as Gushue just trying to get Hydron out of the way, but the bubble will not be enough to save Gushue from the damage lineup of the Florida Mayhem as they also invest Sound Barrier and Primal Rage into that point cap.
And that is the important part right there. As soon as Gushue noticed that Super Rich got picked, there is a 4 versus 5 fight right here. But we don't need to win this fight. We need to just win one single team fight remaining. So Gushue, he jumps onto Anamo to force that Sound Barrier unnecessarily out. And that is going to be a huge factor right here when Gushue and Alpha Yi comes back into this fight.
Yeah, now you don't have that Sound Barrier as a response to the Death Blossom that Alpha Yi has held on to. Already looking at the Winston headshot to be able to just help pressure the Florida Mayhem back. But Checkmate's got a Death Blossom online as well and is looking for an opportunity to weave that through the Winston bubbles as Hangzhou Spark just playing it safe.
Sneaky beaky like from Checkmate, here you go!
Oh, the Death Blossom here from Checkmate is not going to be enough as Shy just eliminates him before he's able to get anything done with it. Now Gushue has his back against the wall as he's looking to try to force the DPS line of the Florida Mayhem back.
Hydron?
Okay, Hydron just still finding picks with a Winston in his face. And Teru now, I mean, we're entering in the last fight here, Johnny.
Yeah, we're entering into the last fight right here, and Hydron still has that overclock. Gushue with the Primal Rage and the Sound Barrier for the Hangzhou Spark. Look to Gushue to put pressure onto Hydron. They cannot allow Hydron to go rampage with this overclock.
No, and so I think that might just be Gushue using the Primal Rage to get up and close and personal in his face.
There we go.
Hydron, though, using the overclock, just going to use that movement to try to get away from Gushue's positioning as the Primal Rage is hunting him down and throwing him against the wall. Eliminates him from the backline, and this should give Hangzhou Spark an opportunity to get rid of the Florida Mayhem from the point and try to get back. But Florida Mayhem, they're not done yet. They want to close out the map here. That is 3 picks for Florida. Maybe a sneaky back cap here coming in from Hangzhou, but it's really just Winston and Lucio on the point, and against Checkmate's DPS output, Super Rich is down. Gushue is trying to get away, and that's Florida Mayhem first map to them.
What an amazing map. That is about as close as it gets, Nekra, right there.
I know.
Boiling it down to the final fight. What an amazing performance by both teams here, but it's Florida Mayhem coming out on top on Busan.
And that's really important. You were talking about how Hangzhou Spark kind of needed this win in just the way that the map pool is going to progress for the rest of the series.
Absolutely. I mean, the Hangzhou Spark, they needed this map dearly because of their weakness perhaps on escort and push maps, but instead it's going to be Florida Mayhem getting away with it. I would like to say though, Hangzhou Spark, they are top 3 team when it comes to the hybrid maps coming up next. So Hangzhou Spark are looking to bounce back on perhaps their strongest game mode in hybrid.
Yeah, we'll have to see what Hangzhou Spark decide to bring us to for the next map in this series after we come back from this short break. What's up?
ultimate's coming out. Primal and a nano tactical visor. It's matched by Merit and shut down just as quickly. Hydron with the 4K.
Call that one a 5K, Lemon. The American Tornado spins up and gets those Houston Outlaws out of here. You can go all in, but I hope you got insurance against the weather, baby.
Oh,
that's
it's
huge.
nasty. 4 players hit with a bionic grenade and the follow-up. Oh, it's there. They'll rue the day you let RuPaul into your backline. Snuck in the corner there.
No way! Animo booped the duplicated Winston.
The sleep into the pond.
The broom comes out and the mayhem sweep them away. Unbelievable.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Overwatch League playoffs. We are right in the middle of our match between the Florida Mayhem and the Hangzhou Spark, where Florida Mayhem are already 1-up in the series so far. What do you think of Checkmate's performance on the Reaper?
It's impressive so far. I mean, Checkmate, he is a player who I would consider pretty tactical, even when he plays Tracer, which is a very intense, mechanically skilled hero. He likes to be tactical the way he plays around the map, and you can see here in the Reaper stats on boost down. 12 final blows to his 8 deaths. He's making sure to make a difference for the Florida Mayhem.
We saw a really nice slow-mo replay of that 3K Death Blossom that happened there as well on Mecha Base. That felt like such a big difference maker. When Checkmate has those Death Blossoms online, I feel like he's just able to go in and get jobs done.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't think people usually consider Reaper a very intense hero because, you know, you have a couple of cooldowns and you have your shotguns and all that. But a player like Checkmate, he's really able to utilize his cooldowns very effectively. He acknowledges when to time and use that Death Blossom when there's no Sun Barrier, when there's no Winston Bubble, for example, to protect the opponent team. So very strategic decision there from Checkmate, and it's paying off in the stats. Bit of a crucial player for as well, especially here against the Hangzhou Spark. You're playing against Gucho and Alpha U, right? That's where you want to make sure that your Reaper can get value, and Checkmate is doing it so far.
Absolutely. I mean, both of the DPS players on both teams have been trying to kind of outdiff each other, especially when it comes to that Sojourn versus Sojourn. I feel like a lot of that first map we saw Shy getting picks onto Hydron and vice versa.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like Shy had a tremendous amount of impact there on Busan, right? But now we're heading into Paraiso, so a bit tighter angles. Not as many flank opportunities, so maybe this will be more of a Winston and a Reaper kind of map.
And this is Hangzhou Spark's pick. Because they lost that first one, they get to pick our next map, and they're taking us to Paraiso. What do you make of this?
Well, this is a map that Hangzhou Spark, they've found success on. They're 4-2 so far on this map, and this is actually the map they beat Dallas Fuel on. Now, Dallas Fuel, they're a titan when it comes to these playoffs. They're looking really good. So the fact that a team like the Hangzhou Spark, they were able to take down Dallas Fuel on Paraiso, that is a really good vibe heading into this match against the Florida Mayhem.
And I mean, Hangzhou Spark's hybrid map win rate is super impressive.
Yes.
You had been, you know, teasing out that Hangzhou Spark's probably
top 3,
the best.
in fact.
Yeah, top 3 hybrid win. I think it's 70% or something ridiculous.
This is by far Hangzhou Spark's best game mode. So again, stressing the importance. If you're a Hangzhou Spark fan, this is the kind of map you want to see them win in this series, and perhaps give them a lifeline when it comes to the later game modes. We got Escort on the horizon and push for that map 4. But here we go, Paraiso. So looking forward to see how both teams approach this one. Of course, we're going to see both teams utilizing the high ground a lot here, and that is going to make it easy for Reaper to perhaps drop down into the enemy backlines, or even contesting the opponent Winston, right? So see what we've got in store for us.
Yeah, typically we do see the defending teams, which is going to be Florida Mayhem in this case for this first round, set up on this kind of initial high ground, but then make a quick rotation towards the back when they do see the enemy team start to approach them. But for now, it's just going to be some high ground presence towards the front for Florida, getting that Tesla cannon damage down when they can, and also the poke there as Hydron looks to try to charge up these rail guns. Checkmate's getting a little low here as Teru starts to go on a bit of a flank.
He's just flanking.
That's kind of what you expect from that player though, right?
Yeah, that's what you expect from that player. Got Gucho diving up there, trying to win some of these cooldowns. Teru again on the flank. What is this man doing?
Okay, he's just gonna go back there using the Suzu pretty selfishly to make sure that he can get the heck out of dodge, get back to his team, but it's going to leave Shy vulnerable when that Suzu is not available for that immortality. So Hangzhou Spark, they lose Shy, they lose Gushue. Florida Mayhem smell blood in the water as they push Hangzhou Spark back towards their spawn.
Yeah, and that's the right point you're making right there, right? Because Teru, he's on these flanks, he's forcing out this bell, right? And that is unable to save Shy in the end. So perhaps Tero, he needs to stop with these flanks and help out his team instead. I do want to take a look at Gushue though, because he's forcing these dives onto the high ground, and perhaps that will find an opening for the rest of his team. Alpha Yi, for example, on that Reaper, trading bubbles here, and Alpha Yi is up on the high ground, trying to find an advantage, but so far, Florida Mayhem, they're holding strong.
I mean, there's just been a nice call and response here for Florida. As Gushue jumps in, someone jumps right back into the action. But everybody on Florida Mayhem is playing pretty safe, just within the architecture of the map. Teru takes a fall. Hydron, though, does get eliminated.
Shy? Oh, Shy's just gonna do Shy things.
Okay, why is he even called Shy? He's not really that shy of a player now, is he?
No. Pretty aggressive with it, but someone's going to go out and save there with a nice Primal Rage here. This is the thing though, Hangzhou Spark, they've taken so long to really contest this high ground at Florida Mayhem. They've been able to build up these ultimates. You see the Primal Rage coming out from someone right there. But they already have the Sound Barrier themselves. They already have this Kitsune Rush, which gives Florida Mayhem the options. They don't even care that much about losing this high ground, because they can drop back towards the point. So for the Hangzhou Spark, this is really about winning two team fights. They're just gonna go for the point straight away.
Alright, well, it is going to be dueling Kitsune Rushes, but as Super Rich goes down, he doesn't have the ability to build up to that Sound Barrier anymore. And Gushue gets taken out before he's able to activate that Primal Rage. But smarter to hold on to those ultimates if you are the Spark, because you have a minute and a half remaining to try to even approach this first point.
And again, it's beautiful ultimate management from the Florida Mayhem. Now you won two fights, the first one with Primal Rage, and the second one with only Thermojet Kitsune Rush. So now with 1 minute, 20 seconds to go, you still have Hydron with the Overclock, you still have the Death Blossom to go, but Hero finds a pick onto Hydron. They've been looking for that all map long.
Yeah, maybe a little bit that high-risk, high-reward play actually being a reward here for Teru, as that giant threat in Hydron has been eliminated. Hangzhou Spark are absolutely going to move on this one, as Super Rich is going to invest the Sound Barrier to allow Hangzhou Spark to get aggressive. But his checkmate goes for the Death Blossom, Alpha Yi just goes in and takes him out. So now, Florida Mayhem, after investing the Sound Barrier, the Death Blossom... What? They're going to invest the Overclock too? No way Hydron gets away with this!
Alpha, you look at the punish with that Death Blossom, picks up Thermojet and Hydron as well. Still have a little bit of time to find these picks. They're playing safe here. Someone may be able to build up this Primal Rage, but there's a Reaper in your face.
Oh, there's a Reaper in your face, and the Reaper is going to win out that duel. Florida Mayhem kind of played a little risky there. Was that a hero play from Hydron?
Bit of a hero play, but I think the entire team, they understood that we have Hydron coming back with the Overclock, recognizing how good Sojourn is and can turn these fights around, right? So I wouldn't call that a mistake at all. I think it was very calculated from Florida Mayhem, giving themselves an opportunity to full hold on point A. It didn't work out that time, but it's a nice calculated risk from the Mayhem. You're still good there. 2 minutes 30 for Hangzhou Spark to cap out point B, and this is historically a really difficult point for the attacking teams.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, you kind of got through the first hurdle, which was unlocking the payload, and now you have to escort it through the street space of Paraiso, where all of these buildings make it really difficult to figure out where you want to attack from. So as Gushue starts to play in between these buildings, he's going to get caught out by checkmate going on at this flank.
And this is where the Sojourn really starts to be questionable when it comes to its effectiveness. Of course, Sojourn's always going to be good. It's a crazy hero, but you have this street corner, right, where you have checkmate and you have someone on the Winston and the Reaper. They're able to be really effective here when it comes to diving and hitting up these flanks, right? So Hangzhou Spark, they only have this Kitsune Rush at their disposal, and they're going to look to push this card up, and then Florida Mayhem can push when Hangzhou Spark are inside.
Florida Mayhem have the ability to respond to Hangzhou Spark's Kitsune Rush with a Kitsune Rush of their own. So they'll do just that, as Hydron is able to take a step back and use the space that someone, Winston, has created for the team to grab a really nice reset. Hangzhou Spark, they invested the Kitsune Rush, and they're looking to come back with a lot more.
They're looking to come back with a lot more, of course, using that Kitsune Rush. But they have the Sound Barrier up still. Florida Mayhem, they're sitting at 4 ultimates right now. If I'm the Hangzhou Spark, I want to take 2 fights here, if possible, and try to get out as many ultimates as possible. Put pressure on the Florida Mayhem. And I'd follow Gushue here on the left-hand side flank. Utilize the speed boost and the Sound Barrier to go these close cornered range. If you just open yourself up here, Hydron's going to have a perfect side angle all the way.
Well, these fights are going to have to be really fast, because Hangzhou Spark have 50 seconds remaining to make the most of this attack push and hopefully secure that second objective. Shy trying to find an opening with this overclock.
They need him to find a pick.
They do, especially when it's coming down to the wire now. 35 seconds left and counting as the overclock is now active for Hydron. He power slides forward, forces out the disruptor shot, and tries to corral, but great sound barrier response from Hangzhou Spark to keep them alive and in this fight. Alpha E goes in with the Death Blossom, doesn't find any picks with that, but it's enough damage for Guxue and Teru to follow that up and start to make their assail of this street space.
So let's see if Florida Mayhem do something similar they did to Point A. They do have the Death Blossom at their disposal, and they should have enough time to respawn and get back into this fight. Anemone, the Lucio, is going to escort Thermajet back here, and if you can perhaps take a fight here and just dive onto Shy with that overclock, this could be a fight win for the Florida Mayhem. This could be a huge hold for them.
Well, Guxue has that Primal Rage ready to go, so might be able to play Doorkeeper as he does pop the Primal Rage to start juggling Florida Mayhem away from the point and into the sightlines of Shy and Alpha Yi. The Overclock and the Primal Rage are a good enough combo for Hangzhou Spark in overtime to secure that second point.
And Hangzhou Spark, they are really good in overtime, as we already identified, of course, on Point A and now on Point B as well. They're really efficient when it comes down to the wire. I really appreciate how they pulled back there to force Florida Mayhem in. This is something the Spark are really good at when it comes to turning these fights around. Florida Mayhem, though, 1 minute remaining here, and they already have the Death Blossom and the Kitsune Rush, perhaps going a bit aggro right here.
Looks like the Econ is going to be in Florida Mayhem's favor, as they just want to try to stop Hangzhou Spark in their tracks. But Teru is looking for an opening to use this Kitsune Rush. Teleports backwards to be able to help the team. Suzu onto Alpha Yi, be able to allow him to teleport away, but Checkmate is still able to chase him down. And Florida Mayhem already are eating so much time off the clock here that Hangzhou Spark have 40 seconds remaining.
Again, we're down to like last fight territory here. And Florida Mayhem, they still have this Checkmate Death Blossom. They're gonna go in.
Well, they are going to go in, but someone just gets chunked down there as Alpha Yi is able to utilize that large Winston hitbox and take him out. But Alpha Yi now, too, just trying to get back up to another Death Blossom, as Checkmate still has yet to find an opening to use his. But at this point, too many members of Florida Mayhem are down that they just want to escape to be able to regroup to contest.
So it's all about regrouping here for the Florida Mayhem. That push failed right there onto the spawn. And the Hangzhou Spark, they have this Kitsune Rush. Kitsune Rush is an amazing ultimate. Let's see if Spark can make it work here in overtime.
All right, they're going to have to. But Checkmate still has yet to do the Death Blossom. He's dropping into the back line. He's going to drop down. But the Winston Bubble is enough. And Teru taking him out. This is a big push here for Hangzhou Spark in overtime. The overtime champions. Securing point A, securing point B, and maybe even point C as we keep the cart rolling. Alpha Yi, Guxue, Super Rich right now are looking to utilize their ultimates as it's just Alpha Yi trying to push this payload forward.
Who gets touched? You have Anemo, the sound barrier. The Florida Mayhem, they're going to throw themselves at this point. So much pressure being caught. Checkmate has to find a pick here.
Okay, Anemo sound barrier is good. It is able to get the overhealth onto 3 members, but with the Death Blossom, Alpha Yi is going to secure that third objective for Hangzhou Spark.
Yeah, what an impressive push there by the Hangzhou Spark. You didn't really feel like they made a ton of progress here on Esperanza, but instead, in overtime on point B and then overtime point C, they make it happen. Florida Mayhem there, both on point B and on point C. We saw them go aggressive. They wanted to take the fight to the Hangzhou Spark. But Hangzhou Spark, they're pulling back. They found that pick onto someone on that Winston that really opened up point C here. So that is something to pay attention to. Florida Mayhem with a bit of an aggressive tendency so far this match, and Hangzhou Spark feeling pretty comfortable pulling back and opening up the fight for Shy to return those frags.
Yeah, I love that because we see teams oftentimes just kind of respond to the aggression with aggression of their own instead of saying, oh, you want to use cooldowns to try to get towards us? Go ahead. We're just going to use our Lucio to back up. I love that you brought that up because I do think that that's a very interesting mechanic coming into play here for these teams.
Absolutely. Now the Hangzhou Spark, they struggled here on offense. They couldn't really take this bridge because of their aggressive Kiriko play. Let's see if Florida Mayhem can replicate that. I do want to spotlight Lucio here on this very specific point because we're all playing on a bridge here to kick things off on Esperanza, and that's where Lucio with that wall ride mechanic, he can really come in handy and get those boops off to make sure that you can find an opening. If you boop up the Reaper, for example, they're going to have to wait for him out, and that's when you can find a pick onto them. So let's see if Anemo can do something here for the Florida Mayhem rolling out.
What else do you expect from Teru except to try to get up and close to those spawn doors of the Florida Mayhem to get a little bit of poke damage out as those doors open. But that does leave Hangzhou Spark pretty vulnerable. You know, you use the Swift Step to be able to get back to your team, but now you're not able to get out of the way as Florida Mayhem start to gun you down. Already, we're going to see Gushue get sent back to spawn as Checkmate's going to take this opportunity with no Winston bubbles to go in and get aggressive with these Hellfire shotguns.
Super is going to get picked here as well. Shy finds an opening, so they trade out Lucio's here, but Florida Mayhem, they have the point control here. Checkmate's going to try to hold this back.
I mean, they have the territorial control here too. Despite the fact that Gushue is able to come back here with the bubble. Wait, maybe that's good enough? Shy is absolutely just popping off that it takes Checkmate to invest those mobility cooldowns to get in his face and remove him. But all the while, Hangzhou Spark is able to make a triumphant return.
Yeah, Hangzhou Spark here. Really lucky they have Shy on their team right there to sort of secure those 2 frags. The Florida Mayhem, I mean, you can't really anticipate all that damage coming out, right? Shy finds that opening pick onto someone, and now Florida Mayhem, they find themselves back here with no real space to see how they control it.
Well, someone is going to go ahead and try to jump after Teru's Kiri. That does force him to use the Swift Step to be able to get away. The Kitsune Rush is going to go through. Alfie not able to be saved there, as now Hangzhou Spark, they are going to be playing at a player disadvantage, and that's just going to amplify as Florida may have played down a Kitsune Rush of their own. And just by Shy being a big playmaker here for Hangzhou Spark, those 2 picks are not enough to hold on to the defense here for Hangzhou.
Not going to be enough this time, and this is really where you see someone in Checkmate kick into action on this Winston and this Reaper. Point B coming up here as well, and you still have that Death Blossom, you still have the Primal Rage. So if you're lucky here, Florida Mayhem can catch Hangzhou Spark before they're able to build this sound barrier themselves, for example.
Yeah, I mean, so much crowd control available with the Primal Rage, the Lucio boop. Florida Mayhem really want to try to get into maybe a high ground position to drop down with this Death Blossom available, but Shy, it has all these corridors on lock. Looking in every single direction, the Disruptor shot to be able to lock down main. You've got the Railgun ready to go, keeping the charge by just being able to pepper some damage in, and now maybe, Hydron gets really low, loses the 1v1 as Zermajit tries to jump back to save him. All the while, Gushue into the front line with the Primal Rage, just gonna boop everybody off the map. Oh no, Checkmate. No, Checkmate's coming back for more.
We love the boop kills. There they go. I mean, Gushue, we gotta talk about this guy. He's had a standout performance so far, and take a look at the replay from Gushue with this Primal Rage. He's going to secure the frag here onto Animo, and then he just swipes Zermajit away.
He
Gushue,
actually just threw hands.
He's throwing hands.
Every hand throw was a kill. But now it's time for the overclocks. Hydron and Shy dueling it out, looking for those opening picks, forcing out the sound barriers on both teams. But as that Hoper Elf starts to expire, someone using the Primal Rage not only to keep himself alive, but also Checkmate, right after that sound barrier over health was gone, went in at the perfect moment.
It's a perfect moment right there, and both teams committing a lot of ultimates there. So Florida Mayhem, they're going to have control here, and they're going to just keep pushing aggressive. This is their hallmark kind of playstyle right here, holding these corridors. One more fight, and the Florida Mayhem will secure point B here. They're looking to rely on someone in Checkmate here in the front line.
I mean, that last fight was so expensive.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely. And when you have the Kitsune Rushes available for both teams, kind of looking at that, maybe to be the difference maker. But when Hydron is in spawn in Florida, when they do have 2.5 minutes, just want to take a reset here and come back.
Yeah, I mean, Shy has 15 final blows so far this match compared to Hydron's 6 final blows. So a bit of a Sojourn diff so far on this map. You can definitely tell that Shy is one of the best Sojourns in the world. And Hydron so far, 6 final blows, 12 deaths, sort of crumbling a little bit here for the Florida Mayhem. You need to rely on him to find these opening picks. We're going to have two Kitsune Rushes here, and Florida Mayhem, they waste no time.
Yeah, well, someone's gonna pop Shy. Maybe look for another pick as someone just continues to control the DPS of Hangzhou Spark. Hydron finding himself in a little bit of a rough spot here as Gushue feels forced to use the Primal Rage, but it pays off this big dividend. Animo now also being sent back to spawn, and that progress onto the sound barrier ulted. As this has just been trades back and forth, but still Hangzhou Spark holding out strong.
Yeah, 1 minute 30 about now, and Shy continuing to just rail the Florida Mayhem down here. Getting close to an overclock as well, but Hydron has his. Let's see, Hydron utilizes his.
Okay, well, a lot of focus fire being put onto Gushue as the quick snipe onto Super Rich as he pops his head out. is enough of a finishing blow to the Hangzhou Sparks point B defense.
This is the Hydra we wanted to see. Comes in with the overclock and finds 2 opening frags. Going to finish off Super Rich here as well. As Florida Mayhem cap point B here. 2 minutes 30 here, so they have a decent amount of time to finish off this point right here. You got a Sound Barrier coming up alongside Super Rich on the Spark, of course. And Florida Mayhem, if they can build this Kitsune Rush from Sermojed, that could really open up this point C for the Florida Mayhem. So we got 2 minutes 20 seconds. Checkmate. Checkmate.
Checkmate. Wait, where's he going?
Death Blossom.
Okay, he's teleporting up behind Hangzhou. He does get spotted out though, so a media focus gets turned towards him, but Hydron in the chaos is able to snipe out Alpha Yi. So with that player advantage, Florida Mayhem is going to continue to push this card forward as Checkmate, putting on the pressure, wants to use the Death Blossom.
And here's the Kitsune Rush. The Florida Mayhem, they just want to go. The bell comes out from Teru. The Suzu.
They have to use it because otherwise Florida Mayhem's going to kill them while they're sitting in spawn.
I mean, Checkmate, he just wants to go again. He wants to push in with this Blossom.
I mean,
Super Rich going to be crucial here with the Sound Barrier.
Yeah, I mean, Gushui's playing a little bit scared. Okay, nice rotation here from Hangzhou to be able to get out of spawn, and a great Sound Barrier from Super Rich, but it is not in time to be able to save Shy. Then Teru gonna have to use the Kitsune Rush here to give Hangzhou Spark a fighting chance, as he is able to take out Checkmate in that Death Blossom, but Florida Mayhem with those support resources removed. No more Sound Barrier, no more Kitsune Rush. Gushui now gonna be sending Animo back. That is going to be a pretty big fight win here for Hangzhou Spark as they hold on at the very last moment.
That's a massive fight win there for the Hangzhou Sparks, because not only do you prevent the Florida Mayhem from capping, if Florida Mayhem had capped there with over a minute, of course that's only Florida Mayhem with their only attack left, but instead it's going to boil down to the final fight here for the Florida Mayhem to try to win this point C over. Hydron, he has struggled a little bit at this map so far. Now with the overclock, they need to look to him to open this fight up for them.
Overclock now for Hydron. Gonna power slide up into the air to get on top of the high ground that Hangzhou Spark are currently controlling. Gushui, though, does get eliminated.
Shy! What is that?
What? What was that snipe from Shy, giving Hangzhou Spark a fighting chance? As Alpha Yi now takes out his counterpart and Checkmate. Someone, though, fighting back with Teru, and nobody's gonna be able to touch. Okay, Alpha Yi is able to get there, does stop Florida Mayhem from sinking it in, and buys enough time for Gushui to get back and try to use the overclock. The Kitsune Rush from Sermojed from underneath the building. And Florida Mayhem try to get back, but as 3 seconds start to tick down and overtime chances start to expire, Florida Mayhem have no choice but to throw their bodies on the point. And with that Sound Barrier as the cherry on top of this map, Hangzhou Spark holds strong and tie up this series 1-1.
22 final blows for Shy on that Sojourn, carrying Spark across the finish line to finish off Esperanza. What an amazing standalone performance by Shy right there. Gushu as well on that Winston, helping the Spark to finish off this map. Wow, we got a nail biter on our hands.
That is such a nail biter. I mean, the bubblegum bowl here living up to high expectations. And this is when it counts the most in this first of 3 series in the playoffs. The loser will go home. So nobody wants their playoff streams stopped here.
Wow. I can't wait to dive into map 3. Can we just start the next map right now? I'm ready to go. Boot it up. Boot it up.
Just let's start. No halftime break for the players. No, they definitely need the time, I think, to recuperate, because that was a super close map on Paraiso.
That was a super close map, but if you're the Florida Mayhem right here, you know, I wouldn't be too upset with this loss. Now you have 2 prime opportunities here on Escort and Push coming up for your team to really finish this series out here. There were still some good things for that map though. For example, I think that Checkmate really came alive as well. Someone's continuing to be aggressive. He's not falling back. He's not stepping down here for the Florida Mayhem. And if you are the Mayhem, you know that aggression is going to be your path to victory. So I want to see them hold their heads high and keep being aggressive.
Well, we might have expected the Hangzhou Spark to tie up the series on their best game mode, Hybrid. But what happens next as we head over to Escort? Only one way to find out, and that's to join us after this break.
They're using the rally here as well? Like, they think this is maybe it is winnable.
this will do its best now to try and get that cooldown back. It has been used. Proper save by the commanding shout there. Soul Dynasty low HP got a couple of members there. Fixer runs up the fence and collects them down. Stalker trades on the Fury. It's a 1-for-1 so far. Stalker gets further kills here. Stalker's just doing so much work with Soul Dynasty. Only 3 kills. Both the supports down. Pulls the blade off the back foot. Hunts down MN3. Zest is the only one alive. And well, the ace might not be there, but Soul will take the win regardless.
All right, there you go. The shock, they pull the blade to get the checkpoint. A trade you'll take any day in the week. But Kilo, and an unbelievable ult from Kalush. He hits 4 members of the Vancouver Titans, piling on the pressure. 4 kills for the Junker Queen.
Overclock triggered. Takes 1 shot. Beat from Legion gone. Smurf goes down. Doesn't need the headshots. The bodies are enough. But he uses one for Stalker. Uses one for Vindane. Oh, Lip! It's sweet music to our ears. That's the fight win they need, and they're going to take control of the map.
They're using the rally here as well. Like, they think this is
It is winnable. Pelican gets brought down. There was a flip from the Outlaws there, but the Defiant, they're doing so much with so little, I'll be honest with you. This is unreal.
I mean, when they rally, and it's Twilight, Shorong, and Hisu,
won't get those support ultimates up in time to stop the fuel. Here they come once more as Kalio's dropping down, but he's already been picked up. Bob was deployed to the point, but Decay from Lock. Oh my! You cannot be serious, Decay! 3 to try and save the day for the Justice, and Gio's gonna fall to him as well. This man is unhinged.
Are you enjoying watching the Overwatch League Grand Finals? Well, there's still time to get your tickets and join us in person. Join us at the Overwatch League Grand Finals and catch Leah Denise and Charisse Booth, the voice actors for Junker Queen and Sojourn, live. Tickets are on sale now, so go grab them. And continue to join us because we have a banger of a match on our hands right now. Hangzhou Spark and Florida Mayhem in the lower bracket are fighting for their lives, and it is a close fight, Johnny.
It is a close fight. And we're seeing plenty of Sojourn. We're seeing plenty of Sojourn, Necro, I'll tell you. So I'm excited. I'm excited to meet up with the voice actors. That's going to be great. Absolutely, yeah. But we got a legendary match on our hands right here. This is a good one.
I mean, did you expect that Paraiso would be as close as it was? I mean, looking at how Hangzhou Spark have such a dominant win record on Hybrid and how Florida Mayhem have been kind of living up to the hype a little bit too.
Absolutely. But I mean, at the same time, this is the playoffs. Like, we're not playing around anymore. These are some of the best teams in the world, right? So Florida Mayhem, they take it very close, even though Hangzhou Spark are revered for their hybrid map play. Florida Mayhem showing that they're not going to let any map go by easy. They're competing in every single one of these maps.
Yeah, like that last fight actually came down to the wire.
It did.
Very, very close to call, and it was just a couple of ultimates coming online at the right time, maybe a fast pick here or there that was a little unexpected that really pushed Hangzhou Spark's defense over the edge. But now we're heading into our third map of this series. It will be an escort map, and it's going to be Florida Mayhem's pick because they did just lose Paraiso. So they're bringing us to Dorado.
Oh boy, am I ready for Dorado.
Oh, come on, give me the stats,
I am ready for
give
Dorado.
Me the stats. I know you've got something up your sleeve for this.
The Florida Mayhem, obviously they feel ready. They feel like they are prepared to take on the Hangzhou Spark on Dorado. But if you missed out on the Overwatch League action earlier this year, I gotta tell you, Shy has the biggest deadlift final blow count on Dorado. So final blow, or deadlift, what is a deadlift, right? A deadlift, we consider that is when you gain more or over 50% of your team's final blows, right? And Shy of the Hangzhou Spark in the mid-season madness against the Philadelphia Fusion, one of the global tournaments we had earlier this year, Shy, he committed 65% of the team's final blows against the Fusion. And that was on Sojourn. That was on Sojourn. So, of course, Dorado, I feel like it's a bit synonymous now with Shy having that amazing performance on Sojourn in the mid-season madness. The Florida Mayhem, this is their map pick, though. So they are feeling like they have something in store for us. Now, so far this tournament, Dorado is like the opposite of Esperanza. We're going from very close, cornered, you know, angles where Reaper and Winston can be really effective to now one of the maps where we've actually seen some Tracer play. We've seen some Echo play because this map is really opened up. So it allows for those flanks and those high skyboxes, the teams to utilize a wide range of heroes. So we can see Checkmate already on the spawn of Tracer. This might be a hero that he sticks on, shying away from that Reaper.
Yeah,
no
well,
pun intended.
Yeah, might have to look at maybe not having some Reaper play, at least for the first point, as Hangzhou Spark getting set up on the defense here doesn't have a Reaper either. It's going to be Alpha Yi playing the Echo. So an aerial unit here for Hangzhou Spark, as Florida Mayhem, they tried something a little cheeky. Hydron, they're going to go back over to the Sojourn, and Checkmate does in fact come out of the gate on the Tracer.
But someone, he's going in already, trying to contest the Hangzhou Spark here on this high ground. Now we're going to see, take a look here at Alpha Yi. Great at blowing up targets, utilizing those bombs, of course, and the beam to finish off these kills very quickly. But Echo can be caught off guard when it comes to the tempo. Tracer, a very fast hero, that might have Hangzhou Spark on their back foot.
I mean, Alpha, you saw that when he floated down, didn't have the ability to fly back up into the skybox. Actually needed the assistance of Teru with the Suzu to get out without being taken out by the Florida Mayhem. But they're starting to make their aggressive push forward as Florida inches that cart towards its destination. But yeah, that's a big focus scheme from Alpha Yi to beam down someone. And Florida Mayhem just going to respond to that by backing off.
Yeah, so if you've only seen Reaper come so far, I don't blame you because there's been a lot of Reapers so far. But this Echo is going to be very effective at breaking down someone's barrier and also taking down the tank of the Florida Mayhem. On the opposite side, though, as I said, it's a bit of a slower hero. So Checkmate, I think we should really hone in on Checkmate here, the Tracer player. He will be able to contest this backline of the Hangzhou Spark and dive quickly before Echo finds any effectiveness.
What I think is really cool about the Tracer, and maybe we'll have to wait to see that as Gushui does eliminate Animo. So now no movement capabilities available for Florida. Okay, a pulse bomb getting thrown out here, but Teru was able to swift step away. Waiting for an opportunity to use the Kitsune Rush, but someone's able to gun him down. Zermage's Kitsune Rush, though, working out in spades here for Florida Mayhem, as Hangzhou, they just have Gushui to be able to stall out the point before Florida Mayhem get this first capture.
And it's an amazing dive coming out there from Checkmate. They force out the cooldowns of the Hangzhou Spark. They're going to secure point A here for their own team, and they're going to continue this momentum now. Someone is already on the high ground on point B, contesting the space of the Hangzhou Spark, and meanwhile, Checkmate on that Tracer. He's going to go for a bit of a wide angle here, trying to contest the Hangzhou Spark and maybe pick off Shy before he can activate that overclock.
Yeah, that's the thing about the Tracer. It does require a little bit of that setup, but once Florida Mayhem's able to get a bit more aggressive, yes, someone is going to
Teru's on the flank as well.
High ground. I mean, okay, we kind of expect that at this point, but it's really Checkmate now. It's going to force Alpha to drop down and go for the duplicate. Goes to the Winston, maybe getting that Primal Rage online, but finding a little bit of trouble, getting some damage down onto the Florida Mayhem as they rotate away from this duplicate. Suzu to be able to save Hydron as he moves backwards, but that was it. Duplicate here from Hangzhou, able to deal with the defense so far. Now it's a Kitsune Rush from Teru. It's going to be an all-out brawl as Gushui also starts to throw hands with the Primal Rage, and that's just to match someone. Checkmate throws out the Pulse Bomb, but it whiffs, and so expensive reinforced.
So expensive, and the Spark, they still haven't found any picks. The payload is still pushing, and the Spark, using 3 ultimates, still haven't found that effect. This is what I'm talking about, the tempo, the mayhem. They're happy staying alive, contesting the Spark, and now we see the overclock coming out from Shy. They have to find value here.
Okay, well, that's going to be some value here as Gushue Goomba stomps Hydron. Sirmajet is able to get an elimination onto AlphaGi, but the odds are still not evened out as Hangzhou Spark coming back up to the high ground, bullying Sirmajet away. And that is a huge defensive hold here for Hangzhou.
Yeah, so let's think big picture here, right? The Hangzhou Spark, they committed 4 ultimates already, and they really only won 1 fight here. Whereas the Florida Mayhem, they're happy utilizing this Kitsune Rush themselves. This might secure point B right here.
Very well could. I mean, the movement speed is going to allow someone to just speed forward. Teru in the backline once again trying to take a flank, but to no avail. And all the while, Florida Mayhem, they're splitting up their focus to be able to scare Hangzhou away from this defense. And so point B should be captured here, but look at this. Hangzhou Spark might be able to come back in for a recontest.
A recontest coming in from the Hangzhou Spark. They have to win this fight to hold strong here on point B. Gushue is going to take some space, but they're really looking to build this Kitsune Rush on Teru. Florida Mayhem trying to capitalize before Spark can build those ultimates.
Okay, now that Suzu has been forced out from Teru, so a little bit less protection available here from Hangzhou as Checkmate and Hydron are trying to race against Teru to build up to their ultimates. Checkmate does have a pulse bomb, but as someone is eliminated, now it's less than 2 minutes that Florida Mayhem have to assail this second objective.
Yeah, 1 minute 30 remaining here, and might be a bit tough here for the Checkmate on that Tracer, so we're just going to see him go for the Reaper. This is the sensible choice here, because you can't afford to take time taking these big flanks up on the high ground. Now instead you're looking to play with your tank and teleport up on that ledge.
Well, especially when Alpha you switch over to the Reaper as well. Checkmate's going to have to give up that Pulse Bomb charge, but with that passive, does retain 30%, so he's not so far behind. But Hydron still has that overclock available, is going to use it, but in response, Gushue will go for the Primal Rage to remove Florida Mayhem from this high ground. Leaping from roof to roof, Kitsune Rush to follow up Gushue's Primal Rage, as it's just going to be a big pick onto Animo, as Hydron also gets taken out here too. What a great defense here from Spark.
They're very happy just rotating around here, and they're giving time here for Shy to find these opening picks. So far, not a ton of final blows, of course, but Shy already at 4-1. He's feeling comfortable on this hero. Florida Mayhem, though, 30 seconds to go on this offense. I don't think they're too unhappy. They got Primal Rage up. They have Sound Barrier and Kitsune Rush up. Maybe they can make some magic work with these 3 ultimates here when they flank around.
Okay, well, they can't layer both of these ultimates.
You gotta contest Shy here.
But you have to. So that's going to be someone's job. Someone jumping up to the high ground to try to force Shy away. The Primal Rage is happening in the back line as the Kitsune Rush gets laid down for Florida Mayhem across the cart. Someone with a fast rotate to be able to get healed back up. But a huge bubble, maybe a great save. Florida Mayhem, Checkmate, able to secure that second point.
What a Death Blossom there by Checkmate as well. And they contested Shy appropriately right there as well. Someone with that Primal Rage, he forces Shy back, and that gives space to the Florida Mayhem to sit on the payload, and it pays off with Checkmate with the Death Blossom, forcing the position of Spark and getting insane value with that Death Blossom.
That's what we expect, though. I mean, look, remember the stats card that we were able to show after our very first map of the series? Checkmate's stats were just off the charts. So we'll see him continue to play around with someone's Winston as they hold that front line. Hydron, though, gonna use some mobility to be able to maybe play a little bit of misdirection here with the Spark.
Yeah, I mean, this is the only ultimate that Florida Mayhem has available, right? So with this overclock, Florida Mayhem, they have to win about 2 fights now. And he's looking to find these snipes.
Gushue has his number, though.
Yeah.
Gushue absolutely has his number every time that Hydron has been trying to peek his head over the side to get behind Hangzhou. Gushue has always been there to answer. He's using the Primal Reach now. As that expires, he will find his way back up to the high ground, but it's coming down to the wire here. 20 seconds remain. Teru pops the Kitsune Rush, and it sends Florida Mayhem packing, as they can't afford to take any more losses here.
10 seconds remaining. The Florida Mayhem push back into their spawn, and Animo goes down as well. That's going to be the speed boost missing. You see Checkmate swapping over to the Sombra to try to get this touch. I don't think they can get there.
I don't think they can get there either. Look at the cart. It is completely left alone. And the aggression from the Hangzhou Spark is able to shut down the push of Florida Mayhem.
Yeah, still a decent push though. point C, you give yourself time to hold on point A or point B if you're the Florida Mayhem. This is their map choice, of course, so yeah, I think they're feeling quite comfortable on this map. Wouldn't be too upset with that offense right there. Hangzhou Spark, though, I mean, Shy has been a problem so far. He's 8-2 so far, deadlifting for his Hangzhou Spark team. 8 out of 15 final blows. You know he's going to pop off, right? So, Florida Mayhem, I think that's someone, he showed some aggressiveness there on the Winston, recognizing that he needs to shut down Shy, but it's going to be even harder here on defense because Shy, he gets the opportunity to roam around and take the angles that he wants to take.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to how Hydron was getting completely checked by Guxue left and right, you do need to see the same type of response from someone. But I kind of feel like the play styles of each Kiriko are coming into the fray, where maybe Spark are just so used to Teru playing on their own, they don't necessarily know that he's going to be there to give that necessary backup. But when it comes to the Kitsune rushes, oh boy, do those enable Shy.
Yeah, and it's looking good as well. I mean, we mentioned the Alpha E versus Pineapple substitution for the Hangzhou Spark. I think Alpha E has done a really good job with those Kitsune rushes and playing alongside Guxue as well to open up the door for the Hangzhou Spark. So they had a bit of a struggle yesterday against the Toronto Defiant, but if Hangzhou Spark plays like this, they're going to be a beast for the Florida Mayhem the rest of the series.
It's time for Hangzhou Spark to come up to the plate and take their attack push here on Dorado. Alpha Yi just went for something, you know, the traditional cheeky Widowmaker pick, but didn't get anybody as Florida Mayhem start to control the territory on the high ground of these first few buildings. The payload starts around the corner, and that's going to be Guxue's signal to jump up and take the opposite high ground. Oh, but Shy. Big picks here coming out from Florida. I don't know, Guxue, I might not stay there if I were you.
He just zap it away. He's got a new ability in Overwatch 2. He's just doing a little bit of zapping. Long distance.
Long distance zapping, yeah, that's right. Wait, what would you call that now? Because we've got Wincon jump, Wincon zap.
Oh, I'm a Winston player. I just pretend that it's a railgun.
Oh.
I'm like role-playing soldier with that thing. I'm just going ham, yeah. Interesting here, Florida Mayhem, they actually give up the ground. So we saw them for the first minute contesting this high ground space. Now instead, though, they're looking to go aggressive with Hangzhou Spark already committing. But Shy finds an opening pick again. He's a madman.
Wow, I mean, that must have been some damage, and then the disruptor shot to slow Animo down and then eventually take him out. But that's a huge opening here for Hangzhou Spark. Now there's no escape mechanism here for Florida, except for their own
You gotta contest.
Rounds. And they might not even have time to come back in and contest. They've wrapped around the Hangzhou Spark. They've just swapped sides as someone is trying to keep Shy occupied, but the movement to power slide away? Okay, very close save there. It's Florida Mayhem coming clutch and cut it a little close.
Yeah, we got a bit anxious there, but I mean, the Florida Mayhem, I think they were purposely trying to take a slow fight there. Obviously gave opportunity for Animo to get back after getting picked off. But also, you built up those ultimates before the Hangzhou Spark, of course, because you won that first 1 minute of the defense. Now you committed the Kitsune rush, though. You're looking for Hydron to find an opening pick with this overclock, but Shy has one as well. It's going to be a battle of the Sojourns.
Okay, well, we're going to see Hangzhou Spark start to approach from the left as Hydron is setting up to use that overclock. But who's going to use it first? A little bit of a tussle here as Hangzhou Spark try to figure out how they want to approach this objective. Overclock's getting used by Hydron. Shy now with a little bit of a later one as Guxue just guns down Hydron in the front line as well. Shy? Hello?
He's just finishing them off. I mean, he's having a blast out there on this Sojourn pick, 11-4 now. So the Hangzhou Spark, they recognize, of course, that Surmajed, he has committed the Kitsune rush in the fight prior, so you want to take that fight quickly, right? Recognizing that you have more reload speed, of course, you have more attack speed in that ultimate ability, of course. Now the Hangzhou Spark on point B, they're going to be the ones contesting this high ground, take it away from the Florida Mayhem.
I love getting a chance to see the ledge use of the church, as you can see Guxue and Teru just taking a little bit of that sideline approach. Someone jumping onto the cart to stop its momentum. This pushes Guxue back a little bit as he just rotates around. Checkmate though, going after the back line. Wow. There's the Death Blossom, the Suzu on top to keep him alive. And that allows him to have the sustain to take out Super Rich and finish the job here for Florida Mayhem's defense.
Yeah, a bit of a leftover ability from point A, of course. When Mayhem committed all those ultimates, you're able to utilize that Death Blossom in your advantage, and that's so good because that's going to buy you enough time for Sermajet to build up his own Kitsune Rush and someone to build up that Primal Rage. Hangzhou Spark now, they're on the offense. They have a Primal Rage of their own, but it's going to be a bit harder to find value with these ultimates considering, as you can see, they don't have any high ground themselves.
Yeah, I feel like Bushway might even just need to use the Primal Rage to juggle Florida Mayhem off the high ground and make them a bit more accessible to the rest of the Spark, but someone playing a little bit deep in the back line here of Hangzhou has the Primal Rage available as a get-out-of-jail-free card. And we'll use that already just to kind of hop back and forth between the buildings, the high ground, the back line, the cart.
Okay, both teams have Kitsune Rush up now.
Yeah, those are going to get layered on top of each other as Alpha Yi goes in, Sound Barrier on top. And this is a huge investment here for the Spark. They know that it's pretty do or die when it comes down to using these ults and getting this second objective. Now, as the Florida Mayhem are going to be cleared off of the point, this should be a point B capture here.
Someone's going for it, but it goes down. And that is crucial right there. Not only did the Spark get the point B capture, but they're going to be allowed to push up here. Remember, Florida Mayhem, they didn't have a great point C offense right here. So the Hangzhou Spark, they're looking to capitalize on this early pick, controlling the high ground, and now maybe utilizing Shy's overclock to finish off this map.
Well, Hangzhou Spark, as they enter into this third point of Dorado, have 3 minutes remaining. And Shy, okay, overclocked on both sides. Shy and Hydron battling it out to see who's going to get the first pick. As Shy's able to get down to pretty
missed the jump!
Misses the power slide that leaves him vulnerable to checkmate, vulnerable to someone. And Anima with the sound barrier just ensures that Florida Mayhem can push back the Spark and stop the momentum that they generated from capturing that second point.
Oh, what a crucial mistake right there. And it's someone on the Winston applying pressure, forcing that error from Shy on that Sojourn. Florida Mayhem now, they have to hold this point for 2 minutes. They only have this Death Blossom available. Maybe they can buy enough time for Sermajet to build a Kitsune Rush, but they're posting aggressively. They want to go in right here, right now, and win this fight.
Okay, well, they were going to have to force out some cooldowns first before Checkmate is going to be able to weave in that Death Blossom. But Gooseway goes ahead and sets the pace first. The Primal Rage takes out Animo. Checkmate tries his best with the Death Blossom, but it leaves him vulnerable to Shy to pick him off with a charged up Railgun shot. And with that team fight win, Hangzhou Spark get this cart rolling, and they're just meters away from bringing themselves up in this
series. They might just push this in.
Florida
Someone needs to get back.
Can anybody get back to touch? Okay, a teleport here from Checkmate. He does make it. Goes down to half health, but the Kitsune Rush layered over the cart here from both of the teams is going to try to give Florida Mayhem a fighting chance. Super Rich, though, with the sound barrier, gives over health to the Hangzhou Spark, and now Shy taking out someone is going to start to roll this into the Hangzhou Spark's favor. Members of Florida Mayhem are falling. They are off the point, and Hangzhou Spark, despite the odds of Escort not being one of their best play modes, do take the win.
And that is a huge win for the Hangzhou Spark right there. They had to either win Escort or push to give themselves a chance in this series. This is a massive map win for the Hangzhou Spark. And in what fashion they did it as well. Shy with a spectacular Sojourn performance. And will this be enough to put Hangzhou Spark advancing in the playoffs? Or will the Florida Mayhem fight back on map 4?
That's gonna be a question we have to answer, because this is a 1-to-3 series, with Hangzhou Spark being up 2 maps to 1. That they're on match point, so they could win it here, or Florida Mayhem could claw their way back. They've got one more chance after we get back from this break to see if they can even this odds.
Thank you to all the fans that support us. Overwatch League channel just hit 1 million subscribers. We wouldn't be here without you, so thank you everyone.
Thanks everyone for getting us to 1 million subscribers on YouTube.
앞으로도 계속 쭉 봐주세요.
시카고.
Hi everybody, Danny here. Overwatch League YouTube is popping off. Let's keep on going until we reach 5 million, even 10 million in the next couple of years, hopefully.
Appreciate all the support, guys. Thank you for getting the Overwatch League channel to 1 million subscribers, and I hope you keep supporting us.
Thank you so much.
What's up, everybody? It's Reinforce here. Thank you so much to the first 1 million users who subscribed to the Overwatch League channel, okay? We did it, all right? That was the cool kids. But don't miss out. You still have a chance to be part of the first 1 billion subscribers to the Overwatch League YouTube channel, all right? Wow. So get in there, subscribe to the Overwatch League YouTube channel. Thank you so much for everybody for subscribing, supporting the channel. And let's get the next part. Let's go.
오버워치 리그 유튜버가 이번에 100만 구독자 수를 찍었는데 정말 일단은 100만 찍을 수 있게 도와주신 리그 팬분들한테 정말 감사드리고요.
오버워치 리그가 있기 때문에 저희도 있는 거고 저희가 있기 때문에 또 오버워치 리그가 있는 거기 때문에 이제 저희도 더 열심히 해가지고 오버워치 리그 더 승승장구할 수 있게 노력해보겠습니다.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see you there. I was too busy checking out the Overwatch League's 1 million subscriber. We did it! We made it to the promised land of success. I'm proud of every single one of you. Thank you for being subscribers and following us through it all. Here's to 100 million subscribers.
앞으로 더 많이 봐주셔서 200만 달성 되기를 기원하고 그다음에 앞으로도 자주 봐주시길 바랍니다. 감사합니다.
Cheers, love. Zoe here. I want to thank you all so much for your support and helping us achieving this beautiful milestone, 1 million subscribers. We obviously couldn't have done it without you, and we hope for many more years of your support. Like and subscribe.
Welcome back to our coverage of the Overwatch League playoffs for 2022. We are in the midst of a tremendous battle between the Hangzhou Spark and the Florida Mayhem to see who gets to continue on in the playoff bracket. And Reinforce, I want to talk about our Kiriko for both teams. Teru for Hangzhou Spark and Sir Majed for Florida Mayhem, because this was a matchup we had some questions about coming into this one.
Yeah, I mean, 2 of our best Kiriko players we have in the entire playoffs, and both playing a pretty aggressive style historically. This match, however, is been primarily Teru dealing out that hero damage done. And of course, we saw previously that he's going for those flanks. He's going a bit too aggressive. So if you're watching from home, if you're gonna play ranked later, all right, don't use Teru as an inspiration for your own Kiriko play. I'm just saying, please heal the team. But yeah, you can see that Teru is having a lot of effect, especially with the Kitsune Rush assist there on the Dorado, and that could be a huge factor once we go into our next map.
Yeah, especially when you see that Kitsune Rush predominantly paired up with aggression from the Reaper, the Sojourn. We saw Shy utilizing that oftentimes, and so I feel like with those picks, that's going to help pad that stat too.
Oh yeah, of course, it's going to help if you have a Sojourn popping off. But also, I mean, I think the Florida Mayhem, I think they did a decent job previously in the series of utilizing the Kitsune Rush on their own. A bit of a hiccup there on Dorado. It was their own map choice. But as we head into the next map, I mean, this is going to be Florida Mayhem again picking their map, and maybe they can improve some of that Winston, some of that Kiriko play.
And this is do or die. So the final hope for Florida Mayhem to get back into this series will be our push map, Esperanza.
Oh, this is Esperanza? Oh, okay. All right. I'm a professional Overwatch League talent, by the way. Sorry about that. All right, I see how it is. This is Esperanza. Okay, I got it. Stop tweeting me. I get it. All right.
It's Avril's fault.
It's Avril. I blame Avril, all right?
It's all Avril's fault.
Yeah, I know. I don't want to say where he thought Esperanza was, but, you know, he's doing a little bit of trolling.
Just a little bit. But no, Esperanza will be our next destination in our series between these two teams. Hangzhou Spark is up to match point, leading the series 2-1. So Florida Mayhem desperately need a win here so they aren't sent home.
Yeah, I mean, this is their last chance to continue their run in the playoffs right here. Now, going into push, of course, I mentioned earlier on in this series, Hangzhou Spark, they've struggled on Escort. They're the worst playoff team when it comes to Escort maps, and they're the second worst teams here on push maps. The Florida Mayhem, they've already found success on this map. They found it yesterday against the Atlanta Reign. Florida Mayhem, they got a win on this map, and the Hangzhou Spark, they've been unable to do it so far. So perhaps Florida Mayhem find a bit of momentum on this 4th map in the series?
Well, Florida Mayhem were able to make that work on the Busan choice when they picked that one strategically, despite the fact that Florida Mayhem don't have a great success rate on control. They were still able to pick Busan as one that Hangzhou Spark didn't have very much experience with, and not a great win rate on either, and that worked out in Florida Mayhem's favor. But the gates are unlocked now, and we're going back to the basics of this playoffs meta, which have been centralized around the Kiriko, the Winston, and that Reaper. It's going to be a tussle around this clock tower, though. Where are Florida Mayhem going?
Yeah, Florida going pretty aggressive here. Trying to find the backline of the Hangzhou Spark, but Hangzhou Spark, Gucci is just jumping around on the high ground. He's happy to stay away from the bot, and utilizing these high grounds is going to be key. That's a bit of a flanker from Hydron looking for an opening pick.
Okay, well that Disruptor shot's gonna split up the Hangzhou Spark's forces, as Guxue does...
Oh, Shy finds 2 picks!
Okay, well the split actually gets like...
And the punch!
Alright, that's just not fair. Shy was deadly enough with the railgun weapon. He doesn't need fists, too.
Yeah, I mean, especially punching the opposing Sojourn player, that is a bit unfair. Take a look at the replay here. Shy dealing out the damage, and you can already see Hangzhou Spark recognizing they want to utilize this high ground. It's so important. I cannot stress this enough. The high ground is so important to gain an advantage going into these team fights. Florida Mayhem looking to get 2 fights here, though, before Hangzhou Spark get to the first capture point.
I mean, what's crazy as well was that Hangzhou Spark, as they start to move this push bot forward, Teru's gonna have Kitsune Rush online for this next fight. And that could just be enough momentum for Hangzhou Spark to be able to get this first checkpoint unlocked and get those forward spawns unlocked for themselves as well. Teru was looking for this opening here with the Kitsune Rushes. Florida just postured for position, but that was enough time for Sir Majed to get a Kitsune Rush of his own online for Florida Mayhem to make use of. Everybody on Florida is getting a little low though, but Animo is waiting for the perfect moment to pressure on with that sound barrier. And so now both
Shy overclock.
Okay, they were alive, but not anymore, as Shy's looking for the overclock, but all the while, Checkmate in the Chaos is going to be able to take out his counterpart in Alpha Yi. And with someone popping the Primal Rage and focusing down Shy, that is going to be both damage options for Hangzhou Spark off the board. So Florida Mayhem get back control.
That is an amazing Primal Rage by someone. Finding 2 picks there for the Florida Mayhem to open this up. You do not want to fall behind on this map early. Instead, now it's going to be the Florida Mayhem with the offensive advantage, utilizing this high ground. They have the overclock. Hydron has it ready to go, and Checkmate as well with the Death Blossom. I suspect we're going to see a fast push onto the Hangzhou Spark right here.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean, Teru just gets stuck between a rock and a hard place there, as now Swift Step will be able to save Teru to go back to the team. Winston Bubble, though, from Guxue was really nice to at least stop a lot more of that Death Blossom damage.
Yeah, but you got those 2 picks right there. And now it's on Hydron from the Florida Mayhem. He has this overclock, and he's going to have the offensive positioning. Spark looking for a bit of a flank here. They want to utilize this Death Blossom on the high ground, but Hydron needs to find these picks.
Okay, well, Alfie's time to shine as he's looking for a Death Blossom, but Animo takes him out before he's able to use it. Hydron with the overclock as well is just putting so much pressure onto the Hangzhou Spark that despite not getting any picks with it, he's able to push the Spark back. That's going to secure this first checkpoint here for Florida and those forward spawns.
Yeah, and the Hangzhou Spark, you can see the troops are coming back now, so they're looking to engage with this Death Blossom. Florida Mayhem with no ultimates online. Can they find a pick to perhaps even up the fight a bit?
They're going to have to, because you don't want Florida Mayhem to start running away with things here. As Hangzhou Spark, they want to shut things down now. Kitsune Rush here for Sir Majed is plenty to be able to push that pressure and try to push the limits of what Florida Mayhem can really do. That push bot is going to go far.
Push bot is going to keep going. And this is so good for the Florida Mayhem right there. They're going to get to maybe like 80 meters right here. Animo's going to have the sound barrier as well. If I'm the Florida Mayhem, I'm looking to push aggressive with this Primal Rage and this sound barrier as well. Shy is going to get the overclock and the Kitsune Rush. So what if you could throw the Spark off guard right here?
Gonna have to do something to throw them off kilter, because Teru is ready to go with the Kitsune Rush. Florida Mayhem playing a little bit farther back here, but Hydron is just trying to catch everybody off guard, as, well, Super Rich had no idea where Hydron was waiting. Trades back and forth, though, as Shy and Hydron, both Sojourns removed. Guxue, someone continuing to just get picks back and forth, but Hangzhou Spark have to back off. They do have the spawn advantage here, so someone will retreat as he doesn't have very much HP left.
Yeah, but that's 105 meters for the Florida Mayhem with 5 minutes to go here on our push map. Hangzhou Spark, they have the ultimate, but the Florida Mayhem, they're not going to shy away from a fight using this high ground to their advantage.
Yeah, the Florida Mayhem have territorial control right now as Guxue has to get up to them with the primal range.
Hydron goes down without the beat.
Okay, well, the Animo was going to try to save him there, but Hydron just isn't able to get that overhealth in time to be saved from that railgun charge shot from Shy. And Shy, just with the overclock, taking out members left and right.
Huge fight win there for the Spark, but you committed that overclock and you don't have a Kitsune Rush available. So if you're on the Florida Mayhem here, you're playing defensive. You are recognizing that you have 105 meters to your scoreboard already, and you're looking to stop the Spark from winning a consecutive fights here, really. So the Florida Mayhem, they have overclocked themselves and they're looking to win a fight right now.
Yeah, Florida Mayhem trying to keep that lead with Hydron's overclock. Don't necessarily need to get any picks here, you just need to buy some time. 4 minutes remaining as Hydron's overclock fell a little bit flat there, but did buy time for Sermajet to use his Kitsune Rush now. Forces out the sound barrier here from Super Rich to keep things competitive here for the Hangzhou Spark, but Hydron with a nice kunai from Teru will be eliminated as Checkmate trying to even the odds.
Checkmate!
With the Death Blossom! And that is going to be good enough here for Florida to take back control.
And Checkmate has been such a standout player for the Florida Mayhem right here with that Death Blossom. They're going to secure that fight, and they're just going to move the bot further towards the Hangzhou Spark's base. Hangzhou Spark, if they win a fight here, they're not going to be able to push straight away. They have to move the bot all the way back to their barrier. So the Florida Mayhem here, they're in a prime position right now, and someone has the Primal Rage. Tiro with his Kitsune Rush, they need to win this fight, the Hangzhou Spark.
Well, the Kitsune Rush is going to kick things off here for the Hangzhou Spark to make a comeback. But that will force out the Primal Rage from someone. It also forces out the retreat. Hydron gets too low to be able to contest the cart. And everyone else on Florida Mayhem might be soon to follow as Hangzhou Spark play a little bit of tiny Overwatch there. Florida Mayhem, though, do get a retreat.
They do get a retreat, and you know, when we talk about the importance of ultimates, we recognize that Kitsune Rush is one of the strongest abilities in the game. So the Florida Mayhem, they're willing to trade someone's Primal Rage for Tiru's Kitsune Rush. Now they're looking to force out more ultimates, and Shy is activating the overclock.
Overclock first. If Alpha he needs it, the Death Blossom could follow, but Shy has found two with the Winston and the Sojourn looking for a third. But Guxue is going to steal those away before the team kill comes through as Shy picks off Sermajet. 9
final blows for Shy so far, but they need more of that if they want to win this map. This might be potentially be enough for the Hangzhou Spark to secure that checkpoint. You can see Tiro pushing this bot up, but someone, he's lurking over there. Someone is lurking, touching this barrier before the checkpoint, and that delay activation occurs.
The Primal Rage is going to start juggling away Florida Mayhem from the point, but Hydron is able to snipe out Super Rich before he can activate the sound barrier. So there's less sustainability on the board for the Spark, and they choose this moment to retreat before they lose anybody else.
And time is dwindling for the Hangzhou Spark. They need consecutive teamfight wins here, but despite investing these ultimates, they're not finding the value they need. Florida Mayhem here, building an overclock and a sound barrier to their advantage. If you're a Mayhem fan, you're really happy right now. Yeah, I mean, smart backup here for the Hangzhou Spark to allow Super Rich to get back, but Alpha Yi now trying to play hero as the sound barrier from Animo going to, wow, just get deleted here by the Death Blossom from Alpha Yi, and the DPS line of Hangzhou Spark will clean up the Mayhem. And this is where the going starts to get tough, Reinforced. There's a minute remaining for Spark to match and take over the lead that Florida Mayhem have. We're gonna take a look at Shy right here, finding a couple of picks here for the Hangzhou Spark. And this is really what you were looking for if you're the Hangzhou Spark, canceling that Death Blossom. They're going to try to secure the checkpoint right here with 1 minute to go. The Kitsune Rush coming in from Tiru. This will be the opportunity.
Guxue is going to go after the Lucio. There's just also cleanup here. Spark know that the onus is on them to really start pushing the pressure.
And suddenly, this is looking really bad for the Florida Mayhem. Yes, they have the lead right now, but they've committed so many ultimates in these two last team fights that the Hangzhou Spark, suddenly the ultimate economy is in their advantage. And now they've evened out the high ground. Hydron's looking for a flank here, but Shy has the overclock for the Spark.
Shy's using the overclock here, and with less than 30 seconds remaining, this will be the last fight. Shy eliminates one, and that's 3 members down here for Florida. This was their last chance, their last hope. They were down a map against the Spark, and with this team kill, Spark will continue to push this forward, but Florida Mayhem get one chance in overtime.
This is the one chance to Florida Mayhem to really survive here in the 2022 playoffs, but they don't have any ultimates. Sermajet has to build his Kitsune Rush, but Gushu is going to go first with the Primal Rage. He's looking to end the series right here, right now.
Primal Rage, Suzu on top. Gushue looks unkillable at the moment as he's starting to juggle away the Florida Mayhem.
Hydron.
And as someone gets eliminated, Hydron goes down. The DPS pressure from Florida Mayhem is starting to crumble. The Kitsune Rush from Sermajet is their last-ditch effort to get themselves back into the series and hope that their respawns will be enough so that reinforcements can come back. But Alpha Yi gets the death blocks offline. The Sound Bear from Super Rich is
this is it.
The pressure on that overhealth. And as we see someone try to rush back here with the Doom Fist, he goes down and the overtime is going to expire as the pushback goes over the line and Hangzhou Spark and Florida Mayhem home.
What a comeback from the Hangzhou Spark on that push game mode. What a sensational victory, clawing themselves back into that map when the odds were stacked against them. Florida Mayhem, they gotta be kicking themselves 105 meters on their scoreboard. But Shy Magic popping up Gushue on that Winston. This is the Spark we wanted to see in the 2022 playoffs.
Woo! That was a hard-fought battle, too. I mean, Florida Mayhem coming into the playoffs. They had to fight tooth and nail through the play-ins. They dominated. This is their 4th match of the playoffs, and they were looking so strong to be able to get to this point. But against all odds, Hangzhou Spark win 2 of their worst game modes.
Yeah, they're looking to turn things on. Turning on the afterburners here in the playoffs, the postseason. Wow,
give it all
what
the
a
gas.
hard-fought battle between these two teams. Good games, handshakes coming out as well from both teams, recognizing, respecting each other, of course. The Florida Mayhem, they've been such an impressive team throughout the season, of course. They got 4th in the Summer Showdown in the Western region, and they've done a good job this season, but today is the Hangzhou Spark coming out on top in this one.
The Hangzhou Spark have been the underdogs ever since we entered into playoffs. And they now have 4 matches under their belt, surviving 2 lower bracket matches so far. And it's going to be really interesting to see what happens because we still have to figure out who their opponent is going to be.
Yeah, it's going to be either the Houston Outlaws or the London Spitfire facing them here in the lower bracket. Hangzhou Spark are looking scary though.
Oh, especially when you have a Shy on your roster. And that's right, ladies and gentlemen, Shy will be your player of the match. When it came down to playing the Sojourn, there's really nothing that Shy could not do.
Nothing that this man can't do. I mean, a standout performance from him. And I know it gets repetitive. We keep harping about Shy, but really though, finding these opening picks, he dominated here on Paraíso for the Hangzhou Spark. And Dorado as well. I'd say that's his home map. That's where he feels at most comfortable. And the rest of the Hangzhou Spark, they're doing such an amazing job setting him up as well. Because, you know, Shy, you can claim all you want. He's getting all the resources here. The Kitsune Rush, the Winston barrier, setting him up for success, finding that pick on Animo. But really, the mechanical skill to be able to pull this off, I wish I had the skills this guy has. It is incredible.
I think the thing that just blew me away was when Shy popped checkmate while he was using death block.
That was one of the biggest picks that turned that map around. And I mean, when you look at the stats right here, 12 final blows per 10 minutes, 65% charge shot accuracy. I mean, you couldn't take my stats and like combine it with your Sojourn stats. We wouldn't even, if we combined our stats, we wouldn't be as good as Shy.
No.
What a guy.
No, what a guy indeed. I mean, when you think about how the average of Sojourns right now, it's really been about 55% for that charge shot accuracy, and then just the kills per 10 with the charge shots. That's ridiculous. Having double digits at all, I think, is really impressive.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Here we go.
Wow, I mean, what an explosively hard-fought battle between these two teams. It's just been a treat to watch Florida Mayhem all season.
It has, yeah.
Like, especially when, you know, we flip-flopped a little bit. Maybe, you know, hot and cold a little bit towards the beginning of the season, but as they started to warm up, they've gotten better and better, and a lot of people had them as favorites coming into the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, the Florida Mayhem, I think it deserves to be mentioned. Of course, they have a ton of rookies on their roster. When they scouted this group of people right here, they said, we see a lot of potential in this Florida Mayhem roster. I mean, someone is a rookie, Hydron is a rookie. This is the first season that Checkmate is really playing damage for them as well. So, Florida Mayhem, this is the end of their chapter in the 2022 season, but we've enjoyed watching them so much. So sad to see them go here in the playoffs. Spark lives on to fight another day.
Yes, the future is bright for Florida Mayhem, but it is brighter even so for the Hangzhou Spark. We've got more action for you, though, for the Overwatch League 2022 playoffs. We still have 2 semifinal matches to get to today, and another musical chair of casters.
Who's gonna be on the desk this time? I'm really curious. Who's gonna be on the desk with Zoe? Like, we keep shuffling around. What's going on there?
We have no idea.
Yeah.
But you don't either. So it's gonna be a party, and we're here for it.
We'll see.
Anyway, we'll see you guys on the other side of this break for the game break and also more Overwatch League action.
침착하게 guys.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Butterfinger. Crispity, crunchity, peanut buttery. No one lays a finger on your Butterfinger.
Welcome back to Game Break. Danny Lim here, joined by the one and only Shy from Hangzhou Spark. Shy, congratulations on getting the win on the Powerpuff Brawl. I think that's what Zoe called it. Anyways, congratulations. I want to ask you, was there anything that you learned from watching Florida Mayhem's previous games in the playoffs that sort of helped you guys get the win today against them?
首先恭喜你恭喜你拿下今天的比赛。然后我们想问一下，就是在你们是否有从狂欢队之前的比赛录像中学习到什么，来帮助拿下今天这场比赛？
我们之前跟他们打过几次训练赛吧，然后也经常看他们的录像。我觉得他们的死神围得很聪明。然后我们就是在打之前提前商量好，就是针对的策略，稍微针对了一下吧。对。
Yes, we play a lot of screens with them and watch a lot of footage of their previous matches as well. So, and we found that their replay is really good. So we decided, and he played really smart. So we decided to counter him, so like that, to make some strategies, and that's it.
All right, interesting. Thank you so much for the amazing answer. Now, I have to ask you. There's a lot of talk right now going around, regarding who the best Sojourn is in the playoffs and in the Overwatch League. So I want to get your thoughts, Shy. Who do you think right now currently is the best Sojourn, and why is it you? Why is it Shy from Hangzhou Spark?
在这整个季后赛期间，粉丝们很热衷于讨论谁是联盟第一锁截的这个问题。然后我想问一下，你心
比较厉害，然后我也很尊敬他，我觉得他是我心目中的第一锁截。
I think it will be Lee from Shanghai Dragons because he played sort of like me. We have a similar style and he demonstrates some incredible gameplay. So, and I respect him greatly for that.
Do you don't think you're better than Lip? Lip is better than you?
你不认为你自己比 Lip 更厉害吗？
我觉得联盟很多守人都玩得比我好，我只是觉得我还有很多可以成长的地方，可以努力的点。
I think there are a lot of players in the league that play Sojourn better than me, and I have so much space to make progress.
All right. Well, Shai, thank you so much for the amazing answers. I honestly believe you are the best Sojourn, so I'm just going to leave it at that. Thank you so much for the interview. And again, big congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Zoe, back to you.
Thank you so much, Danny. Out here stirring some drama, trying to get the spice from those players.
He's trying.
I guess I have you guys back. How did that happen?
We teleported.
We teleported.
We switched.
Indeed.
I love it.
There's portals up there.
Somewhere in here.
We dropped down with Breakborn.
It's the spirits. It's the spirits of Anaheim, which brought it over to me. That's what it is. No, but I do want to once again talk about the match we just saw. Spark take it 3-1 in our Powder Puff Brawl, or did
Bubblegum Bowl?
Bubblegum Bowl, Powerpuff,
yeah, Candy Bowl. I think it was, yeah.
Candy
it was
Bowl.
Bubblegum
All of them.
I think is what I...
Oh,
exactly.
Well, they're all so good that it was hard to pick one.
That's right. Now, let's break it down. I mean, you guys just got to cast that, and we're also now getting some great footage, a few of the highlights from this match. Please walk us through it once again. How did the Hangzhou Spark get it done?
I think what was really cool about this match was that there were a lot of strategical elements that could go into the matchup itself, coming in from map pick, whether or not Hangzhou Spark could win in some of those game modes that they're not as good at. I mean, we've got historical data to back up that they're not so stellar on Esport and Push, but they were still able to get it done. And a lot of that was off of the hard work that was put in by Shy on Dorado, and just being able to use these Kitsune rushes coming in from Teru as well to really get some work done.
Yeah, I mean, Shy had a fantastic series on that Sojourn and really making the difference. Dorado, I was a bit surprised that Florida Mayhem took them to Dorado, knowing how lethal Shy can be on this hero, on this specific map. And I think we saw a pretty eerily similar performance to the one from Dorado in the mid-season madness against the Philadelphia Fusion. I think it's pretty clear that, I apologize. I also want to brought all these, map stats into the mix and everything. But this seems to be the Hangzhou Spark that is not the one similar to the regular season. This is the playoff Hangzhou Spark that is now turning up, and they're playing at a ridiculous level with Shy spearheading it all on Sojourn.
Yeah, but it's not just Shy really who popped off. I was also, again, very impressed with Alpha Yi. He was subbed out yesterday in the game for Pineapple, and then was brought back in at the very last map again, you know, as the anime protagonist. So he's going to finish it off. Now, today, they made the decision to keep him in permanently throughout the entirety of the series. Why do you think that is?
I think they had these different Reaper styles, right? They talked about that in the interview, and apparently they've noticed something that apparently Alpha Yi is better suited for this type of play. I feel like the Hangzhou Spark this time around, they did a really good job setting up space for Shy to allow for him to pop off, and Guxue and Alpha Yi, they had a really nice team synergy in this roster to open up that space for him.
I think additionally, when we look at how Alpha Yi has played just over the course of this playoffs, there's been a pretty big contrast. When you would have originally maybe said that Pineapple is a bit more of the team player and Alpha Yi likes to go on these flanks, I feel like it was really Alpha Yi that has made a bit of an adjustment to his own play style in order to actually be able to play with the team.
Absolutely. Now, I do want to take a quick look at the head-to-head between Alpha Yi and Checkmate, because quite frankly, I feel like Checkmate came alive in the playoffs as well. I actually was very 100%. Impressed with a lot of what we've seen from him. And if you're looking at the stats, yeah, Alpha Yi has the upper hand in most of those metrics. However, you can clearly see that Checkmate was feeling himself also.
I mean, I don't know. You could have probably pointed to any of the Death Blossoms that Checkmate did in that series, and it makes his own highlight reel. They're all good.
Clearly aiming for that, yes.
I think this was a particularly interesting series because you could see the effect a Reaper can have on the outcome of a series. You know, usually we see like a Death Blossom, yeah, it's good for the team, you get a 2k, 3k. Checkmate found a way to have like impact Death Blossoms. That like won fights for the Mayhem when they needed it most. When they didn't have Hydron with the Overclock, instead it was Checkmate coming in clutch with the Death Blossom. That is very hard to pull off. So I like Checkmate. You know, adding the Reaper to his pool, and he's looking like a very formidable Overwatch League player heading into next year.
I mean, if you're looking at the entirety of the Mayhem roster here, this unfortunately is, of course, the end of their journey in the 2022 season. However, what a way to end it for the Mayhem. I really felt like towards the end of the season, they came alive, they came online, and they came here to play, and that made it really hard for the opposition. And if we're looking at the roster specifically, it's a very young roster, right? There's a lot of new players on that roster, so there's so much talent and so much to look forward to.
The future is incredibly bright for the Florida Mayhem. I think all of the players on the team are going to go on to continue to do great things, and it was so awesome to watch the evolution of this team over the course of the season. Even in metas where they might not have been towards the top, they still brought out such treats and such delights in their hero picks that really made them fun to watch all season.
Yeah, I mean, I think someone is a future tank role star. He's, you know, I love his emotive personality, and he always pops off, and like, he's shown us so much greatness on so many different heroes this season. It hasn't only been the Winston for someone. It's, you know, he's willingly pulling out the Roadhog, you know, the Zarya, the Sigma, and he feels comfortable on those heroes. Hydron as well. He's grown from being a Tracer player in Contenders to being a full-blown like hit scam player as well here in the Overwatch League. They got tons of future talent on this Mayhem roster.
Absolutely. They're such a joy to watch inside the game and outside the game. They are very emotional as a team. Watching their player camps throughout the season has been such a blast. Like them getting up, them dancing, them just celebrating the victories. So that was an absolute blast, and we hope to see much more of that Mayhem squad in the future. Now it is time to shift gears and take a look at our next match. Dallas Fuel versus the Seoul Dynasty. I mean, I might as well have just announced the grand final. Like, that's how it feels.
Boy.
This is going to be a real good match. Or so I hope. Now, let's take a look at Leveling Up presented by Butterfinger. And Reinforce are going to hand you this one because we have to talk about the tanks here. Smurf going up against Fearless. Excuse me?
Finally, a duel of the best tank players in the Overwatch League. This is what we've been waiting for. Smurf taking on Fearless in a Winston head-to-head matchup. It couldn't be better than this. I mean, these stats look great. Yeah, you have a couple of first, a couple of second place finishes. These two are the best Winstons in the league. I dismiss the stats. I am so much looking forward to see this duel. These Winston players can have a tremendous amount of impact in the game. You have Smurf, one of the most legendary players in the game, 2019, 2020 Overwatch League champion. Fearless, I mean, his 2021 performances on the Dallas Fuel, winning stage titles for this team. This is a spectacular head-to-head duel, and I just can't wait to see what's in store. It's one of those like revered matchup where it's like, oh, you know, the playstyle could really be good for Fearless here. You know, Smurf could do a great job. No, just enjoy it. Just enjoy the Winston matchup because this is going to be great.
I know. I mean, I'm just so excited because these are two players that have such a rich history with the game, and especially with the heroes that they're going to be seen on. The Winston, I mean, especially when it comes to Fearless, where I feel like we haven't seen a whole lot of him this season, but he slots into the playoffs and he doesn't miss a beat. He just doesn't miss a beat.
No, he doesn't. But neither does Smurf. So we're in for a treat. This is going to be electric. I do want to take a quick look at our prediction. This one was a tough one to predict because you can really make so many good arguments for either of those teams. I feel like we see a lot of fuel reinforce.
I gotta go with my boys. I gotta go with my boys, the Seoul Dynasty. Before the tournament, I predicted the Seoul Dynasty to win the entire thing. Smurfheads, rise up. Let's go.
All right, do it for the Smurfettes. Let's see where this one is going. I am ready for this match, and so are our casters. So without any further ado, let's send it over to Joss and Custom. Custom.
Whoa. It has been 1,292 days since the Dallas Fuel and the Seoul Dynasty faced off against one another. A grand finals preview, maybe? We're about to get into this next game. Scott, it's going to be a banger. The desk already broke it down, but look, whichever way you're going, it's going to be some good Overwatch.
I do want to put my prediction forward as well. I went for the Dallas Fuel. Johnny's off the goop with this Seoul Smurf heads. It will be a good match, as you said, though, Jack. And they highlighted the Winstons, and I think that matchup will come into play a lot. Both of them have been very aggressive in shutting down the opposition Sojourn, which is so important in this meta. So who's going to be able to do it better? We've never seen this matchup before.
Yeah, I mean, I can't believe they're finally playing after 1,200 days. It's ridiculous. But not only are the teams sick, there is 4 role stars in this game right now, 2 on each side.
And 1 on the bench.
Shio, oh yeah, of course. Okay. Yeah, and 1 on the bench. And you got Prophet and Smurf on the side of Seoul Dynasty. What a, not even finals we're having right now. Like, playoffs has just been ridiculous and is only just getting started.
And both of these teams, their franchises have had such storied histories. Dallas Fuel had a lot of success in the 2021 season. The Seoul Dynasty also taking a stage themselves in the kickoff clash this year. But neither of them have ever been able to take the big crown, lift that trophy up in the air. So for both of them, they're making that run. They're both the favorites right now, running for it. Who's going to take this first match? Because I said earlier in the pre-show, the team that wins this one will have the confidence going into the grand finals.
Well, there's a lot of Smurf heads out there, and you can put your hands together in chat and in real life, I suppose. Let's bring out the Seoul Dynasty. Like we said, 2 role stars stepping up to the stage right now. Smurf and the GOAT, the greatest of all time, Profits. A extremely scary team. They made some changes mid-season, Scott, in what was one of the most beneficial trades for 2 teams in the league. Iris, of course, comes in. Vindame as well is going to be the backup there on the support. And what's crazy about this is that there's so much history with individual players, but there's also rookies stepping up to the plate too.
Vindame is one of the role stars that a lot of people say was snubbed for it. He has been absolutely incredible coming into this league. Didn't have a storied history before it in Contenders, but he's just someone that broke into the scene and has instant impact. On that Lucio, he's been incredible, but on the other side, he's going up against Chio. So that's a rivalry. The person who did get that role star, it's a rivalry that you got to keep an eye out in this match.
Chio and Fielder, role stars in the Dallas Fuel. I think we better bring them out. Please welcome the #1 seed, the Dallas Fuel. Look at that strut. Look at that stance, that presence. Steady Eddie.
He is that guy, and he has had an incredible glow up in this season. A lot of people were questioning the signing heading into it. He hadn't had that much success on Atlanta Reign, but he has been stepping up in a big way on the Sojourn for the Dallas Fuel so far in the last couple of stages.
Really scary. Really scary. I know the votes were made public, and a lot of people actually voted Sparkle too to be a role star. Didn't quite end up getting there. Of course, he's facing his Prophet. But the tank lineup, all right, let's get to it, okay? We've got to get there eventually, right? Smurf versus Fearless, 2 Winston Titans stepping onto the stage.
Smurf is obviously a 2-time champion coming back from the San Francisco Shock, where his Winston was integral to their success and them winning that championship. But Fearless, over the last couple of years, has made a major name for himself, coming from the 0-40 Shanghai Dragons in the first season to here now being one of the best Winstons that we have in this league. Just look at that handsome man.
Yeah.
He's ready.
Smile. Handsome lad indeed. There's another one on your screen right now in Smurf. Look, Smurf has been on championship winning rosters. Of course, the Seoul Dynasty want to bring it home right here, right now. Both these teams are favorites coming into the playoffs. It all starts here. They could meet there once again, but who will actually take this match and continue their streak through that upper bracket? Lower bracket has been looking rather scary too, so either team jumping down there has got they got a lot to reckon with.
There's been a lot of great teams throughout this season that have already fallen. The Shanghai Dragons, the Los Angeles Gladiators. No one wants to go to that lower bracket where anything can happen, but we're going into the first map. Dallas Fuel pick. It's going to be Nepal Jack, and this is the first time we've seen this map in the playoffs.
Yeah, pretty interesting pick. This is Dallas Fuel's pick 2. So I'm curious why they actually took us here. Of course, we'll find out in just a second.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's worth saying Dallas Fuel, this meta, this composition is very much how they like to play their game. They like to be that hive mind style. They did it back in 2021 in the June Joust when they did that Winston Lucio Moura style. This is very similar, but with the Kiriko now. So the Dallas Fuel very much at home and comfortable with how they want to do it. I feel like Seoul Dynasty are the team that's playing catch up in this meta.
Maybe new zombie comp. Although it's not so much of a zombie comp now because Sojin just hits you with a one shot.
People just die all the time.
People just be falling over. All right, we are going on to, it's like a little bit of Village to start us off today on what hopefully is a 5-map banger. Let's see what Dallas Fuel have got kind of prepared. Of course, we're probably not going to see too much change in the compositions. Of course, there's going to be Symmetra just for the TP out, but I can imagine it's going to be Reaper. Reaper's pretty decent on this map anyway. So many closed corridors and tight spaces you can hide the Reaper around, or just kind of WM1, El Clasico.
Sparkle has shown a little bit of Tracer so far in the playoffs. No, a very little amount, maybe on high grounds and stuff. Big, long corridors where you can't get value from the Reaper. But we're going to see them both coming out on that Reaper right now as they're meeting in the middle. And we're going to see Fitz go down off the rip.
Oh my. How did Edgerton get charged that quickly? Iris, though, Traytwan back. Both Sojins now dead. Soul having to back up, though. They were already retreating as they knew Fitz died first. So Dallas Fuel end up taking the high ground pretty quickly. Seems unlikely that Soul go for an instant dive up on high ground without their Sojin, although Fitz has already rejoined the fray as the point unlocks.
Sparkle's dropping down, trying to get some pressure on, force the Wraith out of Profit early.
Perfect bubble though, coming out from Smurf, blocking a lot of shots from Sparkle with Seoul Dynasty, end up capping first. Dallas Fuel looking a little bit scared there, just for the brief intermission. All right, they do end up trading. Nice Suzu to save Smurf as Fearless does end up falling, but Sparkle and Edison just cleaning up the rest of the Seoul Dynasty. Only supports left for Seoul, as they do end up biting the dust in the end. A very quick fight there from the Fuel, almost like they baited Seoul in.
Yeah, you can sort of see the look that Sparkle's going for already in this. Oh, that's just not even. Oh, that's just not even fair. Fitz just walked out that door, but you can see the game plan from the Dallas Fuel. They want to isolate Profit when he's trying to go aggressive, recognizing that if they can punish him early, that will give them a big lead in terms of damage later in the fight. So Profit's going to need to be careful moving forward.
Ominous sign. Bob Sojin is now leader of the lobby.
Oh,
very
no.
Scary. All right, Fielder's got the Kitsune Rush. It was a little bit further away, about 20% or so. Seoul Dynasty with the high ground. It's going to be an easy pick and fair. Listen, if any of Seoul Dynasty want to try and challenge it, Smurf is making his way onto the point. There's the Kitsune Rush. A lot of people actually trapped on the left-hand side here for the Seoul Dynasty. Iris earning his Kitsune Rush at the very end of this fight. Does look like Dallas Fuel wanted to push up on him, maybe punish just a little bit. Smurf is pretty damn low. If he goes down here, a little bit of a stagger, and he does. Fuel just using that speed boost from Chio to speed all the way up to spawn. Just create a couple of additional seconds of free point time there.
Yeah, Fielder recognizing that he had the faster Kitsune Rush, able to utilize that, but more importantly, walk all the way to their spawn. They're already at 60% to the point, right? If they extend this fight out, we might only have one fight, and they have 4 more ultimates to come online, while Seoul Dynasty are still waiting to get the rest online.
Dallas Fuel got 4 ultimates in the bank to deal with this Kitsune Rush and beat from the Seoul Dynasty. Profit already going to the Rave. Have to use the Rave super quickly. And what a split there from the Dallas Fuel. They jumped down with Death Blossom. Not only that, they bubbled and used the beat to save Sparkle. Dallas Fuel still control, but Seoul Dynasty putting on a wave of pressure onto the point, actually find the flip. Smurf creating so much space with this Primal Rage, pushes the Dallas Fuel away, but now he is super low and has to escort himself away from the fight. they can juggle this Scott with a bubble. They might be able to get a free bit of percentage points. Fitz from spawn is trying to find some shots onto Fielder and Shio, but the Dallas Fuel positioning perfectly away from that overclock as Edison unleashes his. That's 2 kills for the Dallas Fuel, make that a 3rd, as the Seoul Dynasty just fall flatter than a pancake I had this morning. The Dallas Fuel with 25% away, or 15% away, sorry, gonna claim this map, and Seoul struggling to get out of spawn.
Looking to punish them. If they can get any picks here, they're not gonna get another fight, but Seoul Dynasty have a long way to go to be able to touch. It's going to be on Vindame to be able to get on it. You're gonna see him going to the right side. Chio's gonna be looking for him to try and boop him away so they cannot get the touch.
Oh, wow, that was close. Woo, that must have been a pixel worth of entry there for Profit to guarantee that touch. OT ticking down now as Kitsune Rush from Fielder is on the point. Smurf didn't stand it. Oh, okay, well, he's dead. Smurf didn't stand a single chance there. Kitsune Rush just with the regular shotguns. Yeah, you're dead. Like, you don't even need Death Blossom. It's just so much damage.
Seoul Dynasty just not really getting any purchase or control in that round. 16 kills to 3 for the Seoul Dynasty. They're just falling over, and it feels like Dallas is controlling positioning, controlling the tempo. Even on that first point, they were willing to give up the capture, recognizing that they could get an advantageous push later on. So Seoul Dynasty need to find a better way to enter into these fights, because right now in the mirror, they're falling a little short.
Yeah, no changes here. Can't imagine we'd see too many, but, you know, like you said, maybe Sparkle Wings out the Tracer, but seems rather unlikely, especially on control. You're fighting over a central point anyway, so Tracer doesn't seem too advantageous. All right, quicker rollout for the Dallas Fuel here once again as they do reach the point first. Seoul Dynasty with the in though. Smurf just laying down that bubble. Runner Fearless has got his. Quite a big cooldown, of course. We've talked about it. Deska's mentioned it a couple of times, where the bubble is such an important cooldown. Blocking the healing, blocking shots from Sojourn, but unfortunately, Fielder, yeah, he didn't block that one for you, unfortunately. Shio is going to fall with him, and the Dallas Fuel this time around get wiped. I guess at least Edison got a pick there, but it's not going to mean too much.
Fitz with an important first pick to give Seoul Dynasty the first capture. I think Fitz is one of those players who has been underrated throughout the history of just his career, being his partner in crime with Profit. And he's just solid as a rock. I was putting him on a similar pedestal to Edison right now. If the Seoul Dynasty are going to get the win in this series, I want to look at Fitz to be able to start taking control of the series, because Sojin is so impactful in this meta. You see the Dallas Fuel routing through the...
There you go, lets it loose. So Sparkle actually already bites the dust. I'm curious how he ended up going down that quickly. The Dallas Fuel trying to make Hightail out of here, but it's not going to end up working out. Iris does end up falling, but once again, and he gets picked, but he's a Kiriko. He can teleport back to the rest of his team. Now the Seoul Dynasty flipping this whole thing on its head. They are firmly in control. They are lacking kills, but that was just on the first round being so decisive.
And now we have the ultimates coming up, and this is really the important fight in these type of metas. How are you going to utilize your ultimates? The big one you need to look at, Chio's only at 50% to his sound barrier. He will not have that answer to the Kitsune Rush from Iris. So if Fielder drops it, they both drop it, Seoul Dynasty will have the advantage.
There's the Kitsune Rush. Primal Rage is popped by Dallas Fuel 2 to create some space. A lot of low health members on Seoul Dynasty. Iris trying to trap Fitz, but he ends up LOSing around the pillar. The card's not reaching him in time, and now Fearless doing a little bit more work, pushing that Death Blossom away from the rest of his team. But unfortunately, his attention was fully focused on Profit, and Iris and Vindame had the way with the rest of them.
Yeah, the beat came out a little late from Vindame, but it was fine because Chio didn't have the sound barrier to answer. But now he has that. Both DPS ults coming up from the Dallas Fuel, but they're at 87%. They're going to need to rush him with the sound barrier and then try and find value with these Sojin and Reaper ults.
Double overclock on either side. Fitz can make this rather decisive if he chooses to. The beat comes out, hits 5, Fitz in trouble, is actually all alone. Escorts himself back to the rest of his team, but Edison's already taken down Iris. That's the 3rd time in a row. Iris has died in these fights super early. Smurf, Vindame dead. Sound barrier, almost a guaranteed win there, Scott, as long as you execute quickly. Dallas Fuel did, plus they saved both DPS ults.
Fitz was just so afraid of that sound barrier. He pops the overclock, but wasn't even willing to peek his head against Edison. And look at this. Edison and Sparkle didn't even have to use their ultimates, and Seoul Dynasty have nothing. Now it comes on to Dallas Fuel to properly cycle their ultimates. Try and find easy wins with these ones so that they can slowly get the percentage ticking up, because they cannot lose another fight.
Oh. Steady, Eddie. Almost took the header off your roll star there, Profit.
Sparkle.
Nice little rotation there from Seoul Dynasty. Now, I can imagine they're going to wait for speed and the bubble and all their little cooldowns up before they end up going in. Sparkle just jumping down from the rafters there, trying to get the Death Blossom. Bubble's nice from Fearless, but will it end up mattering as Shio's already dead? Somehow, Smurf is just running rampant in the back line. A complete split there from the Dallas Fuel. DPS looking one way, the rest of the team looking the other. A Kitsune rush to end the fight, and that capture point, as we do end up tying control.
Seoul Dynasty baiting the Dallas Fuel to go in. They went from one mega side to the other, and Dallas Fuel thought that was their time to go. Sparkle pops the Death Blossom, but the Seoul Dynasty were already too far away. Forces Edison to pop the Overclock, but got met by Prophet. And Seoul Dynasty, with a great adjustment, with a disadvantage. So we go 1-1, both teams having a pretty dominant round on each village and shrine.
Yeah, look at that. Like you said, he was light years away. And then Fielder was kind of trapped. Like, he was on the other side of the bubble, he couldn't land that healing, had to swift step towards Fearless, but then straight into the loving embrace of Smurf.
The loving embrace of Smurf. The Seoul Dynasty fans, perfect place to be. And that's the weakness of the Kiriko. If you use that teleport, you are susceptible to be dove by the Winston, so you've got to be careful about where you do it. They've both tried to take control of this Mega Pack, and this is just going to be a brawl for the edge.
Wait, what? How many Cheerios you had this morning, Sparkle? Add a few more to your bowl after that one. All right, Dallas Fuel end up losing their Reaper super early on. Not a pick you want to lose. Just the Reaper is just so much consistent damage in those neutral fights. If you lose that, you're really just relying on Surgeon's headshots. Oh, PP. Brief
DP?
Pause.
As you automatically see the value that Vindane brings to this roster. His aggressive style. He's had a couple of really big plays throughout the entirety of the season doing that exact thing. Following up with Smurf, being able to get a little bit of extra damage gives them that edge in these fights. So Vindane making his presence felt in this match.
All right, we'll see what is up. Fitz having maybe a little technical issue.
They're all looking so worryingly. They're really worried about
Smurf
Fitz
does look very concerned. It's okay. Don't worry. No one's spilt anything yet. That's on the bingo board, so all good.
We casted the game where we had a hand warmer explode, right? So none of that. That was a messy one,
How
for
did
sure.
that even happen?
I don't know.
You squeeze it too hard? You're just that pumped up. God, that I don't know what's in those hand warmers, but I can't imagine it's very nice. Or nice for keyboards too.
Yeah. It's a pretty one-sided 2 rounds that we've had so far in this map. As Seoul Dynasty and Dallas Fuel both showing that once they have control, it's very hard to take it back away from them. And the old cycling, I don't think it's been as perfect as we've seen from both of these teams so far in the playoffs.
Yeah, maybe just realizing the other team's strength. Maybe a little bit of nerves setting in, but it feels almost impossible to have nerves, especially the players, the caliber. And like, dude, Prophet's been around forever. Jisoo Busan, of course, London Spitfire, Seoul Dynasty. One of the shortest team resumes, to be fair, in the Overwatch League.
There is a wealth of experience for this Seoul Dynasty team, but actually, interestingly, Dallas Fuel's Rush head coach said in their match against the Hangzhou Spark, they started out nervous, they started out scared, they weren't playing how they usually did in practice. So Dallas Fuel is no slouch or no newcomer to the stage, but here's Smurf's stats. 20 eliminations, 8 final blows, 5 deaths. He is putting in a lot of work right now, as we expected.
Don't expect to get too many kills with the Primal Rage, more use for disruption more than anything else. But yeah, I mean, Smurf's a beast. He's just the perfect meta for him, right? You kind of look at the roster, well, both rosters to be fair, both Smurf and Fearless being known for their Winston play. It was kind of about time we saw more Fearless. He popped his head up every now and then during the season, but Harbin, just a god tank, and it's been such a benefit for the Dallas Fuel, and everybody wondered when we're going to see Fearless, when we're going to see a main tank meta, and we're in it right now. And it's crazy to think that Fearless has been sitting on the bench for this long, and coming into the playoffs, just hot and ready. Like, he's ready to rock and roll.
And that's the thing, they have Hanbin, a role star on the bench, and it's been very much an off-tank meta so far throughout the season. But even when we have had Winston, Fearless and the Dallas Fuel haven't looked as comfortable, but they are looking in prime form, playing this Winston, Lucio, Kiriko style, where they can move as a unit, and it's not as much about individual flanks and moving around the map as we get unpaused, and Seoul Dynasty will take the first cap.
All right, first cap, Edison with 100 charge on the railgun. Narrowly giving Fitz a haircut there. All right, how do Seoul really defend here? Like, the big split here from Fitz, it's going to be hard for Dallas Fuel to kind of capitalize on this. Of course, still has the power slide. Vindane caught out completely in that corner. Must have gotten booped in somehow. Dallas Fuel take that kill for free, pretty much. I mean, now trying to force Fitz' cooldowns. Fearless with a bit of a short hop there, does force Fitz to use that the power slide, and it's just completely vulnerable. Another free power slide, and a free kill for Fearless. The Dallas Fuel kind of dismantling Soul on their approach.
Yeah, Vindane getting caught with his pants down a little bit. I think he expected them to go the other direction, but came down, tried to exit through the outside, and got caught. So that's a free comeback for the Dallas Fuel as we start to see ultimates coming up. Fielder has that Kitsune Rush. Look at them. They want to go early. They want to use this aggressively to catch Seoul Dynasty off guard.
Hiding around that corner, they must know. They must know something's up. Seoul Dynasty closed their own Kitsune Rush. They're only a couple of percent. A TP through the bubble for Fielder to try and heal Fearless. Point is being captured, by the way, so currently it's a 4v5. Another Kitsune Rush, and the Seoul Dynasty are completely split. Smurf comes back with the Primal Rage there, Scott, to try and turn the tides, but Sparkle had already had his way with him, doing him dirty just a little bit. I like the point pressure there, but it's a 4v5, and dude, they're just chasing Vindime into the spawn.
Vindame just got punched back into the spawn door. Fearless is like, go back. But Smurf using that Primal gets low. Thinks going to the point is going to force the Dallas Fuel back. They're like, nah, we're going further forward. Punish the Seoul Dynasty, and Iris uses that Kitsune Rush as well. So that was an even fight for Dallas Fuel and Seoul Dynasty, but the Dallas Fuel are at 60% and ticking up right now.
I hear a TP. Who's Sparkle? Where is he hiding? What is he doing? Questions that need to be answered. Oh no, he's just there. All good. Don't worry. There's the overclock from Eddie. Pitch has got one of his own. Rather aggressive as Edison being right now, but look at the respect the Seoul Dynasty are paying. Do not want to lose a member right here, otherwise it will be last fight. Although, speaking of which, if Seoul Dynasty take any more time, they're going to be forced into that situation. 80% on the board. Edison unflinching. Like, how would you just stand there when Smurf's diving you straight in your face? Well, you got a beat, I suppose, and confidence, yeah, to boots. Overclock kill from Fitz onto Edison as Fearless also falls, and now Fitz has a pretty free reign over this point. 93% of building for the Dallas Fuel. Sparkle saves his Death Blossom for the next fight. Soul eventually regain control.
Yeah, Soul were very ready for that sound barrier engage from the Dallas Fuel. Just disengage. Edison not able to get anything with the overclock. And then Soul just re-engage with their sound barrier and their overclock. And now we have Death Blossoms. Re-engaging into a Death Blossom is so difficult because you have to clear every single corner. You can see Prophet holding this angle, trying to get into position to drop this one after the Suzu goes down from the Dallas Fuel.
Let's have a look. The bubble goes straight on top of him for a bit of added protection. Suzu from Fuel to back up. A speed and boost, and a Suzu will do it. Although that'll be it for Edison too. Back to the workshop. Now the Dallas Fuel, they've at least got their own Death Blossom. But like you said, getting out of this choke point will be quite tough. Feels like you're going to have to burn Kitsune Rush at a minimum.
Well, they had the Kitsune Rush as well with Fielder, with the Sparkle Death Blossom. That pretty much is going back to 2016 with the Beyblade Menace. So let's see how they utilize this one. Suzu's down, he's gonna pop it.
Everybody about to go crazy. There's the Suzu Death Blossom. Couple of easy kills for Sparkle there. Over in a blink of an eye. We talk about how quick kills come in on Overwatch. Kitsune Rush just doubles, triples, quadruples that kill time. Dallas Fuel run over the Seoul Dynasty on that first map and claim. Oh, Nepal. I mean, it was their map choice for Scott. I'd like to call you Rose there.
You can call me Rose, Jack. It's okay.
That was quite a convincing first map. Didn't really feel like Seoul had a say in a lot of those fights. The Dallas Fuel, just their tempo and kind of knowing how to bait the Seoul Dynasty to a position they want him to. We saw a lot of the times, like, I mean, that second to last fight was a kind of perfect example of that. The Kitsune Rush, after Smurf jumps to point to try and force, Iris is moving forward the rest of the team. The Dallas Fuel are like, yeah, that's fine by us. We just WM1, run over you.
And you can see Dallas Fuel playing as such a unit. Smurf is struggling to really just get in and apply the same level of pressure that he's used to being able to do. So maybe some adjustments need to come in, but those were very polarizing fights. Dallas Fuel, though, having a major control of it for most of that map.
Well, at least Seoul Dynasty, they do get their map choice. As we go on to Hybrid straight after this break. This is a Grand Finals preview, everybody. Well, if you believe Twitter, that is. We'll be right back after this.
Start the shout and the blade from Sparkle with it. Now that they're low target, Novak gets deflect on the arm.
Goes to the back ball, he takes the double shot. And SM with a 5K! That's what you want to see!
Gio demands cheers. A triple for Lucio. Who's getting unreal value right now? What is this? But it's Hotman is a one-man army on the front.
Lucifer Blue, third rider.
A lot of role stars in this series, and there's one on your screen right now. Fielder, stats from Kiriko on the board there. Scott, looking rather clean. 57 assists in the Kiriko Kutsuno Rush. Kind of ridiculous.
I just really like the way Fielder plays the hero, because I think he is that perfect balance between being offensive, getting that damage in, looking for those picks, while also healing your team, getting the value Suzu's, keeping your team alive. You know, obviously there are some opposite ends of the spectrum. I think Landon is a lot more defensive, and then you have Teru, who just chooses violence every time he wakes up. Fielder is that perfect in the middle, and I think that's been a big boon for the Dallas Fuel in these playoffs.
Yeah, Kiriko is definitely an interesting hero on the face of it. I was super excited to get my hands on her. I'm like, okay, so how do you really play her? She's got a lot of healing. Her damage feels a little bit inconsistent if you're not hitting headshots. And I think our teams are now really just getting to the grips of it. You either have people like Teru, who's perma on the flank, doing damage like any good support will do.
Don't do that. If you're in range, do not do that. I need to state that explicitly. Be like Fielder.
Yeah, or Fielder, who's cranking out the healing and the Suzus. Yeah, it's really tough. And you were saying during the pool, Scott, you teleported in to help your Winston, to help one of your DPS. You are so fragile after you use that. You best believe you've got a Winston, a Reaper, a Soldier chasing after you because you are vulnerable. That cooldown, although it is kind of short on the face of things, people are going to insta-turn as soon as they hear that go on.
Yeah, and I think you need to be very careful and cautious about how you're using those abilities, the Suzu and the teleport. You just saw how valuable against the Death Blossom and how the dives of the Winston, that Suzu is such an important tool to stay alive. So it's the best Kirikos are the ones that are utilizing that correctly, and I think Fielder is one of those. But we're heading on to King's Row now. This is going to be Seoul Dynasty's pick. It's a map that we've seen bits and pieces. I don't expect too much of a change in terms of hero composition.
Yeah, no changes here, I can imagine. Maybe a little Widow Peak from Spawn, maybe. It was Seoul Dynasty's choice. And then Dallas Fuel actually get their choice of sides, so we'll see where they want to end up. But Seoul going here. I mean, when it comes to maps, Scott, how do you feel about this? Because a lot of the time, especially when it's things like Kings, it doesn't feel like when we're playing Mirror, it's for any specific reason. It's just, we feel most confident on this.
Yeah.
Not for like, okay, we want to play something funny here, I think.
Yeah, it's very rarely some super deep meaning. There is no analytics or like 9-head type gameplay or thinking. It's just, when we play this in scrims, we feel comfortable. We understand how we want to maneuver around the map, how we want to utilize our ultimates. How you play each point is very unique and different map to map. So I would expect that Seoul Dynasty are very confident in their ability to play this style on this map. But the Dallas Fuel, I don't think they have a weakness at this point.
It really doesn't feel like it. They've always been fairly scary. Although there was a funny stat on the bottom of the screen there. Seoul Dynasty 5-1 all time versus the Dallas Fuel. Very different teams by the looks of it. One familiar face though. It's your boy right there, Profit.
Playoff P.
Playoff P. Ready to rock and roll. All right, let's see how they approach this. Looks like a speed through hotel. Swapping sides, a little bit of switcheroo. Yeah, they're already going in for a bit of an aggressive dive there. It's quite interesting to see Fearless play against Smurf. Smurf very willing to use his bubbles quite quickly. Fearless very passive with his, only wants to set up at the perfect moment.
You can see Fitz is trying to wide peek. As much as his team's trying to push through Hotel, Fitz is trying to go to the right so he can charge up and try and get a pick onto the backline. You can see Fearless getting so low and has to use that Suzu.
Yep, Suzu used, Leap from Fearless also used. You see that switch step straight on top of him. Top Fearless back up as they do cower in Hotel. So Dynasty take it upon themselves, just rotate to the point, however. A couple of free ticks for Seoul as the Dallas Fuel still pretty low. Edison had to back up there too, so can't instantly re-peak. Nice Suzu to save Profit's life. Did end up using the Wraith Walk too, so all about forcing cooldowns. And now Edison trying to get onto a position where he can do a little bit of damage. Speaking of wits, instant Kitsune Rush as soon as it's online. Like, you just want to get that out ASAP.
Dallas, that's what they were waiting for. It felt like they were hesitating and they weren't willing to take that engage. They were just waiting for that Kitsune Rush because they knew that that was their win condition. Fielded did so much healing because Fearless was taking so much damage. Look at how aggressive Fearless is being. He almost has his own Primal Rage to Smurf's 50%. But the big problem for Dallas Fuel is how do they deal with this Kitsune Rush coming out from Iris?
Yeah, I mean, Chio's got the sound barrier. You're looking at maybe a sound barrier and a amp speed. Hopefully an amp speed without the sound barrier. Use that a little bit later. All right, the rows have been paid for Seoul Dynasty, moving on the point with only 33% left to cap. There's the beat coming out from the Dallas Fuel as they try and make their move. Smurf ends up going down to the Primal Rage just dislodging everybody. The entirety of Seoul Dynasty looking around to try and deal with Fearless as they end up having to back out. No even DPS ults invested here for the Fuel. Speaking of which, they used an overclock. But Dallas Fuel just turn tail and run. Chio, okay, Chio. Okay. A little bit of Skybox Lucio. It doesn't end up working out though, as Profit and Smurf end up going down. Edison popping his own overclock. Time's ticking, Scott. Time is ticking.
Seoul Dynasty just feel like they're just so slow with how they want to move around. They just could not dislodge Sparkle from this statue area, and Smurf's just taking so much damage. And I need to give credit to Fearless. He's just such a nuisance in the backline. Gets that Primal off even when the Kitsune Rush goes. And now, as you said, at minute 20, and they only have 2 ultimates remaining, the Death Blossom and the Primal. How is Smurf going to try and get value with this?
Kitsune Rush available further. His second of the game.
Another one.
Spots someone TPing to the back. Ignores the Profit completely. I mean, you've got to look around eventually. Sparkle looking for a Death Blossom as Edison is taken down. Sparkle quickly having to back out there, using that shift almost instantly. And Profit comes on large with the Death Blossom as Sparkle repays it in kind. A 2-3 kills for Sparkle as he's holding this point down. Just him versus Vindane on the point. Has to use the Wraith. Has got lifesteal in his kit, but there's just too many spawners coming back in. Sparkle tried to turn it in their favor, but Seoul hang on to the point.
A great attempt by Sparkle to turn that one back around, but the spawns are just too close for the Seoul Dynasty. Dallas Fuel just could not get back in time. And now the card is pushing. You're not upset about that hold if you're the Dallas Fuel, though. That was a 3.5 minute first point hold, and now they have the positioning as well. This arch is so hard to push through, but Iris with that Kitsune Rush, they're going to use that to break down the door, so the Dallas Fuel will have to back up.
It's like the perfect point to use it on, right? Nice little headshot there. Does send someone from the Dallas Fuel reeling. There's the Kitsune Rush. Little swift step into the Kitsune Rush. Instant Suzu down there, Scott. So we can get another one online ASAP using that ability, Haste of the Ultimates. As you see the Dallas Fuel ending up piecing out. Fearless, unfortunately, burning that Primal Rage just to stay alive.
We've seen that trade a lot, where you trade the Primal Rage, gives your team time to disengage, and then you can go back, and then Edison comes back in, picks up Vindane first, and he was the one with the beat.
Yeah, perfect pick from the Dallas Fuel. That Kitsune Rush only granting Dynasty, what, like 20 meters, if that?
Dallas Fuel are going to go back and hold that arch as well. That's not going to be almost any time or positioning gain from the Seoul Dynasty, and time is ticking down, and Fearless is actually going to go for this spawn hold. This is one that is very difficult to dislodge because, as you can see, Fearless can just sit up here on this high ground. Seoul Dynasty are going to have to clear him.
Yeah, there you go. All right. H went height. All good. No more nuisance. I love Sparkle just kind of chilling up on height. You're Reaper, you're safe, it's all good. It's up to Edison and Fitz here to really open this one up. It's been Edison more often than not, especially in the first map. Ooh!
Never mind.
Wow, cursed him there. Fitz just takes his head clean off. Dallas Fuel still willing to fight though. Double beat comes out for both teams, but Kusune rush for the Dallas Fuel. Can they capitalize on this? The Seoul Dynasty, unreal respect paid to the Fuel, even though there are only 4 people up. Should be only a matter of time before Edison comes back in, but now comes the railgun. Smurf already flattening Fielder as Fitz makes his presence known in the front line. No kills, but a whole boatload of damage as Prophet finishes off 3.
That's a masterclass by the Seoul Dynasty of how you deal with that. They had the support ultimate disadvantage, but as soon as the Dallas Fuel drop the sound barrier, drop the Kitsune rush, they go back with their sound barrier and then re-engage. They get the picks. That's how you need to play it. And now they have the advantage with the ultimates, and the Dallas Fuel are the ones who are trying to re-engage into Seoul.
Might be quite tough. Kitsune Rush almost available for Seoul Dynasty. There's the dive in from Smurf onto the Primal Rage. Edison just the main focus right now of the Seoul Dynasty. A perfect juggle by Smurf, but Sparkle again! How does he keep doing this? A double kill with a Death Blossom. He's just hiding somewhere. He's got like invis hacks or something, man. There is no way Seoul Dynasty aren't seeing this. The Dallas Fuel, Edison completely taken out of the picture. He was the distraction in that situation.
And there's only 20 seconds left, Jack, and Seoul Dynasty threw everything, including the kitchen sink, at that fight. The Dallas Fuel are going to try and hold close, make them have to run through them to the point.
Primal Rage for Fearless in a couple of percent. Only real ultimate online for either team. It's more of a neutral right now. What can Fearless do? He's got everything lined up. He's waiting for the dive in. Goes straight to the back, puts the bubble down. Here's in trouble. Fortune Suzu. Huge Primal Rage knockbacks. Look, instantly focusing Fitz. He's taking a fair bit of damage, but they don't touch. Smurf was supposed to be on. Gets taken care of by Edison. Fearless once again just causing so much aggro. Just making everybody look at him. He's in the middle of the entire team, just smacking him around.
And Seoul Dynasty don't want to spend their time trying to burn through that 1,000 health Winston that's in your backline. They need to move forward. They need to get picks. All of that fight, the whole round ended up on that Sparkle Death Blossom. That reset everything. It changed everything. He gets 3 picks out of nothing for the Dallas Fuel and secures that second point hold for them. And now the Seoul Dynasty have a monumental task to now hold the Dallas Fuel to the second point as well.
Saw a cheeky little grin there from Sparkle on the little cams.
Loves a grin. Yeah.
Yeah. Quite a smiley boy, that's for sure. Wow, the Seoul Dynasty. I mean, the ball was fairly close, but it very much felt like Fuel had a stranglehold on Seoul for the majority of that. We saw Seoul doing a fair good job of negating a lot of those support ultimates, like saying, disconnecting themselves from the fight, like we don't want anything to do with it.
How did this happen? Takes down Prophet.
Just hits him in the face, like 2 people jumping. Hey, I'm coming to save you. Please focus the Reaper.
Iris is trying to help, and then he ends up in a corner with the Death Blossom.
Yeah. Hey, what's going on right here?
Honestly, for me, it feels like as much as Seoul Dynasty are dealing with the ultimates well, their cycling is right. Dallas Fuel has the control of the tempo. They are choosing and dictating when the fights happen, and that is the big difference. As Iris is doing the classic Kiriko thing, getting some damage in before the fight really pops off.
All right, wrap around the statue for the Dallas Fuel. Oh, nice little flank there from Fitz. That was a big disruptor shot. A lot of AoE damage. Fuda gets taken down. Fitz eventually paying for his sins there.
It's better for Dallas though, because Fielder will come out of spawn much faster, and he can just TP out with the Kiriko teleport, and all of a sudden it's a 5v4. How are Dallas going to utilize this?
All right, they're jumping in AS. They're back at it once again, but Vindane just annihilated. And now Smurf a key target. Steady Eddie is here to stay. The Dallas Fuel, the wave, hello and a goodbye. Edison, they're going to cap point A.
Midname's got to put a little bit more respect on Edison's name right now. That's the 2nd or 3rd time I think he's been caught riding a wall out on the side, and Edison's just taken off his head. So maybe playing a little bit more safe. As you can see, Dallas are going to try and get aggressive, start getting their ultimates up, as they have the ultimate advantage. Once again, Fielder has the Kitsune Rush, and historically in this series, Dallas Fuel have tried to go early, try and go fast, recognizing they have that advantage.
Yeah, how far are they going to play up? It is currently Sparkle on the payload, pushing solo. Looks like Fielder's going to come back. I mean, ideally, you just want one big fight here on this section of the street, so it forces Seoul Dynasty in a horrible spot. All right, once again, controlling the tempo, just backing up just a little bit. Both Kitsune rushes thrown down. That's a lot of pavement that needs redoing after this. The Dallas Fuel, though, with a perfect isolation on that bubble again. Fearless's bubbles have just been magical to watch. A quick team kill for the Dallas Fuel, and they used a single ultimate in that fight.
And the cap is coming very quickly with 3 people on the point. This is going to be very difficult for the Seoul Dynasty to close this distance. They're going to have to use a sound barrier or a primal rage to even get close to touch.
There's only one person on the payload right now for the Dallas Fuel, so they can thank themselves for that. Edison going for an aggressive peek with that overclock, but Seoul Dynasty need to touch. Smurf needs to get there. Someone, please. 3 people here with the beat from the Seoul Dynasty, but Dallas Fuel still have ultimates in their back pockets. Fearless with a primal rage smacks Fearless to another dimension, and now it's just Vindane versus Sparkle on the point. Smurf, history, and the Seoul Dynasty might be there as well. Goodbye. History books have been written. The Dallas Fuel are going to push that payload in, and they're going to get match point just like that.
This is not the close series that a lot of us were hoping for. A lot of people have been saying that Dallas Fuel are the team to beat, but I thought Seoul Dynasty would be a lot closer than this. That map was 13 to 37 final blows. Dallas Fuel firmly in control of this series.
Just domination on an unprecedented scale right now for the Dallas Fuel. What can Seoul Dynasty do to come back to this?
There needs to be something changed in the way that they're approaching these fights. As we keep saying, the tempo of the Dallas Fuel, Fearless is just getting in their face and they haven't been able to punish. Maybe if they can get more punishes onto Fearless, that will enable the rest of the game from them right now. Because right now, Dallas Fuel is doing anything they want.
Less of a grand finals preview right now. We are witnessing more of a round 1 knockout. We're going to jump to a quick break. Can Dallas Fuel make it a 3-0 after this? We'll have to wait and find out.
Wait, mic test one more.
하나, 둘, 셋.
오케이.
좀 피파 보고 있는데요, 이거? 아, 보면 안 돼? 어떻게 알아, 근데? 말해본 거야. 캠 보여. 우리 모니터 보이게 해놔가지고 뭐 보고 있는지 뜸.
펄스한테 펄스 붙일게. 펄스한테 펄스만 붙여. 딜라인 절대 안 붙인다. 하고 왜 나한테만 붙여가냐면 게임 바꾸라 해.
원래 좁은 곳에다
바꿔.
Hashtag wake up.
Hashtag wake up.
Up, hashtag
don't talk to me. Please don't talk to me.
You good, bro? I did not want to see my teammate laying on his desk before the match.
We're playing. What do you mean you're sleeping?
I'm waiting.
You're waiting.
Hello.
아! 야!
괜찮아.
오케이 봐. 괜찮아.
괜찮아.
빨리 줄 수 있냐 그냥?
괜찮아. 이거 그냥 핸디캡이야, 핸디캡.
핸디캡 확인.
Okay.
Wait, is Skyripper also from Finland?
I don't think so.
I think it's Romania.
It's from Romania.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
What country did you say earlier the guy was from?
Estonia.
Don't know where that is. I actually just don't know where that is. Do you know where that is?
Europe.
I know it's in Europe. I could not tell you where on the map it is.
We need a seat.
Yes.
Okay.
Is Harry in his seat?
Yeah.
He's in his seat, then
I
lights are turning.
I was really about to get out, like, just a minute ago, because we weren't starting the game.
I feel like I like the south. I feel like I play like on the south of Europe. Or like Greece or something.
It's gotta be in, like, Spain or something. It has to be.
Northeast,
No.
right on.
Somewhere like southwest. Or like
Oh,
yeah.
Russia.
Is it?
Near it, isn't it?
It's right under Finland, above Latvia.
Oh, shit.
Why is it up there?
Why is it up there? I didn't even relook at it.
Why on earth is it up there?
오! 저거 캐리해 주겠지.
인사 못해요.
인사 못한다.
Point C9.
C9 해버리기.
C9 해버리기.
C9 해버리기.
켜.
뭐?
C9.
C9 해버리기.
아,
무르쳐. C9.
나이스.
C9
동타이. 베이스이 동타이.
Don't miss out on the kick-off clash. Legendary team mixed skins. The Seoul Dynasty Tiger skin is on sale right now through November 15th. You haven't got too long to grab that one, so make sure you pick it up just for 200 League tokens. Now, speaking of Seoul, they're currently down a couple of maps. I did see the tweets in the little break there. Fearless Doubters. Don't
Shambles.
think there are many left after these two matches, because this is a bit of a blowout.
Yeah, this match has not been close so far. As you know, we haven't really seen anyone test the Dallas Fuel. No one had tested the Seoul Dynasty either, so we didn't know what would happen when we had this clash of titans. But Dallas Fuel have just taken this match by the throat and just running with it. And it has to start from Fearless. As you said, the doubters are in shambles because he's just not being punished. He's diving in, he's doing whatever he likes. And I was just looking at the numbers for that last match. Fielder almost double the healing that Eros was putting out. And that is why we're seeing more Kitsune rushes coming out from the Dallas Fuel, and probably why Fearless has more space in this match.
A lot of the time, did mention it, did note it a couple of times in that last map, but they're waiting for kind of Smurf to dive in, use that bubble. Then Fearless goes in, separates the entire team. The bubbles, the Winstons are so important, integral in these initial engagements. And that last fight for the Dallas Fuel, again, waiting for Smurf to jump in. Dude, Fearless is already down there planting the Dallas seal on the pavement. That big bubble isolates half the team. And then there's so much burst damage from the Sojourn and Reaper. Your Kiriko needs to do something. But the Swift Step, maybe a little bit too late, you know, or Kiriko just can't see because the bubble, it's all falling apart.
The person I want to see stand up from the Seoul Dynasty is Playoff P. Prophet hasn't really been present in this match so far, unable to get anything done on this Reaper, while on the other hand, Sparkle has been getting value from almost every Death Blossom that he's used. If he's not getting picks, he's creating space and he's enabling the rest of his team. So we're heading over to Dorado. This music is just a bang. Let's talk about that first. It's an absolute bop. But this is an interesting map because we've seen some teams, including the Dallas Fuel, play Tracer from time to time. Will we see it come out on this map?
Yeah, we've seen a little bit of Echo too.
Alpha Yi from the Hangzhou Spark.
From the Hangzhou Spark, yeah, playing a little Echo on the defense. Quite like it. There's a lot of open ground here for the Reaper to traverse. It's a bit difficult without the kind of speed boost. Echo gives you a lot of burst potential with the sticky bombs and copy. You don't get as much value copying a tank anymore. You only get that 300 HP, but it's still having a double Winston. It's still pretty damn good. We'll see if there's any small changes here. Looks like Dallas Fuel are going to be running with the Tracer. Okay.
And the reason that I believe that we have seen the Tracer instead of the Reaper is because as Reaper, there's a lot of long sight lines. It can be difficult to close that distance. The value of Reaper really comes when you can get in and out with the Wraith Walk. But Tracer, especially on this defense, you can just sit on the high ground, go aggressive, bounce between these yellow and red buildings, and then when you want to go down, you can recall back up. So it gives you a lot of freedom to move around the map, put pressure onto the backline. Let's see if Prophet is going to return on this Tracer as well. He's at the spawn door. We might see a trade spin.
Yeah, not even a shot from Fitz there to try and tag someone on Widow. Looks like we are seeing it. One of the picks he made his name on, the Tracer. Prophet locking it in. Okay, they know it's a Tracer mirror too, as Prophet got shot in the back by Sparkler, who's just hanging around the corner. Or on the high ground, I should say.
And just see what Sparkler's doing. He's just sitting up here, unloading clip under clip into the backline. And it's going to be very difficult for Seoul Dynasty to punish. And he can always heal for them as well at any moment. So he's just playing infinite pressure alongside Fearless. As you can see, Seoul Dynasty just struggling to get the cart upwards and get any control right now.
Yeah, actual free damage for Sparkle there. I think a pulse one pretty damn fast. Probably doing the same though, almost matching it. All right, high ground control on the name of the game for the Seoul Dynasty by the looks of it. Get Fitz into a position where he can actually do damage. He's also looks rather quiet. You talked about how he was so underrated Maybe he needs to prove how much value that he provides to Seoul Dynasty, at least in this match.
Down.
Going down again. Okay, Prophet. Ooh, almost got a long clip there. That would have been dirty onto Sparkle. Both the Tracers. Bidame, he do be skating. He is now dead. All good. All good. 2.5 minutes now.
Smurf has just been struggling to get going. Every time it feels like he's rearing his head, the Dallas Fuel just putting so much pressure. And you can see Dallas Fuel going to reassume this high ground pressure, try and look for picks as Soul tries to get back to the cart. But Soul is going to try and take this high ground away from the Dallas Fuel as ultimates start coming up.
Prophet is just kind of sneaking around too, lurking in the sewers. No, but instantly you see that Dallas Fuel just making sure Prophet can't get free move on that payload. Actually forces the rest of Seoul Dynasty on the low. Dallas Fuel end up giving up hype, but they're playing all the way at the back. Their understanding of where to play is just unreal. Let's see what Prophet can do with this pulse bomb. Sparkle's got one of his own. Kitsune rushes for both sides too. There's going to be a lot of ultimates in this fight. Who can land this pulse? I think it's going to decide it. Prophet going in. Misses the pulse bomb onto Edison. Both Kitsune rushes being flung out. Sparkle also missing his, but once again, Smurf instantly focused by the Dallas Fuel.
Fitz gets punished as well, and Dallas Fuel has just been getting more value from these Kitsune rushes time after time.
Hello. What's up?
Oh, okay, a little bit of disrespect coming in from Steady Eddie, and I don't blame him. 90 seconds remaining for the Seoul Dynasty. They are once again just struggling to get anything done. Smurf's only at 70% ult charge. They need to find a way to get him into this point, get him comfortable, enable the dive, get something going between himself and Prophet.
Small little dive there from Smurf. Here is following up with a swift step. And once again, Dallas Fuel, it's like they know. It's like they're on a chessboard. Okay, they're here, now we go here. Now we're here, we go here. Instantly backing off around that statue. Overclock coming out.
Here comes Fearless.
Searching for Sparkle's head, but Vitz is instantly pushed out. Fearless with another fantastic bubble, but this time Smurf gets his revenge. Steady Eddie dead as the Dallas Fuel now pushing all the way back. Fearless trying to turn it around, but that Primal Rage is just free ultimate charge for the rest of the Seoul Dynasty as they're moving this payload at quite a considerable pace. The Overclock eventually wears off, and so does the health bar of Fielder. Very little healing in general now for the Fuel as Chio and Fearless will die. Seoul Dynasty, okay, they're looking alive.
Still in it, and that was much better by Smurf. Getting in the face, counter-diving the aggression of the Dallas Fuel, able to get the punish onto Edison, which removes that overclock from the equation. So now, they need to start getting more time. See what happened here with Chio.
Hit that beat.
Didn't get
Edison was in that bubble at that time. What a perfectly placed bubble from Smurf, stopping that sound barrier, hitting the Sojourn.
Beautiful play, beautiful play. Edison with this overclock now. We've talked about how he has been getting the better end of this Sojourn matchup so far. Let's see what he can get from this one. You can see teams generally, they want to just push the cart under the point of the Dallas Fuel that are holding, but you can see Fearless doesn't want to get that progress coming at all. He's trying to pressure it, jumping down, taking damage, giving Fielder more time to get that Kitsune rush up.
Don't give Edison a straight line. That's exactly what he's got right now. He's got 100 charge. Bidame again jumps out straight in front of him. Instant overclock kill onto Prophet. A double kill for Eddie. As he just leap round the corner. Full aggro now, just hunting for clips. And he almost found one. A triple kill for Edison. Chio kills Fitz. And the Dallas Fuel, well, they're going to spawn camp, Scott. Of course they are.
Of course, this has been the name of the game for the Dallas Fuel. They just apply so much pressure to Soul. It feels like they're so uncomfortable all the time. Fearless is literally touching the spawn as we speak. Prophet might be trying to go towards the cart, apply some cart pressure, forcing the Dallas Fuel back.
That was quite nice presence of mind there by Prophet. Oh, the melee looks so sad. He tried double blink melee straight onto the Sojourn. Edison just shrugged it off, put a plaster on it and backed up. All right, Dallas. Once again, reassuming the position near this near the payload. Both Kitsune rushes used. Prophet still hunting for a target with a pulse bomb. It goes wide, but Edison still gets chased down. That pulse bomb not doing damage, Scott, but actually split the Sojourn away from the rest of the team. Chio falls, and the Seoul Dynasty now up to 3 players make that. As we're nearing OT as we push this second point, Scott. Dallas Fuel, they're going to have beat re-engage.
Absolutely. This fight is going to be so important to the Seoul Dynasty. They have so many ultimates. I want to see them assume control. You can see the difference between the way Seoul Dynasty and Dallas Fuel are playing. Smurf's just sitting on the cart. At this point, Fearless would have been touching the spawn door. That is really the major difference, is Solar giving Dallas Fuel the space to walk in and take the fight on their terms, and now it feels like Fitz is under pressure, forced to use this overclock.
God, Chio with a mid-air beat there. Almost lined it up for Fitz. Overclock being used, but to little to no effect. Fearless is just batting him away. The rest of Dallas Fuel in a little bit of trouble though. Fitz still finds value with that railgun, cleaning up Sparkle as Smurf also uses his Primal Rage. The Soul Dynasty, this is what we wanted to see from you. 25 seconds to go. They land that payload in, they collect it, and now they have 1:50 going into third.
Great job healing for Fitz there. Fearless trying to go aggressive with the Primal Rage, with the Sound Barrier, but unable to find that pick. And Fitz with a miraculous shot onto Sparkle across the map, taking out the Tracer. So important for that fight. As we see Sparkle actually moves over to the Reaper, there's a lot more corners, a lot more value that you can get from the Reaper on this third point.
Oh yeah. Wonder if Prophet is just going to change. I can imagine just after Pulse Bomb, just wants to get it out of the way, force a cooldown, or hopefully get a kill. Have to wait and see. All right, Fearless, slowly but steadily, drops onto the point, lays down the bubble, there's the pulse. Didn't connect by the looks of it. Smurf ends up falling over. Once again, another well-placed bubble from Fearless, stopping that heal coming in. And the Suzu too.
The Winston bubble blocks both the healing from the Kiriko and the Suzu. So if you can isolate the target, the Kiriko either needs to teleport into the bubble, or they need to just accept that they cannot help their Winston. So Smurf has been punished for that multiple times. Fearless doing a great job of isolating Smurf or whatever target he's going on time and time again, as we see Prophet switch over to the Reaper now as well.
All right, yeah, so double Reaper. Going somewhere? Kitsune Rush is available for both sides. Pretty even fight when you think about it. No overclock for Soul, but that'll be online in just a moment. Once again, Dallas Fuel playing up to the gate, Scott.
Making them work for every inch, every single team fight. So even when they're winning, they're not getting much space.
Kitsune Rush is coming in for both sides as all Fitz just delivers Edison straight back to spawn as overtime is approaching. There is an overclock available for Fitz, but if he manages to hold on to this one, they should be good to lock this payload in. That power slide away from Fearless, almost a third one on the cooldown, but no Sparkle coming in. He's hitting like thunder, but he disappears like smoke. Prophet just disintegrates him right in front of his face. A beat comes out from the Dallas Fuel to hold on to this fight as Edison is back, but the overclock gets no value.
As you can tell, the Dallas Fuel are trying to run for the hills, but Chiro's being isolated by Smurf with a great primal. Gets him before he gets the mega health, and now the card is moving. Edison has the high ground, but Fitz is coming back with the overclock.
What is the price of Vindame's head right now? Edison is collecting checks. Overclock from Fitz, looking down the straightaway, but everybody's just dodging out the way of these shots. The bubble comes up straight on top of him once again. We're still in overtime, and we've been this for quite a considerable time at this point, so you step off it, you are going to lose, Soul. I mean, Prophet jumping in the last second, here's the death boss, and this looks like the end of the road for Soul. It's only Fitz left. The Dallas Fuel going to hold that payload just before the second point.
Signs of life from the Soul Dynasty, but not enough to cap through Dorado. I think it goes back to the fact that Soul Dynasty, they're just so afraid to take these fights. It feels like they're not willing to play aggressively, play isolated, and sort of force the Dallas Fuel to be uncomfortable. So it feels like Dallas is just dictating everything that they want. We saw some great moments from Fitz, and that showed some life, and that's important. He needs to keep putting up those kills, getting those numbers. But right now, they need to put on a miraculous hold against the Dallas Fuel, or they're going down to the low bracket.
Oh man, it's interesting looking at the stats and the numbers behind this game right now, because Fitz on the side of the Soul Dynasty is doing about 32% of his team's damage. Compare that to Edison, who's only at 24% of his team's damage. Sparkle is doing the heavy lifting there, as Prophet also kind of dipping down. It's like the roles are reversed on each team. Sparkle doing the most for the Dallas Fuel, but Fitz doing the most for Soul Dynasty. And we're on even kills too. 21 apiece.
And I think that goes to show what I'm trying to say of there isn't any difference in the numbers of who's getting more kills, who's doing more damage or healing. It is literally just that Dallas Fuel, I think, is having more control over these maps. Having more control over when they're wanting to use their ultimates, when they're trying to take the space. If Soul Dynasty can start getting into that choking aspect against the Dallas Fuel on their own defense, they could start turning this series around.
2, 1. There's a smile from Edison, that's a rare one. Oh, all good. Still grapple shots. Ooh. Wow, Fitz tested him there just a little bit. All good though. Shake it off, Eddie. Straight back to the Soja. It's 5% ult charge. But look at that, how generous.
And both Sparkle and Prophet going back to the Tracer, prioritizing that hero on this first point. As I said, just gives you a lot more freedom to walk around the map on the first and second point. So you can see Soul Dynasty doing the same thing to Dallas that happened to them.
Yeah, Prophet just hitting that recall. doing a fair amount of damage to Fearless. In return, Fearless jumps up, is matched with Sparkle. That Disruptor shot doing a fair bit to Fearless, but instant Suzu from Fielder to cleanse that slow effect as they do move out of the slow field. Shio's in a little bit of trouble, yeah. Focused, he was playing floor Lucio there, not on the walls, not too much speed, but Vindime doing the same thing. Trying to go for an assassination, a rather bloodbath at the spawn doors right now, but with Soul losing both supports, they have to back up.
And this is good for the Dallas Fuel because their spawn doors are so close, so they will be able to get a little bit more movement from the cart, move it further up as they wait for their respawns. No ultimates up just yet, but once again, Fielder taking the lead in the Kitsune Rush battle.
A double pulse. Profit's got his online, Sparkle 10% away. What can you do? Let's have a look. Profit. Playoffs Profit. That's what's got to show up right now to keep themselves in the series. Stick comes in. Nice stick, but even better Suzu there from Fielder to save the Sojourn. Chio doesn't get up chased down, but Smurf dying is a lot less space now that Seoul Dynasty can create. They do even this up with Fitz taking and claiming the lives of the Dallas Fuel. He really has been putting up the numbers, and the Seoul Dynasty are going to hold the payload just for the moment.
Very important hold there for Seoul Dynasty. All of a sudden, the full hold becomes a lot more likely as you see Profit trying to hunt Sparkle down, but unable to get the punish. So now all the ultimates are coming online. As I said, the Kitsune Rush versus Kitsune Rush, sound barriers versus sound barriers, it's going to go back and forth. How are both teams going to try and utilize this? Historically, you've used the sound barrier to counter the Kitsune Rush. It's up for Vinde.
Yeah, Rush available for the Dallas Fuel, but Iris is like 3% away. The sound barrier comes out late from Vindame as Fitz already dies. This is the fight over, it's already done with, and Iris popped that Kitsune Rush to try and find a foothold, but slipped over, and so did the rest of his team. The Seoul Dynasty was so close to matching that Kitsune Rush, and that beat not hitting Fitz, I mean, that's just tragic.
Yeah, it's just a little too late coming out from Vindame, so they used both of their support ultimates in a losing fight, and Dallas just walked forward and used it. They didn't even do anything incredibly special. So all of a sudden, Seoul Dynasty on the back foot a little bit again. Need to get back into control.
Oh, wow.
Edison.
Speaking of getting in control, Edison steering this ship all the way to second point. Can they actually capitalize much on this? I mean, you're still kind of juggling the high ground, just a bit of free payload push, I suppose. You know Seoul aren't going to kind of int on top of you. That's kind of nice. Ooh, Sparkle.
No. He's looking for it.
Instantly spotted. Spots Fitz, though. Power slide up to the height. Yep, all good. We're safe, but only for now.
Just trying to remain a threat. Keep Seoul Dynasty keeping an eye on him as he's diving down with Fearless. Fearless has the primal, being disruptive on the high ground.
Again! All right, post-bomb from Profit goes wide, but Edison opening these fights up. Sparkle takes care of Vindime. And the Seoul Dynasty, they've got ults, but they cannot afford to lose them at this point. You end up pushing around this final corner, you're going to need that primal rage to contest. I mean, the Dallas Fuel, you know that what they're going to do. They're going to play all the way up to those doors.
Look at them. We are literally in this exact same situation on the other side. Here's where Fearless is holding. He's holding on this door. Anywhere the Seoul Dynasty go, they're going to be getting zapped. There's going to be so much pressure coming out, and this will give space to Edison with the overclock.
The pulse. How quick are your fingers, Iris? You got to protect from that pulse bomb. Fitz already used that dash, but actually Sparkle a little bit too scared of that overclock. I don't think Dallas Fuel are right now, to be very honest with you. Edison was peeking him there for just a brief moment. Payload about 3 meters away from that second checkpoint, but Profit is making sure they keep this competitive. The Dallas Fuel are going to have to back off and go again.
Great primal by Smurf, just disrupting the Dallas Fuel and how they wanted to play the game. So now this is a very advantageous place to hold the point. You can have Fitz back on this high ground. You're going to be able to control this, and Dallas Fuel have such a long way to go to get onto the backline of the Seoul Dynasty. Stick onto Smurf. It should not be enough to punish him, though.
No, yeah, okay. He actually got the Suzu there at the very end, but Vindime's caught again! You can't keep doing this. The Seoul Dynasty are going to get run over. Vindame's caught in the bank. I'm curious on like what his positioning, his pathing was there. Sparkle just chased him down. That's the second fight in a row where Sparkle's managed to pick off this Lucio, and Dallas Fuel now on their final approach.
Yeah, and they have 3 minutes in the bank as well. Sparkle's already made that switch over to the Reaper, recognized he needs to do that quickly. They have no ultimates in the bank, but they do have a wealth of time.
Kitsune rush for the Seoul Dynasty. Seems like a pretty easy fight for the Dallas Fuel to disengage, and they're going to do just that, but the space is bought for Seoul. Okay. Well, it looks like Fearless and Smurf are in a little tickling match there. Profit bringing guns to the Tiglan match as he takes care of him, but I mean, it's still the Seoul Dynasty. They have to repair, and we talked about it before, but losing a Reaper in this situation, nothing really to punish the front line, so the Dallas Fuel are getting free push.
And that was the Kitsune rush by the Seoul Dynasty, and now we're in one-fight territory for the Dallas Fuel. They only need to get one fight. Fearless has that Primal Rage, and he has been exceptional with that so far this series.
Sparkle hiding around that corner there, comes the bubble, fits in a whole heap of hurt, has to use that power slide to jump away, but instantly Fearless chasing him with the Primal Rage. Can they save Fitz in time? The whole of the Seoul Dynasty looking around to try and deal with Fearless, and Sparkle takes it to him. Prophet is dead, there's a couple of meters to go, and the Dallas Fuel are going to ignore the beat, ignore the Dynasty. They've still got ults to spare. You could save them for the grand finals, Dallas, because if you're playing like this, you're headed straight there. There's a couple of meters to go. Prophet shut down, locked out, back to spawn. The Dallas Fuel ignoring Fitz. No worries, son. A 3-0 for the Fuel. Whatever the comp, whatever the meta, whoever the opponent, the Dallas Fuel continue to burn bright and dominate the upper brackets.
All the other teams are shaking in their boots a little bit at that one. I think that was exceptional play by the Dallas Fuel, just putting the Seoul Dynasty away with ease. As you said, all the other teams should get ready to meet this team in the grand finals because they're booking a ticket one way.
This was supposed to be the grand finals preview. We've had a lot of tweets in the grand finals, so I'm just saying.
I hope it's not a grand finals preview because this is what always happens, and I don't want to see a match like this. I would not put it past the Seoul Dynasty. They're going back to the lower bracket. They are a team who have been able to find another gear time and time again throughout the season. This is not the last time we will see this team.
Definitely not, but what a good look from the Fuel. They come in as #1 seed, and they are scary to a whole new level. I know we just missed Halloween, but Jesus, you wouldn't want to meet these guys in a Haunted Maze, I'll tell you that right now.
I'm dressing as Dallas Fuel next year to my Halloween parties. And that man on your screen right there, Sparkle, had an exceptional series. On the Reaper, he's just such a smart player, and the way that he was navigating around the map, just making it impossible for Smurf, a two-time champion, a Roll-Star tank, making it impossible for him to play the game with the sheer amount of damage coming out.
Sparkle as well, player of the match for this series. Those Death Blossoms on King's Row sealed it. He's always got the brightest smile on his face too. The Dallas Fuel, terrifying right now. And you can see, I think this play right here kind of encapsulates how good they are. The bubble to protect Sparkle, to make sure he gets value. And we don't often see, like, we've seen it a few times this playoffs, yeah, with giant Death Blossoms, but at this consistency, we don't see that.
And that's an important thing, is we've seen a lot of teams struggle to get value from that Death Blossom, not partnering with the Suzu, but Sparkle was doing it time and time again. But not only that, Sparkle was able to pick up the Tracer and get immense value in this series as well on Dorado. Just navigating around, putting a lot of pressure, getting value with those pulse bombs. Sparkle definitely in form right now for these playoffs.
No one really touted a Tracer player quite a while ago at this point.
I feel called out, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, well, you know, I got to do it. I'm gonna cast you right now. I mean, look at those stats coming in as well. I like the self-healing % of damage taken. It's quite a nice stat, actually.
I've never seen that stat before in my life.
Neither have I, but yeah, that's a lot of self-healing. I'll tell you that right now. 11K we'll call that hero damage per 10 this match. 12 final blows per 10. 3 deaths per 10. Guys are menace. Look, that is the Soul's face right now.
That's it.
That's Soul's face.
Yeah, he's doing a cosplay of whatever opponent he's going up against in the series. He knew what was going to happen. Sparkle and the Dallas Fuel are in form, and they look terrifying. I think nobody else is playing the meta right now better than them, so teams have a long way to go to close that distance. And now the Dallas Fuel will face the winner of our next match, the Houston Outlaws and the London Spitfire.
Yeah, come on, man. How scary is that? You just watch them perform on stage, you're like, okay, I'm going to use the bathroom real fast. And yeah, maybe
well, they've both been great teams as well. Yeah. And maybe the Dante Winston or the Dante Arisa or the Dante Hog is the solution to the Dallas Fuel problem.
Dante, play the Hog. Please, brother.
Maybe don't.
Please. Just please. No. We're going to jump to break and we'll find out if Dante's going to play the Hog. We have London Spitfire versus the Houston Outlaws. After this, don't go anywhere.
오케이.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Butterfinger. Crispity, crunchity, peanut buttery. No one lays a finger on your Butterfinger.
Welcome back to Game Break. I'm here joined now by Fearless from Dallas Fuel. Fearless, congratulations on the win. I gotta say, I thought that was going to be a lot closer, but that wasn't the case. You know, you ended the series with so a lot quicker than a lot of people expected. So, what was the game plan going into today's match against Seoul Dynasty? 자, 오늘 승리 너무나 축하드리면서 많은 사람들이 오늘 경기가 되게 빅매치가 되지 않을까라는 예상을 했는데 결과는 전혀 그러지 않았습니다. 달라스가 3대0으로 너무나도 쉽게 승리를 거두셨는데요. 오늘 경기를 좀 전략적으로 봤을 때 좀 어떻게 임하셨나요?
일단 그냥 전략이라기에는 저희가 이미 너무 짜여놓은 게 많기 때문에 딱 스크림 하던 대로 연습하던 대로 그냥 하니까 이렇게 3대 0으로 이겼던 것 같습니다.
I can't really get into the details because there are so many different strategies that we had planned out for this match. But I just want to say, you know, we carried out our plan perfectly, and also we just sort of played how we played in scrims, and I think that's how we got the win. Talking about scrims, are you guys actually really like this? Like unstoppable in scrims as well, just out of curiosity. 두 번째 질문 들어가기 전에 되게 짧게 방금 스크림 얘기가 나와서 하는 말인데 스크림에서도 이렇게 좀 다 패고 다니시나요?
그거는 업계 비밀입니다.
업계 비밀. All right, Fearless says that's a confidential thing for business wise. So he unfortunately cannot give me the answer. All right. Well, I mean, like I said, Dallas Fuel right now in the playoffs, you guys seem unstoppable. So Fearless, I just want to ask you, is there a team in the playoffs right now that could put a stop to the Dallas Fuel? 자, 두 번째 질문은 Fearless 선수의 좀 개인적인 의견을 듣고 싶습니다. 지금 봤을 때 현 상황에서 프로에서 정말 좀 무서울 정도로 너무 지금 이제 달라스가 잘하고 있기 때문에 Fearless 선수가 보셨을 때 지금 플레이오프에서 달라스를 막을 수 있는 팀이 있다고 보시나요?
일단 뭐 제 개인적으로는 없는 것 같은데 그나마 좀 이제 만나면 좀 힘들 수도 있다 하면 이제 런던인 것 같습니다. 네.
이유가 있다면?
런던이 잘해요. 좀 많이 잘하더라고요. 대회 보니까.
알겠습니다.
네.
알겠습니다. All right. Personally, I don't think any team will put a stop to the Dallas Fuel currently in the playoffs. But if I have to pick, if there, is a little bit of possibility, I'll have to go with London. Reason being, they're pretty good. All right, that is it for the interview. Fearless, thank you so much for your time. And again, big congratulations on the win. 자, 인터뷰 너무 감사드리고 다음 경기에서 뵙도록 하겠습니다. 이석근, 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Thank you. All right, Zoe, back to you.
Thank you so much, Danny. Thanks a lot, Fearless. Congratulations to the Dallas Fuels. They are moving one step closer to, to grabbing that trophy, I guess. But we gotta talk about this series, guys, because quite frankly, I think we all hope for it to be closer. I personally thought heading into it, there's only two ways this can go, which is either Dallas sweeps or it's going to be a 5-mapper and like an absolute nail-biter. Alas, we got the first version of this one. Let's talk about why it ended up looking like that. Because quite frankly, throughout the entirety of the series, it just kind of looked to me like Dallas Fuel is controlling that tempo from beginning to end at all times.
You want me to go first, John? I kind of wanted to hear your thoughts because I've been talking so much about it.
All right, we'll get to that later. You
okay, let me go. Well, yeah, I agree with you, Zoe. That was sort of something I was trying to highlight on this cast. It really felt like the Dallas Fuel were just playing so aggressive, so up-tempo, getting in the Seoul Dynasty's face, even though the final blows and the damage and the healing was not always going one way, felt like the Dallas Fuel never really lost control of the series. And you can't isolate one player, in my opinion, from the Seoul Dynasty that I think was struggling. As a whole team, it did not feel like they had an answer to what the Dallas Fuel were doing. Fearless was playing the game almost for free, it felt like, maneuvering around the map, doing whatever he wanted, and that just gave freedom to Sparkle to do this time and time again.
Yeah, I felt like the Seoul Dynasty were very much overwhelmed by everything going on, everything the Dallas Fuel had to put forth. Because not only did you have Fearless playing some of the best Winston we've seen in forever, Sparkle, he kept touching up with all these Death Blossoms, finding early picks into the fight, and Edison as well, like on the Sojourn. It feels like everyone on the Dallas Fuel, they're playing at a superstar level right now, and they quite frankly look unstoppable. Everyone is contributing, everyone is playing at such a high pace with such confidence. But the Seoul Dynasty, they honestly looked a bit shell-shocked. They're just like, what's going on? Like, there's so much going on that they were a bit lost. Smurf is jumping back and forth. No one can really find anything to get it going for the Seoul Dynasty. So, I mean, I don't know what to say. Like, Dallas Fuel, they look unstoppable here in the playoffs. I thought Seoul Dynasty, if anyone, would be able to put up a fight, and not even them. They got swept 3-0.
Absolutely. I mean, Dallas Fuel, I think one thing which really impresses when you're really breaking down those gameplays, those fights they've taken, is just the cohesion. The communication is on point, and I think that is what a lot of teams have been struggling with. They all play a little bit more, not egoistically, but I think a lot of the teams where we actually are semi-used to having a lot of like teamwork, somehow in this meta, it's not at the same level. Why is that?
it's kind of interesting. I think a great example of that is the Shanghai Dragons, a team that has great individual players at the same level.
They used to have a hive mind.
Yeah, they used to have a hive mind. They used to have that level of coordination. They were the original team that broke down the Dallas Fuel hive mind, but they were unable to do anything in this meta, even with Fate in the lineup, and even with Lip going absolutely crazy. That's sort of the surprising thing for me about Dallas. It wasn't Edison just clicking 3 heads. It wasn't just Sparkle doing everything, Fearless doing everything. As a unit, they're doing absolutely everything. So if you're trying to isolate and find a weakness for the Dallas Fuel, you got to break down the whole thing, not just one thing.
But I think it's important to remember, when the Shanghai Dragons broke down the Dallas Fuel in 2021, in the June Dallas, it was because they were countering with the Wrecking Ball.
Yeah.
They didn't up the pace against the Dallas Fuel. The Shanghai Dragons last year, they recognized we can't match the pace of Fearless on the Winston. We can't like keep up the tempo with the Dallas Fuel. So Shanghai instead, they decided to counter composition that Winston with a Wrecking Ball pick instead. This time around, there's no Wrecking Ball to save these teams.
You can try.
Either you step up the pace, you step up the tempo, and try to match the Dallas Fuel, or there's nothing else, there's no other answer. So with Shanghai Dragons out, with Wrecking Ball not really a viable hero to match this composition, I don't see it. I don't see how any team stops the Dallas Fuel.
Yeah, no, they do indeed look unstoppable. Now, Seoul, of course, is not out of the competition just yet. They now drop down to the lower bracket, where I believe they will be facing off against the San Francisco Shock.
Yep, that is correct.
That is correct. I am correct. Look at that. And now that's going to be an interesting one for sure. And I am very interested to see if the Seoul Dynasty can maybe claw their way back up and get that rematch. But would the rematch just look the same in the end?
Well, I would hope not. You know, I would hope that if we did end up going, they made their way through the lower bracket into the grand finals, it would be closer. But for me, I was always like, oh, whoever loses from this match goes against the San Francisco Shock, and it'll probably be that team that wins. But after that match, and the San Francisco Shock making improvements, that could be a lot closer of a series than many of us expected coming into today.
Absolutely. Now, moving on to our next match, we want to take a look at the London Spitfire and the Houston Outlaws, starting off with Leveling Up, presented by Butterfingers. And this is an interesting one, because I want to take a look at Dante's heroes play. Dante has been such an interesting player throughout the entirety of this season. He was put in a position where he had to pick up a lot of different heroes, and not just different heroes, but a completely different role, which a lot of people had doubts, I would say, and I think he proved them wrong.
I was a doubter. I'll just say it. Obviously, he came, when he first moved into this tank role, it was to play the Doomfist, historically a DPS hero, so it made sense. And then he came in and he played the Junker Queen, and it made sense. It's a new hero who was good at it. But now he's just like, well, I can also play Xayah and D.Va, and now Winston. So if Dante decides to pull out one of those pocket picks.
I will say, though, the strength of the Houston Outlaws do not lie in this Dante-Winston pick. If you want to go all the way against teams like the Dallas Fuel, London Spitfire, who Fearless just mentioned, is like their one challenger in this meta in many ways. The strength of the Houston Outlaws is not Dante's Winston play. I want to see them come into this matchup against a team like the London Spitfire and, you know, throw something in there. Just like give us a taste of something else as well. A Roadhog. Maybe we've seen teams go to Circuit Real and play some Sigma, for example. Now, I don't know if Dante's a Sigma player either. But you get the thing. You get the example, right? Really try to, like, mess up this matchup for the London Spitfire, because Dante, as good as he's been when it comes to flexibility, he is a damage player, and some of those more mechanically intense heroes, that is his forte.
I feel like this one could get really chaotic. Just because of the way London is being London, doing London things, and then Houston throwing out some wonky things here and there. And I feel like London might get dragged into matching that chaotic energy. So this might be really entertaining.
I was also really curious to hear Fearless say London was the team that he was the most curious by, and they're only pretty good, according to Fearless, but pretty good in Dallas Fuel standards is probably very strong. Good, yeah. So London Spitfire have been on an absolute tear. Their team is playing very well in this meta. Everyone's peaking at the right time. I think the Houston Outlaws have a challenge on their hands, but I agree with you. If the Houston Outlaws can drag the London Spitfire into the depths of Roadhog, anything could happen.
I hope it's going to happen, just because I'd like to be entertained. Now let's take a look at our predictions for this particular match. And I feel like questions need to be answered. Ooh. They do indeed. Oh God, me and the fans.
Best friends, right?
Yeah, well, I guess we're rolling with it. To be honest, this pick is solely based on Jake asking me to pick them, and also telling me that...
Come on!
No, he
you
told
have
me
nothing in there?
Were you in a bathroom? It happened to me. It was wrong.
I heard there was Scrimbox.
Thankfully.
And I got kind of dragged into this, but you know, Jake, with his charming little smile,
very
he comes
nice.
up and he
Yeah.
says a few things. I'm like, well, I guess so. And also, he promised me that if they lose, he's going to give me a formally written apology.
Oh, that's nice.
Well, that's nice.
a win-win.
I never received something like that, so I thought I might as well.
Well, I heard that the fans at least predicted Houston Outlaws for gameplay reasons. So
Well,
hopefully,
we all have
someone's
different
backing
reasons,
them.
and that is okay.
There's no way you're telling me that the fans didn't choose Houston Outlaws because of Jake as well. That is probably most of their
You
reasons.
think that all the fans, a majority of the fans, predicted the Houston Outlaws because of Jake?
I think some of them
He doesn't
did.
even play
I think
anymore.
some of them did. You
Because
know,
he can translate Korean?
Yeah, probably.
And play like Lucio and
Pretty
bench
darn
some of his
good.
own
I mean,
players?
what can
he
you
might
say?
sub himself in.
But I mean,
Come on.
honestly, looking at both of those teams, either would deserve it. The winner of this match is going to be in the top 3. And I think for both those teams, for both those franchises, that means the world. This is much further than I believe anyone would have expected either of those teams to come. So at this point, they're playing with house money. They're going to have fun. And that's what we want to see. And that is going to be our last match of the day. And bringing you all the actions are going to be Jaws and Necro.
But they're casters.
Oh, who are they?
Whoa, no way!
Whoa, we're back!
We're back. Let's go. Thankfully, I've got Rose back here. Yes. Scott, back on the desk. Rose next to me as we cast the final game of the day. Houston Outlaws versus the London Spitfire. A true Cinderella story for London, Rose, coming into the tournament. And so he framed it perfectly. They're playing with house money. At the end of the day, I'm not pointing fingers. I'm not pointing fingers. A lot of people, a lot of you out there had London Spitfire at the bottom of your power rankings coming into the season, and now they have a chance at a top 3 position in the playoffs.
That's absolutely wild. I think for both of these teams, maybe Houston Outlaws a little less so, just were kind of had the cards stacked against them. I mean, for London Spitfire and for Houston Outlaws, they've had tremendous journeys throughout the season so far, and both were pretty unexpected to meet each other in a semi-final match of the playoffs, I feel like, especially when you look at just the opposition that these teams had to get through in order to even get to this point.
Well, let's bring out that Cinderella, that princess, that charming fairy tale that is the London Spitfire. London, they come in as complete underdogs. They're currently in the upper bracket. They're looking to make it all the way. Of course, guaranteeing themselves a top 3 position if they finish here, Rose, with a win. Houston Outlaws are their opposition, but I think they've taken the audience, the Overwatch League audience. I think you see the Hadi cosplay on the Chinese broadcast is pretty sick. I think they've taken the globe by storm. Like, there's something to really say about a team that comes in that is just so low on the expectations and blast their way through playoffs, form their own style with the Mei, with the Rhine, the rush, the pure energy, the aggression coming out from Hardy. It's a wonder to see, and having them in this position, honestly, it's just beautiful.
It's really been fun to watch the London Spitfire evolve over the course of the season, and even just during the playoffs, you can see how much of a hive mind this team has really become. They're all on the same page, and Landon put it perfectly during his winter interview that the team just knows what to do together. And so that, on top of the fact that Landon has been one of the top Kiriko performers for the league, for the playoffs, and then how Sparker and Backbone have been working on the Sojourn and the Reaper respectively, they know what to do together.
Let's bring out their opposition, the team that stands in their way of the guaranteed top 3 seed, the Houston Outlaws. A team that's also had a couple of question marks on it right from the very beginning of the season, but also coming into the playoffs. No one really expected both these teams to be in this position, but they also have a chance to guarantee themselves a top 3 seed. Dante just blowing up the league on his tank picks. Everyone's like, wow, they've got a stacked DPS roster. They got Dante still, baby. But then, wait, he plays tank? He plays tank pretty well. He plays almost every tank to an exceptional level. Nothing this man cannot do. If he comes back as support next year and dominates that role, we'll be surprised.
Oh, okay. Well, I wouldn't be surprised at that either, but I feel like Doomfist was just the gateway tank for Dante. Because since then, he's played so much else. Really been picking up the helm on the Winston, which he learned a week ago. Like, seriously, started playing Winston a week ago for this meta. but, you know, has been able to pull out some pocket picks throughout the playoffs as well, even just in their first match. We actually saw Dante pull out both the Orisa and the Roadhog in Busan.
Yeah, they do have the potential to pull out some silly things. I want to see Mr. Dante pull out the Hog. I already called him out. I want to see it.
Again?
At the end of the day, throwing a team off kilter could be the thing that they need. We'll see if London Spitfire will kind of bend the knee to that. Will they match them in the silliness? That is the question. I think Houston Outlaws are a team that we can expect little flares from. I spoke to Jake before the playoffs started, and he was mentioning, you know, we got a couple of little things, and I think we've seen those in the Hog. And we've seen some other crazy things like Bash in this playoffs too, right? There's been a lot of wackiness going on, but there's a time to pull it out. It's the time right now. Oasis, or Ilios, sorry, will be our first control map of this series, Rose.
So this is London Spitfire's pick, excuse me, this is Houston Outlaws' pick as the higher seed in this series. And I don't really feel like they have anything to be super worried about right now. The win rates for Houston Outlaws on Control this season have been phenomenal. It has been 72% for Houston, and so I feel like they're going to be feeling pretty good no matter what map they decide to go to. For London Spitfire, however, I feel like they've been very 50-50 on their Control maps, 54% win rate when it comes to this game mode. So
pretty even.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they bring out to see if they can kind of go above and beyond what Houston Outlaws have already brought out on this map.
Yeah. All right. Well, it's the perfect time. Just saying. Just saying. There was ever a map where we play.
No, stop it.
There's a giant pit. You can
stop it.
Be in a nice environmental field.
Nope. Stop that.
Well, right now it doesn't look like they're going to run that, but all good. That is a crazy stat too. Last time they met, London Spitfire was a clean at 3-0. Sweet. For London. I'd imagine Outlaws are thinking back to that date. Imagine London trying to rack their memory banks to try and relive that. I mean, the last series was a lot more one-sided than we expected. I wonder if this is going to be the same thing. Looks like no funny business for either side. Just classic metacoms for the time being.
Yeah, it's going to really be about working around this health pack room. Try to control that territory and space. Dante's going in really aggressive already.
Yeah, he does receive the Suzu, so it's going to be all right for at least a brief window. Dante does end up diving back to the rest of his team as London Spitfire stepping up. They control the little cage. There's the point unlocked. At least the Houston Outlaws are in a position to start capping. Disruption was quite nice. Does separate some people, but Merit not looking both ways as he crossed the road. His backbone runs him over. The Houston Outlaws not able to cap either, as Sparker claims the next 2 kills. Houston Outlaws are going to go down. London Spitfire capping first.
Right, so really quick team fight win here for London Spitfire, and they're walking away with a lot in the bank. I mean, Admiral is going to be 85% towards that sound barrier, and Sparker, 80% towards an overclock? That's over double the progress that Merit has right now, working up towards his own. And the positioning that London Spitfire is taking right now is just really making sure that they're not giving over too much space for the Houston Outlaws, but whoa.
That's a free bit of ult charge there. Sparker can't earn his overclock now. A nice double boop from Lastro. No environmental kills. That was the longest beat I've ever seen. Admiral from the top rogues. Continuing Rush is also going to get launched down. It's a nice little position, but the entirety of the Spitfire just running head first into Pelican's Death Blossom. He cleans him up, sweeps him under the rug, and that'll be Outlaws flipping the point.
I feel like Houston Outlaws got so much more value out of their ultimates in that fight as well, only having to use the Sound Barrier and the Death Blossom, whereas we saw London Spitfire use both of their supportive ultimates. Pelican just worked for the perfect opportunity to go for the Death Blossom despite the fact that Hottie's Winston bubble was covering him. He just kind of went in with no fear and so much confidence.
All right, Sparker trying to hunt the Lucio. Overclock. There's a Primal Rage being used by Hardy right now, but Dante, as soon as he hears that Sojourn ultimate, leaps straight towards Sparker, but he's got the backup necessary to stay alive. Although not finding too much success using that ult. Still has a Hunter charge, looking for a headshot, but instantly Dante re-engaging with the jump and the bubble, stopping Sparker to getting any sightlines.
Sightlines are going to be pretty hard to come by as the overclock too. You don't want to step in front of that.
Yeah, but there's a Death Blossom coming out from the London Spitfire, but Houston Outlaws cleaning him up with ease. And now we're in a situation where London put a whole bunch in that fight. I mean, the Houston Outlaws They're closer to that death boss. Oh, okay. Backbone to Widow for half a second. Okay.
Okay, I think it was just for a quick pick, but
Yeah,
I definitely see where
peek.
you're going with that point, and both teams just really utilizing a ton of ultimates in that last fight. But it is a race for Pelican right now to get that Death Blossom online, and maybe even Lastro to get the sound barrier, because that's what won Houston Outlaws that initial recapture.
Another aggressive push. Look at Landon playing in the face of the Houston Outlaws. Cage control for London now. Nice headshot. Creative instantly using the Suzu on himself. But Pelican has already fallen. You saw that entire time. Creative was actually just looking at Landon to try and put some pressure on. But all the meanwhile, London Spitfire looking at their backline. Houston Outlaws will end up foregoing at the point now as the flip comes through.
Well, I mean, they stalled for a really long time, though. The Houston Outlaws were able to walk away with 91%, and London just still pushing them back. Make sure that they have enough time to try to match that and then some. Landon's getting ready with the Kitsune Rush, and honestly, there's both support ultimates up for both teams. But Admiral still has to get that feat online.
Hardy with the same jump, about 4 or 5 times in a row now, trying to cover that choke with a bubble. Kitsune rushes for both teams too, overlaying each other pretty much, and there's both beats. Pelican didn't receive that over health, and Dante actually takes the brunt of the damage from the London Spitfire. We're looking at nearly last fight territory for the Outlaws, as they do end up falling down, and 75% with an overclock and Hardy having the Primal Rage. Merit and Pelican are going to have a hard time dealing with that.
Yeah, I mean, Pelican's still going to look for a sneaky opportunity. Look where Houston Outlaws are trying to path right now to give Pelican the best chance of making sure that this Death Blossom is potent enough to be able to take back control from London. But Sparker on the off angle will have this overclock ready to go.
London Spitfire and Hardy leading the charge. There's the Primal. Targeting Merit. Oh my god, Hardy went so low already. You're seeing he's actually joined back the rest of his team. Dante doing the same thing, but it's a trading of Primal Rages as Lastro falls. Sparker diving head first into the front line. The Outlaws popping that overclock, but Pelican matches him with a Death Blossom. Double kill on the DPS. Outlaws find that fight, they find the cap, and they might just find this round. They are hunting for someone. They do. They find Landon at the very end. There is the team kill comes in, and London, they have one ultimate online, but can anybody get back? Doesn't look like it. Landon was there just to try and get the touch at the very end, but Houston Outlaws with a 6th sense managed to snip him out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it just felt like maybe there was just a bit too much over-aggression from London Spitfire that went punished by Houston after Hadi jumped in, even with the Primal Rage to give him that extra HP. It just, you know, didn't convert over to a pick onto Merit. That was really what Hadi was going for there. And so without protecting the front line and not having that bubble, Pelican could just go in and get the Death Blossom, and especially in a tiny room. Those 2 picks were big and took out all the damage on London.
He saw Backbone using that Wraith and then back into that room. Landon came in, was trying to heal him with the cards, and yeah, well, the rest is history, really. Second round, points unlocking in 30 seconds. No funny business either side this time. So you end up just taking the point. A lot of teams end up just trying to take this middle bit here, just play around the health pack. Both Outlaws and London Spitfire. We'll go for the time being, but all good. Hardy's using that jump on cooldown, by the way, my word.
Merrick got choked there by probably a railgun shot there from Sparker, but he's gonna have to reposition to try to get sights onto London Spitfire.
All right, objective unlocked. They forced, Outlaws managed to force Sparker to use his dash. That power slide out of the picture, and so is Backbone. Outlaws claim the point first. It looks like a back off. Yeah, there's no way you fight without your Reaper here. Hardy's just trying to set up these positions, like I said, permanently using that jump on cooldown to try and get some sort of positioning or pressure, trying to get Merit or Pelican to burn their escape CDs. It's just not end up working out, and now Merit's in a prime position.
No one on London can poke their head out. Yeah, especially with that 100% charge ready to go. But Sparker's looking to fight back here as he forces out the Suzu.
Yeah, forces out the Suzu. Massive disruptor shot, by the way, from Sparker. That got a lot of damage in. And now the point is being assaulted. London Spitfire use their own Suzu as Dante takes a face full of lead. Outlaws' health bars are dwindling as Hardy just makes himself known. They've already forced one cooldown out of Pelican, but that Kitsune rush there could be the saving grace for the Outlaws, keeping hold at this point. They've even got a beat to back them up. They need to be able to execute on someone right here, right now, and actually London find the flip. Houston Outlaws not able to contend with them. They're more than happy with that, though. If they re-engage quickly, they can use their beat to overwhelm Spitfire.
Yeah, they're just waiting for Dante to re-emerge from spawn, and then at that point, you can go in with that sound barrier aggressively. And especially when Merit has this overclock almost ready to go, you want to make sure that you're creating space for Merit to be able to get those picks.
Speaking of space creation, Merit holding on to his power slide that entire time. A brave thing to do in the face of a Winston. Overclock activated. What's he cooking up? Backbone forced, used that Wraith Ball, and Sparker's already dead. Merit is the distraction. Creative's the one you have to look out for. The beat has been laid down. Houston are just going to force their way onto the point. No chance for Apple to escape there. I mean, Hardy creates a lot of space with that Primal Rage, but you're not looking at giant kills with the Primal Rage, unless you're someone like Gushue, of course. Houston Outlaws will gain control once again. Just that beat advantage turned it in their favor.
Yeah, but London Spitfire were very conservative with the ultimates that they used there. Hadi went in, tried to at least keep Lastro under control, but in the end, they forced Houston Outlaws to have to use quite a bit in order to recapture the point. Oh, well, London Spitfire were stalling to 52%. So now for Houston Outlaws to keep control, they're really looking at Pelican here.
Oh, Pelican again, but Backbone with the comeback. Lastro and Pelican end up going down to a Death Blossom. Backbone was just hiding in that bubble that entire time. Backbone almost finding 5 kills in that fight if it wasn't for the kill stealers on the rest of London. Nice, quick, and concise team kill.
Backbone got the Suzu from Landon as well, so he was pretty immortal being able to go in with that Death Blossom. So yeah, there's the Death Blossom right in the bubble. Coming in with protection from Hadi, but now, just like that, we are looking towards last fight territory as Houston take a little bit of time here to get ready to jump back in.
See how Houston were playing all the way back there. London, very much more of a team to play up in your face. That's exactly what Hadi has done. Jumps on the rest of the team. Oh, Dante, what happened to him there? Where'd he go? Oh my god, that was just way too much. You have to reset now to Spitfire if you're Houston Outlaws. Like, Dante falling that early, and maybe even getting a pick onto Pelican too. He's actually forced both of his cooldowns out, but
Kitsune Rush?
Kitsune Rush and Creative to try and force the issue. Dante's going to be able to come back just in time. You can imagine the Houston Outlaws are going to be able to get the touch, but they still have to deal with Sparker. A Kitsune Rush on the point, giving every ability haste plus that beat. Dante jumps to his death once again, and the overwhelming support ultimates from the London Spitfire. Outlaws cannot deal with it. I mean, Merit's gotten 2 kills, but can he touch? No. The London Spitfire tying up control.
That was so smart from Sparker. He used a disruptive shot defensively, waiting for the perfect opportunity when the timer was ticking down and Houston Outlaws had no choice but to go in and touch. And so once Dante had utilized those cooldowns to be able to get in there with the Winston jump, Sparker hit the disruptor shot and just chunked damage away from the front line of Houston. And so that was a really easy cleanup here for the rest of the team.
Look at Dante. Oh, 1, 2, 3.
He just gets like
4 shots.
4 tapped there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of looking at the positioning of Kiriko there and Lastro. Lastro's round the corner. You're not going to get a lot of boosted healing there from the amp, right? You're looking at Creative trying to save him, but Dante, no support when he tried to go for the dive. Regardless, we are on Ruins now.
Oh, Hadi just stole that mega health pack too. So he gets to play a little bit more aggressive knowing that he had that resource behind him.
Yeah, pretty nice, pretty nice. You're also forcing Pelican to use the Wraith Ball pretty early. Merit's caught out. A perfect Suzu there from Creatives. He uses a swift step to get on top of his DPS. And now Dante dueling with Sparker. Someone's got to heal the Sojourn, and yeah, not quite quick enough. Landon maybe preoccupied with something else. They do trade Dante for Sparker, so one less space creation tool for the Houston Outlaws. They're relying on their DPS to try and find some semblance of a fight. But it looks like London Spitfire are in control. But if you just juggle the point in this situation, if you're Lastro and Pelican, you can wait for Dante to come back, and that's exactly what is happening. Pelican uses the Wraith to try and buy some more time. London do end up capping, so now Dante and the rest of Outlaws have to make this fight worth it, as they've already invested quite a bit. But Pelican eventually gets focused down by the rest of the London Spitfire, and now Outlaws making a real reset.
Oh, that was such unfortunate timing as well. You saw like Pelican's Wraith form trying to stall out the capture, but
what is that?
Man, it was just unlucky. Like Dante just didn't. The physics of the map didn't allow Dante to kind of take over that responsibility in time. I don't really care that Hadi died right there because he's going to be back before Houston Outlaws can come back in, but he did get a little punished. He's probably going to be forced to use the Primal Rage here, though.
Oh, Kitsune Rush instantly as soon as Dante dived in. There's going to be another Kitsune Rush on the other side. Both beats laid down, but Pelican and Merit already take out their like for likes before that beat hit the ground. Admiral unable to save the rest of his team. Houston Outlaws just run this one over. Yeah, Kitsune Rushes were good from the London Spitfire. It's just that burst damage, that one-shot potential, sometimes hard to judge when the Sojourn's going to hit the shot, right? But you've got to expect Merit to be hitting those 100% of the time.
I think when you're playing at this level of competition, you have to expect that the Sojourn has her railgun charged up every single time. So you have to play a little bit safer.
Oh, Pelly!
But there ain't much you can do about that.
Oh, man. A lot of Death Blossom play of the games are happening today. Very quick team kill for Outlaws. Take that any day of the week.
But it's still a fast reset here for London Spitfire, and now Houston, they're really looking at just Merit utilizing this high ground to make some good work out of this overclock. Dante as well can use this Primal Rage to help juggle somebody up into Merit's sightlines.
Overclock, Sparker, hunting for heads to put on his mantelpiece. Oh, Merit challenging him a little bit there. Don't know how Lastro died to a Winston. I know how Merit died though. He got Goomba Hardy with a double kill with the Primal Rage. I love how I spoke about that earlier. Oh, you don't see too many kills of Primal. Oh, well, unless you're Hattie, of course. Craig's getting stalled just for a little bit. Won't result in too much. I mean, London Spitfire do end up capping. Pretty even fight so far. 50% and building up. Let's have a look at Hardy and how he dealt with Lastro.
Okay. Oh, he just juggled him up against the column, and then like, as he was coming back down, he just kind of swatted him away. But then the follow-up too onto Merit was really, really big. So London Spitfire gets to take this forward positioning, but a really nice disengage quickly to rotate back to point before Houston Outlaws beat them there.
Yeah, 5 minutes Kitsune Rush on the point. I think is the idea. For London Spitfire, Merit hitting one shot, still peeking the Kitsune Rush. Zero fear from the Sojourn, from Outlaws. And there's a Kitsune Rush from Outlaws, and it's hard to come back in if you're London, right? You don't want to walk into that ability haste. So flipping the point here, making it last fight. If London end up capping, 20% is more than enough for like a small buffer. We'll see how Outlaws want to defend this point. They're playing back right now as the jump comes in.
Outlaws have ultimate economy though. Death Blossom, Dante's coming back in with a Primal Rage.
Yeah, the Primal Rage coming up. Backbone, hunting, searching for Merit, but a beautifully timed beat from Lastro is going to save Merit. Merit doesn't survive for too long, but Pelican with the backup once again. More of a distraction tool. Merit's cooldowns get burnt, and Pelican's always there with the Death Blossom. 10% away, and Spitfire fighting a 4v5.
Yeah, this is going to be a really rough one because Admiral's going to have to come back, but someone's got to touch.
Admiral's got the beat if they can survive, but no one touches. Hardy doesn't get on the point in time, and the Houston Outlaws will take back #1.
Wow, what a photo finish for this round. Very back and forth for all of the rounds that we saw there on Ilios, though. But that's absolutely wild. I mean, the fact that kills and eliminations are pretty even across the board just tells you how close these fights were.
Yeah, 37 kills for London, 38 for the Houston Outlaws. A very close game thus far. I mean, Backbone carrying in a limb, 17 for his team. Pretty insane stuff from Backbone, but not quite enough to topple Outlaws on control. Of course, we do have maybe some more Kings. A little bit of hybrid coming up next. It's London's chance to pick. Remember, they're playing with house money right now. Backbone said in an interview the other day, just happy he's here. They're playing for fun, and you can tell. And they're still being competitive about it, which is even better. We're going to jump to a quick break. We'll see where London want to take us after this.
Please don't let me in. Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time of my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that phone. My God, on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to box me in. I'm at my weather, it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that lambe. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess. But I live my best one, so I got no regrets. So I'm gone. Finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clown. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up, cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone.
Shifting up to another gear right now as we head on to our second map, but let's take a look at some Reaper stats from Ilios. We've got Pelican and Backbone. Pretty even across the board here, Rose, apart from one little small stat there. Yeah, we saw the highlights, Pelly. We'll probably see him a little bit later too. 12 Death Blossom kills versus 5 on the side of Backbone there.
That's just ridiculous. I mean, that means that every Death Blossom that Pelican ended up dishing out was 2 to 3 people. And I think that, like, when you look at that combined with the Kitsune Rush and finding value from that ultimate, it's really important to see your ultimates actually convert over to something. And in this case, eliminations can mean a lot in order to turn the tide of a game, especially when you're working up against, like, 4 or 5 ultimate fights.
Yeah, timing the cooldowns is super important. A lot of the time we're on Pelican's screen before he hits the Q. So, okay, who's used what? Wraith used, Power Slide used, Kitsune Rush off the table, that's fine. Suzu used, okay, go in. There's a lot of go triggers, or like green flags, whatever you want to call it, for the Reaper to use Death Blossom, and every single time, whole podium finish for Pelican. Now we are going on to Iconvada as our next map. That was London's choice, Rose.
Yes, it was. This is actually the hybrid map that London Spitfire have the most experience with. I don't know if that's because of Hottie or what's happening there. But, no, but legitimately, I think it's for 2 reasons. One, they've been able to play a lot of Reinhardt on this map in particular, but also just the experience that they have and the inexperience of the Houston Outlaws on this map makes a really strong choice for London to take us to Iconvada.
Yeah. Sometimes it's best to pick what your enemies don't play much, but sometimes it's best to pick what you're familiar with. And if you get it both, hey, you go to Iconvada if you like.
Houston have a 33% win rate on this map.
Okay. Pretty rough.
Kind of rough. But who knows, maybe they'll turn it around here.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking pretty close so far, so I can imagine maybe going to some extra rounds. That'd be kind of nice. All right, we're going to lock in. I'm assuming it's the same kind of stoof. It is.
Yeah, the only silliness we've ever really seen from Houston was Busan.
Yeah.
That was the first match of playoffs.
Map? They're like, okay, we're going to Busan, try silly stuff.
Maybe. I was also the first map of their playoffs run, so maybe they were just...
That was it? They were like, whoa, I don't know, maybe we'll just come out
scare our opponents a little bit.
Yeah, it's like whoa, did you know Hog's meta? Like, you have to play Hog. Like, dude, look, we're going crazy with it. Everybody play Hog.
Go on,
yeah, exactly.
Please, go on.
Exactly.
No, it's...
There's a little bit of variance. Obviously, we go to Circle Royale, but these kind of comps are so fun to watch regardless. Like Kiriko reaping crazy Death Blossoms, of course, the Sojourn just clicking heads. No jump peek for a Widowmaker on offense there. Not Merit or Pelican go for that one. Not often you see picks, but when you do, it's pretty nasty.
You'll see that Winston's right now, especially just kind of use that secondary fire before they really jump into competition. For Hottie getting really low though. Merit totally capitalizing on that.
Look at that. London Spitfire getting herded like sheep and a sheepdog. Houston Outlaws just pushing Hottie to the absolute limits there. He used his bubble and his jump so early. They were just able to kind of run him down. Not really 2 places to leap. If you're around that car area, you can leap back to the point, but that's not where the rest of his team was, so he didn't want to leave them high and dry. Just like that, Outlaws have capped the point already. Very, very quick. Hardy's in once again. Nice Suzu from Landon to save his life, but nothing can save Backbone from Merit.
Okay, really trying to switch between the healing and the damage here. Landon's doing his absolute best, but when you're fighting against a monkey, being able to go in and outside of a bubble, pretty difficult to be able to save yourself, and if there's nobody else that Landon could have switched up to. So big reset here for London Spitfire as they look at trying to reclaim this high ground that Houston will absolutely tried to take from them first. Pelican, though, racing away.
Yeah, they look like they want to chase that. But the Houston Outlaws are ready for this. Look at Merit just playing up to Hardy. Hardy focused down again. God, they have a vendetta against Hardy right now. And this fight is over. It is very done. Although Lastro does fall. Backbone, okay. If you can find anything more, it doesn't look like it. I mean, with your Kiriko alive, like, yeah, you can Suzu once, but there's way too much to chunk through. Hardy has just been the main focus of the Houston Outlaws right now. No ults used in that fight either, so they've got 5 coming onto the bridge.
Yeah, I mean, for both of these teams, especially for London Spitfire, who've been playing in the back foot, you're really trying to use these fights to try to either force out ultimates or build up to your own so you can contend against the 5 that Houston Outlaws are currently sitting on. But this wraparound and this angle that Merit's taking, yeah, Hardy's just gonna get focused down again.
Bit of musical chairs there. Look like both teams are swapping sides. Kitsune Rush on the point, and Hardy just, look at that. Instantly, 4 people looking at him, chasing him down, getting him out of the fight. The payload is currently in control of the London Spitfire, so Houston Outlaws aren't getting any progress right now, but they're still playing on the back foot. Houston Outlaws are playing on defense, basically. Spark at least starts to fight off with the kill onto Pelican, though.
Yeah, that works out for them, and now really, London just trying to attack the defense.
Attack the defenders. Defenders are attacking.
Yes.
There you go. All right. That's what you want to see, really. Again, the Sojourn's kind of opening things up with the railgun shots. It's pretty chaotic at the best of times, but if you can find that one key pick, it's a lot less pressure for Hardy as well, right?
Absolutely. I mean, you just really want to take out any sort of DPS because whether it's Merit just using those charge-up shots to get Hardy to like half health or Pelican going in there and 3-tapping the Winston, it's really difficult for Hardy to create this space that he wants to for the team. But he's making this pincer attack for the rest of the Houston Outlaws as Pelican's trying to pull Alicia gone.
Yeah, I think the payload's a little bit too far away from that, unfortunately.
Okay.
Pelican, it's about 15 meters too far. There you go. All right, backing up, backing up.
It was a nice effort, though.
It was a nice effort.
It worked once, but
it would have been sick.
You hope teams wouldn't fall for that again.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was a little bit too far away.
Well, now London gets it set up on the high ground here again, as Houston are going to come back pretty quickly into this, but they're walking into a disruptor shot and now have to wait for Death Blossom.
Yep, Death Blossom from Pelican. Pump those stats. All right, payload is the name of the game for the Outlaws. Merit just got tickled to death. No healing in sight. Sound barrier, Kitsune Rush to match. Spitfire still have a lot of gas in their tank. Pelican looking for the backline. They do receive the beats, and Pelican lets it loose. A lot of damage done, but no kills just yet. At least Sparker's dead, and Backbone does end up getting killed by Creative. And somehow, someway, the Outlaws are still staying in this fight, regardless of being down a person so early on.
Wow, I mean, they had to invest basically everything that they had that felt like they would be able to get that opportunity. And so Kitsune Rush, Sound Barrier, Death Blossom had to, they saved the overclock because Merit just wasn't there. But the fact that they were able to do that and just kind of push the pressure onto the London Spitfire forced London to use a lot of things too. And now Merit can use his overclock whenever Sparkers is over.
Speaking of overclocks, Rose, oh, what a sick shot. Merit, my word. Taking Sparker to the cleaners with that one. Landon dead, all right. Push the payload around this last corner. London Spitfire, no ultimates to come out here. I mean, the closest one right now for Outlaws, to be fair, too, is that Kitsune Rush.
Oh my gosh, well, London even just need to get out the door.
Okay, Wraithform and Suzu used. That's a lot of cooldowns invested trying to get back onto the payload, and it's 0.3 meters away. No C9s for the Spitfire. They don't want to keep their namesake. All right, Sparker, there we go. There's the pick that you really need from your Sojourn. Taking out Lastro and Pelican.
All right, Houston Outlaws gonna back out as they just have so much time to work with. 2.5 minutes. Kitsune Rush online. Sound Barrier and Death Blossom coming up as well. Houston really could just use this Kitsune Rush to top off the rest of their ultimates before they sink the payload in over the line.
Big damage there from Landon. He's got the Kitsune Rush, and Pelican's revealed himself, so has to back all the way up. Yeah, you want to go for something cheeky some of the time, but if your team's getting pressured, you might as well pop your head out, make your presence known. Like you're saying, Rose, Kitsune Rush is available for both sides. Speaking of which, there they go. Admiral, if he lets this beat loose early, they could be in trouble. Outlaws just need to survive now. They got to stop this pressure coming in. But look at Outlaws, they're just going straight to the back line. Pelican just delivered 0 service fee on that Death Blossom as he sends Admiral to the Shadow Realm. There's a minute and 30 seconds to go as Merit has still got an overclock. Hardy is gone, and so are the rest of the Spitfire. What a perfectly timed engagement there from the Houston Outlaws. The London Spitfire used that beat, and you're like, okay, Outlaws maybe back up, but no, Outlaws were more than happy to just run into them, knowing that Lastro was getting the beat online in a couple of percentage points.
It's not even just that, but Outlaws had so much time to work with that even if they did back off, or you know, if they died and they weren't able to withstand until the beat came online, they were able to go again. And so when you know that you have those resources available, you're allowed to play a little bit riskier. And I love that Houston is one of those teams that isn't afraid to take those risks. And that was calculated and it worked.
That's the risk that you need to take at this stage of the game.
It's
right?
the playoffs, absolutely.
Guaranteed top 3 if you win this series. Stakes are high for both squads. I like that from Outlaws too. Even on that bridge fight, just before that second point, they lose one. But they're still more than willing. They find themselves in a good position, they just go in.
All right, so here's where the beat from Admiral is going to expire. The Lastro goes ahead and hits the beat right behind the card. It goes underneath, and Pelican's able to push forward with the Suzu on top to get that Death Blossom damage down. Backbone's trying to do the same thing in the back, but there's just so much peel from Lastro and Creative to save each other that the damage just didn't stick. And I think that's one of the biggest differences that we're seeing, even just from the stats card that we saw before we came into Eichenwalde between Backbone and Pelican's Reapers, where Pelican is getting a ton more conversion from Death Blossom to Death Blossom kills.
There you go, the stats said it all in the halftime. And Huddy and Backbone, look how much damage. They'll get triaged. They go in for another assault. See what London Spitfire, how they want to play this, because Hardy more than willing, almost every single time jumps off cooldown just to go in. Wow. Merit is also just on another level right now with these railguns. Very hard to deal with a good Sojourn that is online. They're feeling themselves, They're peeking angles they shouldn't be peeking, but Merit is more than happy to do so. No, he's got the team to back him up.
I mean, it's not even just the marksmanship of Merit, but also some of the plays we've seen him make over the course of the season. The triple collateral on Coliseum was one that's going to go down in the history books. And Houston just continuing to play to those strengths that the team has developed individually and as a unit. Merit, though, gets a little low here, but is able to power slide away to safety.
Yeah, we spoke about it before, but that's the cooldown she needs to be forcing right now. Railgun charge for Sparker. Can he find a mark? Doesn't look like it. Dante just separating the rest of the team, and Merit gets a free shot on Backbone. This is disaster right now for London Spitfire. They are just not winning these neutral fights.
No, I mean, Landon's going to get a pick onto Pelican here, and so maybe that is going to allow Spitfire to come back with this respawn advantage with their spark being a little bit closer, but they got to try to capitalize on that quickly, and, you know, Reaper, you can just teleport a little bit farther away, Wraith walk in, so probably not a very big window that London Spitfire really have here. And oh my god, when Lastro's gonna stagger Sparker too?
And you don't need to use ult in that fight either.
There goes your window of opportunity.
Do you get more staggers here? All for the better. Houston Outlaws defending this. It's like perfection at this point.
No
2 minutes to go.
Online either, and Backbone has been struggling to get damage down. Apart from just getting kind of picked off by the charged shots from Merit.
Speaking of struggling, there you go. Merit. What did they feed him this morning? What's Jake been cooking up in the kitchen? What's he whipping?
Because Jake can do everything. You know, he coaches, he translates, he cooks for them.
Does he cook?
Probably. I don't know,
cook?
maybe. I think he can.
Probably.
But, I mean, just the fact that Houston only had to use the overclock here, and they whittled the timing down to 1 minute and 15 seconds.
Oh, Pelican does it again! You gotta be checking your corners and checking your bank balance too, because it is draining to 0. 1 minute left for the London Spitfire. I mean, thankfully they didn't use any ults of their own, so they got 4 coming in, but Backbone 20% away from his first ult of the game. London are just having a rough time, even getting onto the point.
I feel like at this point, with it being less than a minute remaining, you just have to use everything. Even Kitsune Rush to get around the corner, Sound Barrier, and Suzu. You gotta use everything here.
Kitsune Rush, great space, but another one from the Outlaws. Both teams kind of playing in that ability haste field. Beat comes down for the Spitfire, but Outlaws are holding on to theirs. Still to the last popular moment. This is the ult we wanted to see from Backbone, but it's instantly shut down by Merit. There's 25 seconds to go, and the London Spitfire are getting torn apart. Hardy coming alive, though, at the very end here, with Creative and Merit falling to his hands. Landon getting chased down, a miniature health pack is picked up, but the Houston Outlaws still piling on this pressure. Hardy and Avril eventually kill them, but in OT, it's doubtful that the Houston Outlaws can come back and contest with the bodies from Spitfire on the point. But it was a hard for us to actually get this cap.
It was, and this is exactly what Houston wanted. Because now, London and Spitfire are playing against a very limited clock. They only have 2.5 minutes that got added to their time bank to start sailing into the second point, and Houston Outlaws already back to recontest.
Punch the Spawn Thor challenge complete. I mean, you might as well stop that gate for even opening, Rose. If you're playing like this, just knocking the other team off kilter, that tempo that London built up off of that first fight, and now they're back in basically a similar situation, right?
Yeah, I mean, Houston can just keep playing here. They don't have to really back up. They don't have to let these doors open. Pelican's gonna have another Death Blossom. Do London Spitfire even know what's gonna hit them?
Right, overclock. Sparker trying to open this one up. Dante gets his big burly body in the way, protecting the team. Look at that, an easy disengage from the Houston Outlaws. London Spitfire moving the payload, opening in that gate now. But Pelican, look, he's just gonna walk straight in. Okay, I thought that was a little bit too brave of him. He hasn't even got it online. He's 1% away, so just a single shot will do it. Kitsune Rush also available for the Outlaws as Pelican looking for an entrance to make his presence known in the fight. A nice Suzu from the Outlaws actually saves the backline. Landon ends up teleporting away, and April is gone to, not sure where that is on the map, maybe a different European country. He's gonna have to circle back around to join the rest of his team, but at least this time they get away from that Death Blossom.
Yeah, that's great. Now they can go in with their Kitsune Rush and Sound Barrier.
Kitsune Rush is used. Suzu goes down for Landon as he goes hyper-aggressive to try and take out Dante. A later beat from Outlaws yet again to try and finish this fight. Hardy proving quite annoying to deal with, but Mary's kind of ignoring him right now, pinning the rest of London Spitfire behind that gate. Hardy may be creating space with that ultimate Rose, but it's not getting too much work done. Finally, the London Spitfire finds somebody, but just the unrelenting aggression from Dante is going to at least net them a few kills. It's a 1v2, Backbone versus Pelican and Landon. It's going to be the team with the support that survives at the very end, but my word, the time that Outlaws burns.
Yeah, I know that there's 12 seconds left, and so at this point, London Spitfire have to be perfect, but they're working up against an overclock from Merit, another Death Blossom from Pelican. This is going to be a rough one for London Spitfire to overcome.
Yeah, and they have high ground as well. Rose Backbone trying to pull a Pelican, but Pelican's quicker on the trigger. Sparker and April dead. Backbone jumps in, does get one kill, but this could be too little too late. Wraith form used, and now you're staring down the barrel of the double six shooters. Houston Outlaws, all they need to do now is wipe Hardy, and they're good to go. Overtime ticking down, and Outlaws sitting on match points.
What a dominant performance from Houston Outlaws on Eichenwalde. And this was London Spitfire's choice. With the experience that they had and the low win rate for Houston, you were kind of maybe hoping for London that this would be a confidence booster and a way to equalize the series. But it just wasn't. Houston upped the tempo of play for this map and came back to bite London.
London may be playing with house money right now, but that is drying up fast. This series not looking quite as close as Control did. Outlaws just with this unbelievable aggression and their ability to focus Hardy is right now the crux for Spitfire. They need to sort something out. They're facing down the barrel at match point. Outlaws about to sing this one home. Could be a quick day, Rose. We're going to jump to a break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
mic on? Hello.
Hello. Is my mic on? Is my mic on?
Your mic.
Your mic is on. What mic check? What mic check? What mic check? What mic check? What mic check?
Hello? Yeah? I'm blasting music. I cannot hear it.
마이크 붙여. 태민이 말해봐. 붙여.
붙였어?
붙여. 움직일 수 있잖아. 말해봐 나한테. 마이크 체크.
Not working. GG.
Twerking?
나 왜 슈퍼레츠 대머리인 거 보면 이렇게 웃기냐?
You like me?
No, I don't like you.
이것도 그 줄임말 쓰잖아. 뭐지? 밤에는 뭐라 인사했더라?
영화 퀸? Hey, 영화 퀸?
Hey,
영원?
Right. It's me. 밤에는 뭐라 했었더라? 밤에는?
Have a good night.
Have a good luck.
Have a good night.
Have a good night.
런던에서 영화나
good
워터
night.
하면 어떻게 하는지 알아?
와라.
오타.
와라.
오토.
와라.
우터.
워터 플리즈 하면 못 알아들어? 약간?
What are we doing, Danny? You need to get in the comms check.
Oh.
Danny, you didn't know what we were doing and you're not telling me.
Be in the comms check now. It's just cringe.
No, please. Please, anything but that. No, please.
It's gamer time, man.
Game time, man.
Yep, thanks for mocking my voice, man. I have feelings too, you know?
If we lose this map, it's on you, Danny, because you didn't coach us at the start.
Agree.
Kill me? I kill. Oh, okay.
Yeah, kill them.
저번에 세팅 오지게 하는데요. 아무것도 안 하고 웃긴 하겠다. 원래 무관심이 답이야.
자, 공작은 열심히 해볼게.
그럼 벽 타는 걸 열심히 해야 될걸?
공작 너가 하게?
그건 아닐걸? 둘 다 해주면 안 돼, 둘 다?
안 돼.
왜 안 돼?
반에 공체크 운에 벽타기 하면 이제 총 쏘고 있으면 안 돼.
Patty took his head off? Oh, Patty. Jesus
my God.
Christ.
Get in front.
This is why we can't have nice things, bro. Like, we actually need to just get, like, disfunded. We need to get defunded.
Disfunded.
Patty, put the hats on. Put it on, Patty. What are you doing? Oh my god, it's so loud. It's always so loud.
You're so loud.
I'm not a nice guy. Alright.
I mean, you can't be nice if you're loud.
Well, if you're loud, you hurt people's ears, and a nice person wouldn't do that.
I always acting up to get on the mic check.
무슨 말을 하는 거야?
You can never understand me.
Did you?
Practice English, Dante, please.
Yeah. Okay, I will. Just for you. I will come like this.
No.
Good.
Bad accent.
Good match. Hey, Pelican.
I will.
You go Anna main?
You go main, Anna.
I'm dead.
GG, sorry, yeah, I've actually never seen a bigger rank up in my life.
Thank God Dante learnt English there for the sake of the Houston Outlaws. Good job, Dante. All right. That skin is pretty sick. Do you know what? You can get it right now. That's right. Time is running out. Don't miss out on the Countdown Cup Legendary skin at Clockworks and Yards. It's on sale right this second. You can literally log into the game and buy it. It's great. November 15th for just 300 League tokens. That's on sale now until November 15th in the in-game shop. There's no Overwatch League tab. You click that and all the goodies are there for you. Now, let's get back into this series. Houston Outlaws versus the Lone Spitfire. Rose, we came into this with thinking, wow, both teams kind of not expected to be in the positions they're in. Houston Outlaws, though, deservedly so. 2-0. Eichenwalder was an absolute stomp. The London Spitfire, they managed to get point A, Bowlers are playing to their spawn over and over and over again. Merit was getting pick after pick after pick. Pelican was getting massive Death Blossoms. What do they need to do?
London at this point need to refocus themselves or try to find a way to throw Houston Outlaws off of the rhythm that they've created. Because at this point, Houston are playing like a well-oiled machine.
Oh, yeah.
They are just kind of rolling with the momentum that they've been generating from being able to hold London with one ultimate, just doing that again and again. And I think you put it perfectly that London are just kind of falling over to what the Houston Outlaws are bringing to their spawn room doors. So with this next pick, because this is London's last chance, they will take us to Circuit Royale.
Alrighty. London's last chance to guarantee themselves a top 3 seed. We see Outlaws claiming that. It's looking rather one-sided right now. Like you mentioned, this is London's pick once again. We have seen a lot of, like, default comps, I suppose, from teams like San Francisco Shock, who love to play Kaluge on the Sigma. We're going to see the same. Sure.
This is why I feel like this might be a good choice for London. This is, you know, maybe something that really could throw Houston Outlaws for a loop, because really is Circuit Royale that we start to see a bit more creativity when it comes to the different compositions that you can run. Historically, since we've seen the map enter into the map pool for the season, it's been a lot of Sigma, a lot of Widowmaker, but Sojourn has also been a pretty big mainstay when it comes to this map, just for the beautiful sightlines that it provides and also the mobility that you have to be able to play around with the power slide. But at this point, London Spitfire just going to roll out on the current meta pick, which is going to be that Winston Sojourn.
Well, okay. I think Creative was nodding in agreement and pleasure, maybe, of your performance merit. I don't know why you punched him in the face. Could be.
That's a little mean, but okay. Fine. Okay. Yeah, it's like a happy, like, nice to see you.
Nice. A punch in the face. Nice to see you.
No, that's, I don't know. Maybe that's a greeting somewhere, but
nice. I don't want to come to your neck of the woods if you're punching people in the face as a greeting phrase. I'm going to be real.
Ooh, okay. Symmetric teleporter. A close hold coming up from London Spitfire, so the teleporter is a really nice way to try to mitigate that space you'd have to travel in order to meet them there.
Yeah, you don't really want to get spawn camped, so you're like, okay, TP, they are hiding around the corner, we just walk past them, get on the payload, but turns out London was just holding the first corner anyway. So, not a crazy amount of time saved, but space created by Outlaws. Wow, London Spitfire just giving that whole straightaway up.
I mean, Merritt's just playing without fear. Yeah, he's playing in the front line. He doesn't care about being the bait for Hottie. And by the time Hottie jumps in, Houston Outlaws are going to collapse on that.
Yeah, Merritt. As soon as he uses that power slide, he's already back up in the face of the London Spitfire. Just getting that charge on that railgun. Just looking for one shot. Hunting for them. Oh, speaking of which, Dante a little bit caught out in that small room. Good start for London.
Okay, well, they got to finish it up, though, because Houston Outlaws have had a tendency to come back into these fights despite being down a player and still take the fight win. So they will respect this aggression here from London Spitfire and wait for Dante to get back into a position where they can move back forward. But London are going to take this second defensible position right around the boutique.
That is not a pick you want to see if you're a London fan right now. Landon getting into the headshot by Merritt. That is a complete backup. Yeah, there's no way Spitfire want to dice with death. The payload is going to maybe get to that checkpoint. Spitfire right now are posturing to go for another contest. They do have the Lucio. There it is. Okay, a couple of meters before it was captured. Early Suzu for Landon. Maybe means he's going to go for a Kitsune rush pretty soon. Speaking of which, there it is. Both of them laid down. Now it's just a fight over the payload. What Sojourn can click ahead quicker. These leaps from the Winstons, they are on such short cooldowns anyway. Speaking of headshots, there's one on Dante. Both teams losing their Winstons, but an early beat from the London Spitfire might just signal their doom. Lastro once again waiting for that overhelp from London to just dissipate before he just charges back in. And of course it's Merritt in the kill feed with the overclock.
Those overclocks and those Death Blossoms have been incredibly lethal for Houston Outlaws. It's going to be a first point capture, and they're going to start their sale of the second point, but not before they get up in the face of the London Spitfire and try to walk away with a bit more poke damage. I mean, Merritt at this point is trying to ensure that he's got the overclock back online for when this cart rounds the corner and gets up to the height of the second point.
Good. Don't panic. Merritt is the tank. he is playing in the front line. Hardy trying to bump his Jess there, trying to assert dominance. Ends up just popping Primal instead. Normally used to try and distract the Sojourn, but Merit and Pelican, in fact the rest of the Houston Outlaws, just ignoring Hardy. Hardy gets a little bit of damage done. Both Death Blossoms right on top of each other, but no, Pelican this time bashed in the head. Backbone takes him out. All good. Houston Outlaws will end up trading rather favorably though. Landon does end up going down. And now an overcommittal from the London Spitfire support line as they try and clean up the rest of the Outlaws, or at least help their team do so. And the Outlaws take it in their stride, regain control of the point, pushing it around this final corner to checkpoint B.
Yeah, London fought a little bit too far into Houston Outlaws territory. You know, they're going to have the respawn advantage, and Houston were able to come back into these fights really quickly. The good thing, though, is that London did start to buy some time off the clock, so it's sub 3 minutes here.
All right, early Kitsune Rush from the Houston Outlaws. Spitfire, there's one nowhere to be seen. Just an overwhelming force from Outlaws. I mean, the Kitsune Rush is almost a press Q and win button, and there's the W, or at least half of one. You've gotten the second checkpoint in a fairly decent time. Sparker knew he was going to get staggered there, so just gives up the ghost. So the Outlaws looking to finish this one out with style.
I mean, when you've got that Kitsune Rush online, Pelican with those Hellfire shotguns is just going to be going blazing. Like, it's just non-stop firing. It just looks so silly.
It's like he's doing a dance move rather than actually shooting.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a robot, but like really fast.
Okay. All right, Landon. I see you. A couple of kunais to the dome. Treating creative like a pincushion.
I mean, Houston are going to be respectful of this, and it's good to just kind of wait up when Merritt's got the overclock anyway. He's going to wrap around.
Look at this angle. Zuzu's early.
Do they know?
For London Spitfire, they got to know. He's been free firing this whole time. Hattie eventually pays attention to him, but what a boot! But Merritt does not care about your boots. He doesn't care about your tanks or supports. He will only take blood. Merritt doesn't have anything going down after that long ramble from myself, so a bit of a curse. Dante used their Primal Rage. Still, Outlaws more than willing to fight with players down. And I still Boop actually forces Dante to use another leap to get out of the way, so takes a bit more than he bargained for there in terms of damage. As the Spitfire have got a good hold on this point right now.
They're playing around the territory really nicely, and Sparker's just going to keep piling on the pressure here with the overclock.
Even the beat. Wow.
That's a lot of investment.
Yeah, 3 big ultimates from the London Spitfire there. Investing the beat, Primal Rage, and the overclock to win that one.
Maybe they're just expecting that Houston Outlaws are going to come in with a bunch of ultimates of their own, so the best that London Spitfire can do right now is try to stem the bleeding. Just try to go in and buy as much time as they can. Sparker putting himself in a position to try to get a snipe as well as he can play around this high ground. But Houston are coming back in with a lot, and it's really that Kitsune Rush that I'm looking at.
Kitsune Rush. No one in sight for London Spitfire. They have to back off. They're completely off kilter right now, Rose. These Kitsune Rushes are not being matched by London. And a pick onto Sparker. Yeah, this isn't great. There is a Death Blossom coming out from Backbone, and it's a majority of the damage right now for London, but he's not able to get anything done, really. Dante just pops a bubble on him, and then there's no damage follow-up from London. The Houston Outlaws save 3 ultimates in this final push.
I think a lot of it is that the Houston Outlaws are just capitalizing on the right targets. If you get the DPS out of the way, there's nobody to break Dante's Winston bubble, and then everybody on Houston is safe, and this is the final push here for Houston to push it over the line.
Oh, and they've got O's to spare, Rose. There's the Death Blossom and the overclock. And Pelican, to be fair, might not even need it. The Kitsune Rush to try and help out the front line. The Death Blossom is good positioning, but no, Backbone actually just cleans him. And now, the Houston Outlaws, they haven't got spawn advantage, so it's all on London Spitfire to try and end this fight. A beat will help Outlaws at least push on forward as Merritt takes control of the front line. Hattie's bubble stops a lot of that damage coming through from Merritt, but he's still claiming heads. A nice headshot onto Landon. And now Spitfire don't have too much healing to really repair the wounds. The Houston Outlaws backing up though. They recognize Hardy in the prime was a hard target to take down, but a quick re-engage. A Kitsune Rush on the point and 0.38 meters to go. Hardy not long for the world, and neither's the rest of the London Spitfire. The payload reaches that 3rd point with time to spare.
That was a very valiant effort from London to try to stop that payload from capturing all 3 points, but Houston are able to get it done. And that last fight looked a little funny, but I see where Hadi was going for. You know, he backed off, he tried to go back towards spawn, and it wasn't to try to get a hero pick or just switch up what he was playing, but it was to try to get that health back. But unfortunately, Houston just kind of moved into that space that Hadi left behind, and all of a sudden there wasn't a front line. It really was up to Backbone to try to stall out as long as possible.
The ultimate game from the Houston Outlaws right now is looking really clean, knowing how much to invest and making sure you're saving your DPS ultimates, especially that overclock for that long, straight corridor of that 3rd point. Super nice work.
Yeah, here's the final moments. Here's the Kitsune rush coming out from creative, and by the time that Admiral goes down, there's just no way to really get back into the positioning. And at this point, Hadi has just now re-entered the fray. Landon had followed him to try to make sure that he had as much health as possible to come back after the Primal Rage got chunked down, but that Kitsune rush just overwhelmed London with damage.
Spawn hold here from the Outlaws, Rose.
Oh,
completely different.
Try to give it to him.
Look, it's exactly the same as kind of the Dallas Fuel, the Seoul Dynasty game we had a little minute ago. Whereas Dallas Fuel holding the spawn. Oh, everybody's teleporting though. Yep, you're gonna have to react to that. Everybody's got so many mobility cooldowns in this comp, so it's pretty easy for London in that regard. We've swapped sides, by the way, don't you can tell.
It's smart because, like, how do you access Merit? Merit had the high ground, and who are you going to send up there except for Hadi or Backbone?
Look at this duel. I mean, Merit, like you said before, Rose, absolutely no fear. We'll take that duel any day of the week versus Sparker. Ante does end up going down. Not the best. I mean, stalling for time here is really all that you could ask for if you're the Houston Outlaws. The London Spitfire eventually kind of cleaning up these kills, but what Outlaws have done best is just stall for time. Even if you end up losing this fight, you find one pick, yeah, it's whatever. Landon can kind of teleport back, but you still burn a minute on that first corner.
That's a lot of time to work with when you're trying to make sure that London have a little bit of pressure under them. But, you know, this might be lighting a fire under them, too. They know that their backs are against the wall. They're down 2 maps in the series, and they're trying to keep it competitive. So they've got to win this map, and the start of that is going to have to be matching Houston by capturing all 3 points, and a pick on a Pelican is going to be a really great way to get this payload rolling.
Really nice start there. Admiral's got quite a bit more healing than Lastro at this point. Oh dear, okay. That's not good for London Spitfire. He might have to use a bit more than the amp healing there. He does end up utilizing the beat to push them forward. After losing Landon, that's really the only tool you have to sustain yourself in the fight. They do use it to push Outlaws all the way back, but the Outlaws are smart there. They end up retreating Rose so they can get another attack.
I know, and all the while, London Spitfire actually weren't pushing the cart. So Houston have plenty of time to come back now, and here they are as a team of 5, and Hadi's taking a lot of damage already.
Overclock online, yeah, too much damage. Even a beat thrown in by the Houston Outlaws. Okay, a lot of ults invested, but it makes it worth it if all the kills are there and you get some more stats. That's what it's about at the end of the day. Oh, nice TP away from Landon to spare his own life. That payload is halted on that first corner. On that second, that last, sorry.
So London have 3 ultimates to come back into this one. And really looking at Hadi using that Primal Rage for a bit of sustain. Dante the same. But where do these Reapers go? It's without that Death Blossom value. And Pelican's been winning that out a bit more often in this series so far. Backbone gets a little bit low, but who forces out those cooldowns first to get these Death Blossoms?
Well, Pelican's getting mad value, like you said. He's already used the Death Blossom. He actually gets just booped away over the sign, so little to no effect that ultimate hat. I mean, Backbone's also got his, but getting yourself in a position like Heroes is going to be super difficult. Hardy's trying to help him out, trying to pop people back into Backbone to try and get some sort of Death Blossom damage in. Doesn't look like you're going to need it. Oh, you're going to do it anyway. Backbone with a 3k, why not? Hardy's setting that one up with a Primal. 60 seconds to go. The first checkpoint is going to be theirs.
Yeah, I mean, this was London really putting emphasis onto making sure that Backbone's Death Blossom was the win condition. How when Hadi jumped in with the Primal Rage, he was able to force out the Suzu for creative. And so here's the Death Blossom now when it's completely free reign. Winston bubble gone, Suzu off the field, but Kitsune rushes here.
Yeah, we got no time for replays right now. Houston Outlaws, they're in the 7th gear. Hadi dead. And here comes the spawn hold, baby. Let's go. Alrighty. 3 minutes, sorry, on the bank for the London Spitfire. At least got back going for them. I feel like this is a new tempo that we've not seen Outlaws play before, Rose. Very much like super hyper aggressive. I mean, Dante's kind of that player anyway. Doomfist, obviously one of his better heroes, a very aggressive hero at times. A little less aggressive than it was in Overwatch 1, being the main tank for your team, but still, it's a really nice pace line.
But I think also Houston are putting a lot of trust into Lastro and Creative to keep them up. There's no other way that Merit would play as aggressively as he is without that support behind him.
Right, he's just letting it loose. Oh, what a shot onto Backbone. Not respecting Merit, continuing to hold that angle with a charged railgun shot.
This is looking really rough here for London. They don't have any ultimates on the board right now except for Sparker's Overclock, which is still roughly 20% away. And with less than 2 minutes, you're going to need all the picks you can get here. So go for these openings and now push the aggressions. London Spitfire holds W.
Outlaws still going in. They don't care, Rose. Always taking the 4v5s. They know they can win these fights. Lastro's going to get back to the point in just a brief moment, as has the beat to boot. Sparker's under so much pressure. Cannot get a clean shot onto anybody. He's looking at the Reaper, the Winston, the high ground that Merit controls. It's been so difficult to get out of the spawn. London Spitfire can't win this fight. They kill Dante, but again, another fast hero to get back to the point in time.
This is still just a great territory for Houston Outlaws to keep this forward hold. This card has barely moved past that first checkpoint, and it's starting to roll backwards. They have a minute remaining. London Spitfire have to use both of these ultimates perfectly to set Backbone up for success again, but Houston Outlaws can do the same thing.
Oh, Lastro didn't quite receive those healing cards in time, as Pelican just unloading as many Hellfire shotgun shots as he can into Hardy. The Death Blossom going a little crazy, a little overeager maybe. Getting taken care of by Admiral, but still 40 seconds to go. London Spitfire having to burn ultimates to get around this hill.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the Primal Rage gone, and so that's not a great ultimate that you have available now to be able to dislodge the Houston Outlaws. And it's final fight here. Jack, this is do or die. London have to push it over the line here.
Landon goes down once again. Merit just taking him to court. It's so good. It's like, how are the Outlaws still getting away with this? In Landon's own ult, Outlaws still find kills. Sparker holding onto 100 energy. Outlaws, they're waiting here. They know there's ultimate still on the table for the Spitfire.
Right, Wraith Form used here by Backbone, but that means that he's got to get into a position.
Admiral's dead. Death Blossom comes out. Overtime ticket down, and London don't touch. The Houston Outlaws are going to 3-0 the London Spitfire, guaranteeing them the 3rd seed going into tomorrow. What a series from Outlaws. Another clean sweep of a game. 2 series back-to-back that we thought would be pretty damn close. But no, that Outlaws playing at a completely different tempo today, Rose.
And you want to know what this means? This means we get a rematch for the Battle for Texas on land. Baby, let's go.
Battle for Texas on land. We've had so many of them this year already. Gonna make it a 3-peat. Houston Outlaws, what a team to show up in the playoffs. Number 6 seed coming in. People had, pretty high hopes, but a lot of people thinking they'll drop down to lower bracket, maybe make a run there. But they are determined. You can see it in their play. They're confident, Rose.
They're very, very confident. I mean, Merit just showing that in spades, being able to push forward and not having any fear about whether or not he's going to get taken out, because he believes in his mechanical aim, and he also believes in the supports that are holding down the fort in the back line.
Let's have a look at player of the match then. The Houston Outlaws, I think a lot of them deserved it, but Pelican is going to be today's. I mean, look, nothing that guy can't do on the Reaper by the looks of it. Another extremely, extremely aggressive Reaper that just gets up in your faces, the Death Blossoms. I was talking about how, you need to wait for cooldowns, but it felt like Pelican just, whatever, just jump the bat, hit Q, get some kills,
He still waited, but it just didn't look like it because of the pace at which Houston were playing. Just constantly carving out these windows, and when it feels like, because they're so slim, to be able to make sure that you're converting over to value for 2-3 picks with the Death Blossom. But Pelican finds a way to weave it in there and make sure that he's going to be able to convert that over to value. Been super impressive, and you know, I feel like when you give it to the Reaper for player of the match, you're also kind of giving it to the whole team. But
All right, okay. Nice. Seeing a lot of moves.
Yeah, I like these player cards.
I like that. It's good.
That's very fun.
Likes in the guns. You love to see it. 10k, almost 11k damage per 10. Final blows up there. Like Death's looking pretty low. Pelican, especially in this series, like Death Blossom kills per 10, 6. Death Blossom efficiency almost 2, so he was almost guaranteeing 2 kills per
like that's
Death Blossom.
Really big.
Really high.
1.2 is probably about average. So pretty great.
Outlaws, like you said, Rose, Battle for Texas once again.
Battle for Texas.
I know the fans are definitely going to be happy about that one. It's always a treat. The Dallas Fuel do look nigh on unstoppable right now. That is the only problem there, I think, Rose. It's going to be a little tough regardless, but if Houston Outlaws keep playing the way they played today, Dallas Fuel might be in a run for their money.
They might very well might be. I mean, it's going to be really tough. I'm super excited to see what kind of land buff both of these teams get, but it's also not over for London Spitfire either. They were playing in a winner's bracket semifinal, so they're going to drop down to the lower and face off against Hangzhou Spark tomorrow to see if they can keep the tournament dreams alive.
And don't forget, tomorrow is Thursday. Then we got Friday, the grand finals. We are in the stadium.
And we still got tickets.
Still got tickets. They're on sale now. You know where the website is. If you don't, it's on Twitter. You'll be able to find it. But we're in the stadium. There's going to be a crowd. It's going to be pretty damn sick. You're not going to want to miss it. If you're stuck at home, that's no worries. You can tune in the same time tomorrow. It's going to be crazy. I mean, the crowd buff too. We know how much it affects the Dallas Fuel and the Outlaws. So seeing that in front of a crowd once again is going to be pretty amazing. And Outlaws, to be fair, historically, Battle for Texas has gone their way. We're not in Texas anymore, Rose. We'll see if that does change things.
Maybe it will. Maybe it won't. Who knows? You're going to just have to wait and find out. But I think that's it for the matches today.
That's it for the matches today. We're going to jump to a quick break. The desk is going to wrap up the day. We'll see you in a bit.
Yeah. I need time. Blitz over. Blitz over. I have bubble 3 seconds.
Put it.
Alright, I'm gonna part push, okay?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
I close my.
Sorry. Watch out,
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Butterfinger. Crispity, crunchity, peanut buttery. No one lays a finger on your Butterfinger.
Welcome back to Watchpoint Post Show. I'm here joined now by Merritt from Houston Outlaws. Merritt, congratulations on the win. I mean, this was a beatdown. It was a 3-0 victory for the Houston Outlaws. What do you think gave you guys the edge today over the London Spitfire? 자, 오늘 경기 굉장히 쉽게 3대0 승리로 휴스턴 승리로 경기가 끝이 났습니다. 오늘 런던과의 경기 좀 어떻게 해서 승리를 거두시게 되신 것 같으신가요?
일단 생각외로 런던이 많이 약한 것 같아가지고 쉽게 이긴 것 같고요. 저희 팀원들이 다 잘해서 이긴 것 같습니다.
I mean, definitely it's because all of our teammates were really good. Not only that, London was a lot weaker than I expected. So I think that was why we did beat them 3-0. All right, moving on to my next question, Merritt. Of course, tomorrow is a big day because you guys are going up against the Dallas Fuel. It's another battle for Texas. Last time you guys faced off against each other, you guys, Houston Outlaws did beat the Dallas Fuel. But Merritt, how confident are you that you guys could beat them again in the playoffs tomorrow? 자, 내일 경기죠. 내일 달라스와의 다시 경기가 한 번 더 있습니다. 지금 현 상태로 달라스가 지금 어떻게 보면은 최강의 팀이라고 하긴 좀 그렇죠. 아무튼 최강의 팀들 중에 한 팀인데 이제 어떻게 보면은 내일 달라스와의 경기. 마지막 휴스턴과의 경기가 있었을 때는 휴스턴이 승리를 했지만 내일에서는 좀 어떻게 이길 수 있을 거라고 자신하시나요?
일단 전에 이긴 경험이 많기 때문에 내일도 이길 거라고 생각합니다.
All right, definitely we have a lot of experience in winning against the Dallas Fuel, so I think that is why we are definitely going to win against Dallas Fuel tomorrow again. All right, Merritt, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much for your time, and yeah, hopefully I get to talk to you soon. 자, 이걸로 인터뷰 마치도록 하겠습니다. 자, 오늘 승리 너무 축하드리면서 보내드리도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
All right, Zoe, back to you.
Thanks a bunch, Danny. Congratulations to Merritt and his entire team, the Houston Outlaws. They are moving on and.
Stop smiling. Stop smiling. I don't want to hear it right now.
I don't want to hear it from the fans, you know?
Yeah.
Zoe, I can take it, all right? You have some good predictions about the fans. I cannot take the fans.
Yeah, no.
If you start bragging about this, Dallas Fuel fans in my mentions, Houston Outlaws fans in my mentions, the entirety of Texas in my mentions, I'm fed up. No more. I'm muting you guys.
You know how you can make it stop? Tread right the next time. Ooh, imagine not treading the Outlaws. Let's break it down. How did my team get it done? Dante, by the way, very disappointed with you, Costa.
He was.
Met him in the hallway, and I ratted you out.
Yeah, so he did. Dante, we passed him. I'm like, congratulations, man, that's great. And so he just pushes me aside and says, he didn't predict you, I did. And honestly, that's fair. The Houston Outlaws are looking incredibly strong right now. They just seem to keep leveling up time and time again. And Merritt, we cannot speak enough about how good he has been on this Sojourn and how clutch he has been for the Houston Outlaws. Kirkin getting roll star. Honestly, everyone individually popping off, including the Dante Winston.
Absolutely. And I mean, what an amazing upper bracket final we now have on our hands. It's the battle for Texas. And keep in mind, last time around, it was the Houston Outlaws on the Dallas Fuel's home turf who took down their state rivals. Houston Outlaws, I mean, they've just leveled up this tournament, and they are improving day by day. I actually think at the start of the tournament, people were saying about Houston Outlaws, you know, the rumors behind the scenes were that Houston Outlaws, they were messing around with hero picks, they couldn't find comfortability in this meta, that's why we saw the Roadhog, for example. But over time, the Houston Outlaws have garnered the respect of so many other teams who have participated here in the playoffs. And I mean, taking down the London Spitfire 3-0, a team that Fearless just came out and praised and said that London might be the only threat to the Dallas Fuel. I can't wait to see tomorrow's matchup.
Well, then obviously, if you think about that, so Fearless considers London a threat, then Houston takes London down, then clearly Houston must be the bigger threat, so Fearless is now scary.
So if London is pretty good and Houston beat pretty good, that means they're
pretty darn good.
Pretty darn good. Man, the Houston Outlaws, pretty darn good right now. Let's talk about the London Spitfire a little bit. Honestly, they've been very impressive throughout the entirety of the playoffs, but today just didn't show up in the same way. We didn't see that same level of impact coming in from Sparker. Backbane not able to do as much on that Reaper as well. And the Houston Outlaws, kind of similar to the Dallas Fuel Seoul Dynasty matchup, just kind of outpaced in a lot of ways.
Yeah, outpaced, but at the same time, though, you know, they're not eliminated quite yet. Both Seoul Dynasty and the London Spitfire, they get a chance again. So while it might have felt like they kind of threw everything they had into this to qualify for the top 3, I didn't see any kitchen sinks involved.
Yeah.
Like, I can't wait to see them throw everything and the kitchen sink, but because without the kitchen sink, neither Seoul or London really stood a chance.
You don't want to throw it too early. If you throw the kitchen sink too early, there's no going back
Yeah,
on that,
exactly.
right?
You can't throw anything more than the kitchen sink.
Yeah, also you can't do your dishes anymore.
Yeah, it's awful. It just gets dirty.
Yeah, everything gets dirty.
I have tons of kitchen sinks in my garage.
Yeah, he has a stack of kitchen
It's a
sinks.
Swedish thing.
I throw them everywhere.
Anyway, yeah, London will go up against the Spark, of course, in the lower bracket, which might be a very, very explosive match, but they do have a second life, a second chance to get a little bit closer to that trophy. Now, we do have, of course, still one of our favorite segments heading your way, and that's Best of the Day.
Wow, I think this is my new favorite segment.
Really tried hard
Sorry,
here.
brackets, but Best of the Day. And especially
brackets?
you, when you introduce it like that with a song, I feel like Best of the Day is better than brackets.
Yeah, I agree.
I just sold that, I guess. Well, you wait and see what I got for you, though.
Oh.
I'm kicking things off with what feels like ages ago. Proper on Widowmaker, clicking heads.
Proper?
Yeah, shocker. Shocker is so epic.
I am flabbergasted.
Best of the day? How did that happen? But no, honestly, like, yeah, this guy should be our all-star. Oh, wait, he is. That's crazy how that happens. But yeah, no, I mean, he just doesn't miss. And he's not just playing it on Widowmaker on such a high level. Obviously, you can just click heads with any hero who's playing. But the fact that they make room for him on that Widowmaker, putting Kilo on that Sojourn, just so he can switch around however he pleases. And then he hits shots as nasty as this one. This is just scary.
Just not fair.
No, it's not fair. It really isn't.
Did you see the one where like he got fluxed up by the Sigma and then he like while he was fluxed he took a snipe and killed the enemy Batiste? I'm like, that was a Sigma ultimate and you just used it to your own advantage. Like, that's unfair.
You fool, I have the high ground. Okay, that means I'm coming up next. And honestly, this comes with Johnny's great casting and Nekka's great casting, but this was just a juggle coming in from Gushue at the perfect moment against the Florida Mayhem. And the 4th map on Esperanza, this was a clutch moment. Hydron was about to go crazy, about to have high impact on this Sojourn, and Gushue says no. Pushes him back from the slide, pushes him back into his team, and gets that kill, and that facilitated the team to move forward and close out this map. Gushue has done this time and time again, but I thought I'd highlight this one in particular.
I'm really glad that the bubble gum brawl turned into an absolute banger.
The bubble gum brawl was a banger.
The bubblegum brawl.
I tried to come up with
5 times in
words
a row,
would start with
and
B. That was a bash. Brawl.
Bowl.
The bubblegum bash brawl banged.
What is going on? Anyway, my best of the day. I'm sorry, I have put this curse on this. My best of the day, Shy Ducks. And I'm not talking about crouching here, guys. I'm talking about raw, unhinged headshots coming out from Shy on this Sojourn. I mean, this matchup through and through was such an absolute treat, and I'm so happy to have been able to cast it with Nekka, of course. She did a fantastic job. Shy just like popped off in every aspect possible. Here, I believe he deadlifted here on Paraíso, and then as well we headed over to Dorado, like what his signature map. Like, I'm just willing to dedicate Dorado to Shy from this point on. Absolute beast of a player, and honestly, like, I wouldn't count the Spark out to just make some ridiculous run because Shy is just popping off on this Sojourn. It's ridiculous.
No, it really is. I also heard through the grapevine that now obviously the losing team has to change their team colors because they can.
No,
it's very unfortunate.
No,
yeah, there can only be one pink team.
Yeah, Florida.
I think I want like a pink pandemic. We're just like, you beat a team, they have to adopt pink colors.
Anyone who loses
have 20
to the
pink
Spark
teams.
from now on needs to change their colors to pink.
That's a choice, which we might make or not. I don't know. But for now, let's actually take a look at the brackets so we know exactly what's coming our way tomorrow. Starting with the losers bracket, the Seoul Dynasty will face off against the San Francisco Shock, and the Spitfire will go up against the Spark. These two matches have potential to be absolute bangers.
I just can't get enough of the playoffs.
Yeah, there's so many good games, time after time.
And then here, the battle for Texas in the winners final. Like, what? What a pleasure, what a treat.
You know what the crazy thing about me with this matchup is? We were saying no one can beat Dallas Fuel on this land right now. And then I sort of had that moment of, if anyone could do it, it would be the Houston Outlaws. Every time they've played on land this year, the Houston Outlaws have beaten the Dallas Fuel. This could be another one.
It might be their kryptonite. I mean, the color checks out, right? So you don't know.
Honestly, I look at that matchup and I get like imposter syndrome from Outlaws fans. I'm like, we're in top 3? Like, what is going on? This is the first time the Houston Outlaws have been in the top 3 in a tournament since stage 1, 2018.
It's crazy. They must be elated. I mean, this feels like a victory already.
Yeah, they got beat by London Spitfire in that top 3 match.
They really?
Yeah.
That was a really
And London Spitfire went on to win it all.
We just didn't know.
Here we go. Oh, it's Necro and Jaws.
Hey,
they're eating Butterfingers. They're eating Butterfingers on our show. What?
Well, you know what? Jokes on them. We only have to go through the schedule, and then we can go out there and get a good bite
Steal
ourselves.
their Butterfingers.
Exactly. We were going to go and comfort their Butterfingers, but first let's take a look at our schedule so you know exactly what time we are going to be back. What?
We're just losing it. I'm loving this. We're having a great time.
Show
I love
energy.
the desk. I love Anaheim. I love you, Zoe. I love you, Costa. Oh, this is amazing.
Me too.
I love you as a co-worker.
I also love schedules deeply and thoroughly. That's right. We're going to kick things off at 2:30 tomorrow, same time, same place. San Francisco Shocknet, Seoul Dynasty. Afterwards, the Spark will take on the London Spitfire following the Battle of Texas. And then we have one more match, of course, which we bring your way. But most importantly, we're going to be back there. You can't see where I'm pointing at, but there's an arena somewhere in the darkness waiting for all of you who got a ticket. There's still a few on sale, so make sure to grab them, and you might be able to meet us right there, over there, right there.
We're going home. The definite Anaheim.
Actually, Anaheim.
We're coming home. We're going to be in the original stadium that everything happened with BlizzCon. It's going to be magical. It's going to be awesome. The matches are slated to be great. I'm excited.
Can I make stuff up here in the post show as well?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Of course.
Is this the first time in tomorrow's matchup, the first one, Shock versus Seoul Dynasty? Is that the first time they're playing again since the 2020 Grand Finals?
Let's go with yes to make it hard.
I'm just going to make that up. I don't know if it's true. I'm a professional analyst. I'm making stuff up on the fly. Let's go with it.
Yeah, we'll take the night to fact check it, and you should tune into our pre-show tomorrow where we can figure out if it's true.
I made it up and it's true. Well, I didn't really made it up, but it's true.
Yeah, production just told us it's true. So
awesome.
Thanks. That was the what I planned for the A block, the entirety of it. So I guess we have to come up with.
No, really, it was. I'm sorry.
No, it wasn't.
Okay, it wasn't. Great. Oh my.
Sorry about that.
We've lost it. We need to get us out of here.
It's been a long day, but an exciting one, and we have 2 more of those to come, so you don't want to miss it. Thank you so much for tuning in for yet another day. Scott, it's been great to have you back. Reinforce, thank you so much for letting us pick your brain, and we will be back tomorrow with more action. Goodbye.
Anaheim.